God bless America, land that I love, since I heard and I through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, watching home. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home. Oh, sweet, can you see by the wandering light what so proudly as the twilight's last gleam, whose bright and bright star through the heavenly sky. O'er the ramparts we watch, were so gallantly strewn, and the rockets rumbled, the Virginia gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does thy star-spangled banner wave over the lands of the moon and the home of the brave.
Awesome opening series there, Greg Randall. Again, Greg Randall, Executive Director of the NTPA in the Bluefoot Knights. Excited to have this. Got Phil Kelly out there doing some kind of trackside stuff. We're trying something new. We're trying to get more reaction before these pullers.
Man on the dirt.
Man on the dirt. I like that. That's a good spot for him out there. Diesel Superstock kicking it off first. Stan Blagrave and the Red Horse, Accurately, Texas, longtime NTPA Grand National competitors. Tried to get him to come to Rock Valley last weekend, Greg, for the charity pull we had out there. And they're like, no, Jason, we want to, but we really want to save the tractor for Chapel Hill. And I say that story not because I'm mad at him for not coming to Rock Valley, but because I get it. Chapel Hill is that special.
Yeah, Chapel Hill, for some of these guys, hold a very, very strong place in their heart. The families, families get to know families. I probably got asked 3 times, how are your girls? And a couple of them said, yeah, we watched, this is my granddaughter, we watched his daughters grow up. I said, yeah, my youngest has graduated college, so yeah, I held her the first year we brought her down, so that's how it is with all the people in the Lions Club.
That's awesome. That is awesome. We see the beautiful Red Horse coming on the track right now. We got a little picture-in-picture up for you guys. That's something we're bringing on to phase 2 of our live stream. He's going to run that left side of the track. We talked about it earlier on the countdown to pull time. We see a lot like that, almost the inside of the track on the announcer side, but he's picking that far left side over there, if you will, opposite the announcer stand. So if you want to go full screen on that again, Rogo, you sure can. Greg and I will just fade off into the back there. There is the beautiful Stan Blagrave, the Red Horse out of Ackley, Texas. He'll be the test puller, 8,000-pound diesel super stocks. They got a second up in Hutch this year, and their odds were 2-1 on fullpullpicks.com. We do have games up on real money wagering on every class for you fans tonight. So the diesel super stocks are closed now. So class number 2 is going to be our mini rods. So if you want to go wager on the minis, the pros, and limiteds, or the 4-wheeler drives, you still have time. As we see Stan Blagrave, the Red Horse, get buckled in. Diesel super stock class, Greg's been around for a long time, buddy.
Yeah, and they've had a lot of success here in Chapel Hill. And one of the things I think is probably realized is they actually have always been here in super stock. And the top guy goes home with it's like nice. So outing. So yeah, a little extra incentive to save it.
540 cubic inch fans. You can run up to 4 turbochargers. Big 30.5s on the back. Saw Marvin Epperson give his little whirly bird gift to you. We got green lights on the sleds. So it's time to go pulling in Chapel Hill, Mr. Randall. Are you pumped? How many years you been? This is 49. I know you're not that old, Randall. Do you remember your first Chapel Hill, buddy?
Yeah, 1990.
1990.
Yep.
Adam Kester has a tractor named Walk the Line. Greg, what's the first thing that comes to your mind there?
He really walked the line. I'm not sure that performed the way that Stan was hoping to see it.
Yeah, you see Steve out there look underneath the tractor, make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see it kind of cross the track here, and maybe that was the thought that was going to take him to the right. But no, he stayed right on the line, and then may have hit the brake a little bit to stay in bounds. Test hook, he can take that risk.
Yeah, here's your replay here. Watch how close he gets to that line, fans. As he gets going there, they'll try to bring the replay back up there. So, get good look there of the red horse. Stan and Steve Blagrave walk around the tractor. Got to hang out with them in Hutchinson and Whitewright, Texas, a few weeks ago as well. So they're obviously asking for a pull off. We see the universal clap of the hand, the fist there. See the tractor driving off. So the replay might. There we go. Watch that left line, Greg. He's got to be thinking right brake, right brake.
Yeah,
he's pounding on it. So now the first puller in every class, Greg, what we call it a test puller.
Yeah.
You get an option of keeping it or turning it down. So
the option is come right back, drop 6 or drop to the bottom. And I just have a feeling two things. He probably is going to drop there. And the second thing is I wonder if they're starting to scratch their heads.
He did. I just got to work in the booth. He's turning that down.
Yeah.
So now Jacob Belfance out of Fonda, New York, the chain reaction tractor. Good running diesel super stock. But we don't see these guys out a lot. We saw them in Benson. Horrible. I don't remember which one went kaboom. Was it chain reaction or was it the chain breaker? Do you remember?
I was thinking it was chain breaker. I actually shot the laser when I was teaching the guy who was shooting the knife. And so, yeah. I remember that startled me with the eyepiece. So, yeah.
So we got a good look back there in the. I love the lineup here, how they line up behind the grandstands, come around to the scales. You see that scale shot right down there.
The way Marvin's walking over to the sled, I'm wondering if he's going to give you instructions. Maybe he'll point like a number 1 finger, which means that he will be the new test puller. I don't know that for a fact.
Oh, I see the weight. I see the lull coming up. We're pulling a brick out. It looks like.
There you go. So he went to go. What you saw right there is they had radio communication. What I thought, even though it looks like it wasn't a great run for Blagrave, it still was pretty short for Blagrave. So they talked about it, and let's change it now because with Blagrave dropping, it makes it a lot easier to make that decision.
Yes, it does.
He's not burning another run. We've had changes where guys made a run, and then that's when it gets really tough. We really need to change it, but I didn't drop it. It looks like it was a good run. I don't think it would have done any better, and that's when a lot of second guessing happens in the background. But the decision has to be made. The man making the decision will be Marvin Epperson, who's head of NTP Tech 7.
And I like that. That's what's going to be fun about having you in the booth, Greg. You're going to show us a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that I think a lot of people make assumptions about, or why didn't they do this, or why did they do that. It's going to be exciting to have you talk through those with us when we do that. So chain reaction on fullpullpicks.com was 11-1 for your money line on that. Basically, fans, what you do is you pick 2 competitors that you think are going to finish in the top 3 as we see the beautiful chain reaction come up. These tractors came to the Pullers Championship 2 years ago. Greg put on an awesome show. Out of New York, we don't get to see them all the time on the Grand National Circuit, but both these tractors could win here tonight in Chapel Hill, go 1 and 2, and you wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. They're the real deal.
Yeah.
So,
and what's interesting is a lot of people hit their ceiling for power. The Belfances, they've been working their way up to the ceiling.
Yes.
And what I seen last year at Bowling Green, they're right there. And so, yeah, this should be a good test. I don't think there's anybody in this class I would say wouldn't be a good test tonight. Yeah,
I would say the only one that's probably undergunned, if you will, would be the Hillbilly Cadillac, Jason Smith. That's a twin charger tractor, pulls a lot with USA Pullers, but they're from down here. I think he's from Mississippi, right? And yeah. Cody Agent had this tractor here last year, so that's sometimes fun. I got to pull at Chapel Hill. I mean, it's one of those deals. Otherwise, I think they're all Any one of them could walk away with a win here tonight.
Exactly.
Colin Ross is a favorite on full pull picks right now. I think, Greg, whether we had real money gaming or not, I think Colin Ross, anytime he's in the class, he's going to be a favorite to win.
There's a few vehicles within the entire sport in different divisions that if that vehicle's on, you could really say it's going to take a miracle to beat it.
Yep.
Because it's kind of the top of the food chain.
Yep.
But being there also creates, if something goes wrong, it goes wrong quickly.
Yep.
It's usually pretty expensive.
Yeah, very expensive. Very expensive. And that's what's great about picking 2 out of 3 competitors to finish in the top 3. I love doing that at full pull picks. We'll see what we can do here. So we do have a sled reset. So Blake Graves turned it down. And as Greg pointed out, we saw Marvin kind of talking with our who's in the sled tonight. I can't even tell from here.
That's Donnie Bauer.
Donnie Bauer's in there. So great shot of the chain reaction there with the sun in the background. Cool looking diesel super stock. Great to see 10 hard running diesel supers here. We had more signed up in the class. My tractor was supposed to be here. We heard it last Friday night. The water injection line came off, hit 2,200 degrees, Randall. And so we're putting some new pistons and some things in it. So
That's Mike Beck territory.
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Just
Well,
kidding,
it's his tractor. I bought it from him.
Right,
So.
right. That's why I said it.
Good look at Jacob Bell fans there from our cameraman Scott, doing a good job getting right there. We're really trying to bring this into your living room for those of you watching at home. And again, great to have Greg Randall, executive director of the NTPA, in house with us tonight. We are going to go to Phil Kelly throughout the evening as well. So Blake Grave put that old sled on the far left side. I always talk like as if I'm driving the tractor, and you could really see the downhill run here in Chapel Hill, Greg.
Yes. Yeah, it's been that way for a number of years. Maybe one of the first facilities to really have that type of downhill feature.
Jacob Bell fans out of Fonda, New York, with the chain reaction. He is going to set the distance to beat. First thoughts, Greg, watching that pass, what are you thinking?
The front end came up, but it kind of went up and then back down, up and back down. A lot of times you always see that front end come up and stay.
Yep.
Like right there. And then we'll start doing that bob up and down. It hurts a little bit on the distance, no doubt, but he is test puller, so he could, if he thinks the track would come around a little bit, he could drop it.
Now, you mentioned when Blake Graves pulled, Greg, that possibly they're trying to crash track it there. I noticed he had those wheels pointed to the right. Is that something you think he was trying to do, like trying to touch a right brake to get that tractor to go right, or what do you think?
You know, it's a very good question. Only he would really know for sure, or if it's just a propensity to turn my steering wheel when the wheels are in the air. You know, I'm not sure.
I get it.
Wouldn't want to guess, but solid run there.
We see his dad, John, look underneath the tractor. I saw some fluid on the track, so he is keeping that, is what we've heard. We're waiting for an official distance here. We'll get that up there on the screen. Next puller will be Steve Burge, Lock and Load at Lynn, Indiana. They're currently third in the points. They got a fourth in Toma and a fourth in Hutch this year. There we go, 273.015. If nothing wrong, I'm not saying anything, but I don't think that's going to be our winning pass tonight. I think that track's going to get dialed in a little bit. Colin Ross is our last puller in the class. But again, see that replay. You talked about that wheels high. That's a little too high. And talk about the hitch height and what that does to the pan of the sled, Greg, if you don't mind.
Wes, it's a 20-inch drawbar, so when they get up so high, the leverage changes. The perspective of the leverage changes, so you're not really pulling up on that pan. It's actually pulling your wheelie bars down to the ground, so you lose that advantage of the leverage. And it's all physics in the sport of track and track point. A lot of people, they don't talk enough about that, but it is. I mean, the reason they run certain tire pressures, and the minis, they won't run their normal drawbar height because if the track's too good, they won't be able to control it. They got so much power.
Steve Burge will be up next. You see Butch there.
Yep.
And Jerry from Travis's crew. Another look at Jacob Bell fans waiting for a pull off there. Every time I see a diesel super stock get hurt, my heart melts a little bit, Greg, because having one now, it makes you a little more honest with the tractors, but that's all part of it.
Sometimes the biggest victory is pulling off the track without getting out a shovel in pieces. I mean, quite honestly,
no, you're right.
I haven't followed Bell Fances since I seen him earlier in the season. I'm not sure if this is first time out with that tractor or, there's something about being here for the next day.
Yep.
If you're not part of the battle, you can't win.
Right. For those of you watching right now on Facebook and YouTube, we are going to end the free live stream. You signed up for the countdown to pull time, and then we kind of wanted to tease you a little live look in at what you're seeing. If you want $39.99 a month, live fullpull.live, you can watch it all. You can go back and watch all of the other polls we've missed this year, and you can watch Chapel here this weekend for only $39.99 a month. So we're going to show one more replay, is what I've been told from the booth, and then we're going to do that. We see Butch, one of the owners of the Lock and Load, with Steve Burge out of Lynn, Indiana. Lock and Load again. They're sitting third in the points. So we got Colin sitting out at 98 points with the NTPA. Greg, can you take us through? It's 1 point per. It's 30 for first. Can you take us through that?
Well, it's actually technically it's 15 points to hook to the sled.
Okay.
And then if you get first place and you have a Grand National registration, meaning whatever your vehicle's registered at is where your points go. So, like right now, I see that everybody in this class has a Grand National 2024 license. It's denoted on our lineups here. So, first place tonight will get 15 points on top of their 15 points to hook. Second place will get 14, and so on down the line.
I like it. I like it a lot. See Steve Burge getting backed in. It's always important to get squarely backed into the sled. These drivers never want to have to touch a brake. It's all about momentum. They'll rarely touch a brake unless they absolutely have to, especially in these classes. And I've talked to Travis Schlabaugh before with the Bone Twister. Those big 30.5s, the Unlimiteds, the mods, they get so hooked in, Greg. You can pound on the brakes all you want. They're going the way they want to go.
Yeah. You're holding on to a rocket. Just where is it going to take me?
I like that, holding on to a rocket.
Yeah.
Again, welcome fans of Chapel Hill, Tennessee, the Lion Super Bowl of the South, 49th annual. Greg Randall in the booth with me here tonight, Executive Director of the NTPA. Hopefully I can keep him in the booth all night unless he gets called out to something. Good look from our cameraman, Scott. See Steve Burge's eyes down there, the big twin stacks of that diesel super stock. I grew up watching this class, Greg, and it's a dream of mine to own one, and I really wish we were here tonight, but like you said, they're ticking time bombs, and that's just how it goes. But I can't thank Mike and Sally Beck enough for selling me the high-tech redneck, because we see now,
Yes.
We saw Blake Graves run that far left line. We saw Bell Fences move it back to the middle. Now Steve has kind of split that. I think we're going to see everybody try this whole track, don't you, Greg?
I do too, yeah, until they can figure out where the sweet spot is. And I'll be honest, I've watched it here. It might take a few tractors for things to progress a little bit on the track. It's just, it's every event normally.
Man, that old sled is tight, and they took a brick out of that. But we haven't really seen anybody get hooked up and really roll yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you see all the little crumbs on the track and behind the tires and in front of the pan. That weighs quite a bit as well.
As that track's going to get worked tonight, we see that replay of Lock and Load. We'll get his distance here for you in a second. 273 and change. We'll take over the lead. I'm not sure if he's there or not, to be honest. I can't tell exactly from looking at it. We go back to the starting line. Kent Payne, Petersburg, Indiana. Super Rooster will be our next puller. So go back to the replay. We'll get our distance here for you in just a second. It gets measured with the laser, folks. As we slow it down, watch Steve just kind of overpower that track here, and then it gets radioed into us. Steve was a 6.5 to 1. Kent Payne, Super Rooster, almost even money coming up next here on fullpullpicks.com. I would expect that.
There we see the Lock and Load come down the track again. Again, front end tries to come up and it kind of bobbles. Not exactly really where Steve wanted to see the tractor go. It's always tough on a new track. You know, they had the track open today at about 9 o'clock, and we had Mother Nature give it a pretty nice drink. Not too much to cause a problem. The track looks in beautiful condition here, but it does sometimes take a little time for the tracks to settle in. It doesn't matter where you go. That's just a truism. So last year's Grand National champion comes to the line, Kent Payne, and he's right now sitting in 5th place. And this is normally the point in the season where guys really get serious about the points. they're serious about the points all year long, don't get me wrong, but if you're going to start to make your run for a title chase, and that's where we're at. We're about middle of the season, and you have to be performing at your best, laying down consistent laps after laps to really make a run. And this is usually the time of the season. Here at Fort Recovery Rockwell, we'll start to see some guys pull away.
So Jacob Belfant's in the lead at 273, Steve Burge at 268. We turned up our mics a little bit, so somebody in Minnesota texted Greg. So let us know if that sounds a little better. If you could text Randall back, I'd appreciate that. We want you to have the great live stream experience here at fullpole.live. You see a beautiful shot there. Kent Payne, Petersburg, Indiana. The Super Rooster, defending Grand National Champion here, chasing that 273. Would not be surprised to see Mr. Payne park it out there over 300 feet. This is one tough runner. So... I think that's the wrong gear. I was way too many RPMs, Greg. I don't know what else to say with that. So,
yeah, it's very interesting that the smoke got very clear as well.
Yep. Just sound like a lot of RPMs here at the booth. We watched the replay. Like you said, it never really turned. I don't know if you realized it there at the last second or not. So. Then, might have been a different mindset. Maybe I need to shift down. These other guys aren't getting out. I was trying to keep the RPMs up to really honk it down there. Keep the tires spinning, Greg.
Yeah, and sometimes, you start trying to defend your title, and you need to stay ahead of the game. You maybe change a few things, and maybe some of it works, maybe some of it doesn't. I'm not saying that's exactly what Kent's program is, but it's, people are chasing it. You got to stay ahead, and Kent is definitely an innovator, does a lot of great work for a lot of our competitors, keeps them out on the track, and we certainly appreciate him and Sandy.
Yeah, definitely not the pass that we expect to see from the Super Rooster, but that's how pulling goes. Kent Payne going to slide into the third spot here. Jacob Belfant continues to lead at 273. Steve Burge going to be in second at 268. We'll get Kent Payne's distance here for you in just a second. Jason Smith, the Hillbilly Cadillac, should be up next. We talked about this. This is a 2-charger tractor. You can have up to 4 chargers in this class. I'd call this more of a state-level diesel super stock, but he gets to pull at Chapel Hill, and you never know, Greg. That's why everybody hooks to the sled, buddy.
Yeah, he had talked to me a couple times this spring, and definitely is wanting to chase the points and see what he can do and gain knowledge of the tracks, and who knows. He also is looking for his ceiling.
Yep. A lot of you asked for that immediate what place they're in. You can notice that if you're a fullpole.live groupie since the beginning, if you will. We're getting that distance up there and what place they're in right away. As you see, the Hillbilly Cadillac out of Bruce Springs, Mississippi. Jason Smith coming up. Bought this tractor from Cody Agent. I'm going to check him out here. He's 15-1. Doesn't surprise me. Not everybody knows of this tractor. 15-1 tonight on fullpolepicks.com. Again, you pick 2 competitors you think they're finished in the top 3. Mini rods are next. Then we're going to go pro stocking, and then 4-wheeling, and then unlimiteds. You still have time, so you get a nice shot. Side shield shot there of the Hillbilly Cadillac. Still have time to head over to fullpolepicks.com. The diesel super stock class, we had Blake Graves come out, Greg. Yep. Reset the sled, and we really just haven't had that monster diesel super stock pass yet that really makes the fans go wild.
We really haven't, and but I think by the time we get to the end of the class,
there's a guy named Colin Ross yet. When's the last time Esden Lang's been second in Grand National points in Chapel Hill? Yeah. It's been a couple years. He's battling cancer. Right. He's getting the tractor out again. It's so good to see Esden out here tonight. He was one, but somebody I was begging to go to Rock Valley last weekend for the charity pull for the diesel super. He said, Jason, I'm second in points. I'm going to Chapel Hill. And again, that got to make you feel. The NTPA Grand National hooks, you don't have to name the state, Greg. Chapel Hill, Tennessee, Tomah, Wisconsin, Hutchinson, Minnesota. I mean, it's just Bowling Green. You don't have to say Ohio after that. True. Everybody knows they're destination events that you get to be part
Chapel Hill, North Carolina T-shirts down here. And the funny story behind that is the artwork last year said the same thing, but this year they mistakenly printed them, but they reprinted them.
All right. Jason Smith and the Hillbilly Cadillac out of Bruce Springs, Mississippi. Again, doesn't sound like the big 4-charger tractors. Yeah. What do you got, Phil? Going to Travis? Let's go trackside. Let's go trackside right away.
What are you seeing? What are you looking for?
Well, the distances aren't very long, so I'm going to do my best to see what we can do to get her come out of the hole pretty hard.
Good luck to you. Have fun.
Let's give a nice round of applause.
All right, something new we wanted to try here. We got Travis Schlaubaugh, our communication between our trackside. I got all excited that there's a microphone going Travis's face, Greg. So pretty neat to see that there. You see the ether getting Jerry dumping the old ether into the bone twister coming up next out of Marengo, Iowa. As we watch Jason Smith and his replay there, 250.125. It's going to move him into third place, Greg. Again, still looking for that diesel super stock pass that makes the crowd go wild. And the next guy, Travis Schlaubaugh, he could deliver it with the bone twister. Crowd favorite as always. He is 3-1 on our full pull picks tonight here in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. See Jerry dumping the ether in.
We've had a couple. Let's see where Travis puts the sled, and I'm thinking if he puts it toward the center, maybe a good idea, because we've had 2 or 3 people lay down passes in the center of the track, and as they work this track in, I think some of that mealy stuff or whatever, the crumbles on top, will start to kind of dissipate a little bit. You'll notice that throughout the night, and that's true of a lot of tracks.
Yep. See RJ Simon, you can't see this, but Greg and I can on some of the other cameras, poking around out up there on the track, trying to figure out that starting lines that get changes. Here comes Travis Schlaubaugh. How many Grand National Championships, Greg, do you know off the top of your head Trav has? Is it 3 or 4?
I was thinking definitely 2, but yeah, I didn't do that type of research.
Do you know Iowa, Greg Randall?
I think I remember you telling me.
So I told Travis, when I have enough money, I'm going to get a billboard, and I'm going to say, birthplace of Jason Schultz, and I'm going to call Travis the mayor of Marengo, Iowa. Marengo, Iowa is 1,000 people, folks. It's not like it's a big metropolis, but it's pretty fun.
Well, I see a pull-off in the future, the Battle of Marengo, Firstborn.
We could do it.
Yeah.
We could do it.
I see a throwdown coming.
It's a throwdown, like a UFC title fight kind of a thing. I don't know if my tractor can compete with this one, but we'll find out someday. So starting to really see the stands fill in, Greg. Friday night crowds are tougher. People work, and they got to get home and get out there. Last year, Saturday night was electric here, Greg. It was my first time to Chapel Hill, and it lived up to everything that everybody said. To get a nice look there of the big 30.5s. They're going to drop that hook in there. Our camera guy squeezing right in there.
Yeah.
You see the safety chain go on there in case that vehicle would come unhooked from the sled. It would kill all the air to the vehicle. All right, we got to get one over 300 feet here, Randall. If anyone's going to do it, I think it's going to be this guy right here. Jacob Belfance in the lead at 273. Steve Burge in second at 268. Jason Smith just moved into third. And then Kent Payne's in fourth right now. But waiting for that big monster pass to make the crowd go wild. Travis Schlaubaugh, Marengo, Iowa, and the Bone Twister coming up next. And you're right. He has that sled kind of where everybody is. So chain is tight. Randall, make a prediction right now. I'm putting you on the spot. Name a distance.
He tickles 300.
Tickles 300. I'm saying 302. Randall's saying 297. Green flags. Here we go. I love this shot to see that old smoke as it changes from white to black. There it is, Randall. There it is.
And that's why they didn't change the sled.
Can you hear me? Travis Schlaubaugh?
Travis Schlaubaugh takes over the lead. Great. That's a great run there by Travis, no doubt about it.
That was the one that we talked about, kind of gets everybody to stand up a little bit. So I like that a lot.
And his front end just held.
I think we tickled more than 300 feet there, Randall. Don't you think, buddy?
So yes, yeah. And sometimes it can be full. And I just know on the radio traffic, not having it, listening. But
is it killing you?
There's talk about, wow, we got to have a run back there. I'm sure there's a run back there. And then when the front end comes up and just kind of holds. There.
That's
it is. What
340, baby.
Yep.
That's why we love the diesel super stocks right there.
And that's it. There's so much horsepower when you can really transfer to the ground. That's why you see a lot of disparaging distances between, because if you're not right on, you're going to be back a ways because the weight is very. But when you get hooked up, you can go 340, 350. Who's great sled today by the Bowers.
Yes. Well, and that's that's one of those picture perfect passes from Travis. So they go 340. So Brandon Hunt coming up next. Live and Dream. I think this is the first time he's been out as we watch the beautiful Bone Twister. The first time that Brandon Hunt's been out since Louisville, if I remember the National Farm Machinery Show. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. As far as on our circuit, definitely. And they really love coming here. H&R Ag
big
Equipment,
sponsors,
they're
right?
big
Great.
sponsor
Yep.
here, and so they definitely want to be here. And just a great family, generational family. And one of our sponsors, Case IH, the Grand National presenting
And they got
sponsor.
a picture of D2 over there on the trailer promoting the event. Darren Hunt's Pro Stock from the days. See a shot of Esden Lane there from our end camera. Travis Schlabot has took the lead at 340. Brandon Hunt's got his work cut out for him. Big disparity right now between first and second, but we kind of expected that. We really hadn't seen anybody lay down a monster pass, as we like to call them, but Travis just took care of that. We could hear the crowd yelling inside the trailer, so that always gets me excited. Good shot there.
Brandon's moved it over a little bit.
Going back to where Blake Graves were. That surprises me.
It surprises me too. I wouldn't think I would have stayed in the main drag because they're working it in, and it's. But hey,
well, that's why we're sitting in here and he's sitting out there.
That's right.
Brandon Hunt is 4-1 for those of you watching at home on FullPullPicks.com. I want to give a shout out to my friends in the Lake of the Ozarks. They're sitting in the pool watching the Chapel Hill tonight. Brad Holzauer and our gang that helped us put on the Pullers Championship. They called us.
The grill looked pretty good too.
The grill did look good. They have the Wagyu steaks.
But why couldn't they get that through your phone so we could smell it?
We got to ask Elon Musk about that.
That's right. I'm sure they're working on it. They're working on it.
Great shot of those big top chargers there.
I'll tell you,
Brandon Hunt.
That is.
I love that shot. See the eyeballs there of Brandon Hunt looking down the barrel of a gun, as I like to say. Again, thanks for tuning into FullPull.live. If you haven't done it yet, head over to FullPullPicks.com, make some picks. Mini rods are going to be next. Get your wagers in now. Then we're going to go pro stocking. So let's see if he gambled with this left side of the track. First of all, I want to see the tractor make a good A to B pass. You hear Grant Theobald say that all the time. Just go A to B. And then let's see if that's a good spot. We did see Travis kind of cross-track. He started in the middle, and he ended up on the right side, Greg.
Yeah.
So his stacks kind of have that same appearance as a Super Rooster, the big split down the middle. Had a good pass going. You saw that tractor go right away. I think he is setting up the cross track like you talked about, Greg. But we heard that flutter probably about that 250 mark, and we just know that time is starting to come down. We see his brother Darren coming out on the track. So what are your thoughts with that pass, Greg?
Yeah, when he started to cross track it, I thought, okay, that's a good strategy because a lot of times that works here. And so I think they premeditated that's what they were going to try to do. And maybe they felt they'd have a better takeoff on that side than where Travis just went.
Good shot of Brandon Hunt there. Big sponsor of this pull. His family watched the replay. Everything looked good here. Front ends hold up nice, and I thought we were gone. And then we just heard that little bit of a flutter. But that's going to move him into a strong second place.
Yes.
Greg. You see that again up there on the screen. That second on the bottom right, that's their immediate placing fans. You asked for it, and we're giving it to you here at FullPull.live.
Yeah, and in fact, if he could have kept the steam going in that engine, he would have been.
I think he could have been down in Travis territory.
He would have been down there.
Yeah, we're going to go to PK. Allison?
All right. We're watching the guys evaluate the track. We're going to walk up on Colin. Colin, as you evaluated that track, what were you thinking? What's on your mind?
I need to go further than Travis Schlabach.
Come on, what's in the toolbox?
Oh, just trying to find a groove that no one else has been down. But on a new track that's first class, you can't go do something different. You got to stay in the groove. So we're going to stay in the groove, and we're going to see what we can do.
Good luck.
Our own PK down there with Colin Ross. He kind of chased him down there a little bit. Finally, Colin turned around. I thought maybe he's like, leave me alone.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Rosses, they are very focused, laser focused, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No,
they're very serious competitors, and there's a lot of guys like that. And yeah, it's new for them too. I mean, honestly,
They're not used to a microphone in their face.
No.
Well, get used to it, pullers, because we're coming. We're doing this for our fans. Now, we talked about Jacob Belfance earlier with the chain reaction. This is his dad, John Belfance, with the chain breaker, Salem, Indiana. I love the looks of these tractors.
Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah, they moved,
moved from
their
the
business. Yeah, something to do with their business. I remember talking to John about it. But, yeah, second tractor, obviously they learned something on the first one. And I think now the track has kind of come together. And that's,
you can see, like, because they're backing up there, Greg, a little bit more of a road. It'll be
there's-
impacted.
yeah.
You mentioned kind of that mealy, loose dirt on top, you know,
Yeah.
and that's what happens with the first,
yeah,
you know.
it stays here, but yeah, all tracks work in. I don't care where you're talking about. It happens.
That is a cool shot, Mr. Randall.
Yes, it is.
That is a cool shot. Big crowd here, Chapel Hill on a Friday night.
Yes. Got that American flag in the background. What a year for America, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. 340.88 is still the distance to beat.
And here we go. He just maybe didn't quite like being square to the sled. A lot of times you get that.
All right, we see our Bone Twister sitting out there, Greg, 340, Living a Dream, Brandon Hunt, second, 296. Jacob Belfance at 273, Lock and Load, Steve Birch, 268. Hillbilly Cadillac, 250. Kent Payne, some of the Super Rooster was not happy tonight, Greg.
Yeah.
Rolling back at 227, so...
Still a lot of season to go, and this is a class of attrition, as you're finding out.
Yes,
being
I
in
am.
the first time, a lot of times it's being taking a lap. I wanted to say one year I figured it out. If you averaged fourth place all year long, you would have been the champion. But again, when you're swinging for home runs, and that's what they do in some of these classes. This is one of them. You got some heavy hitters, and they're looking to hit a home run every time hooked to the sled.
Got our in-camera track view. John Belfance, Chain Breaker, Salem, Alabama. 340 is a distant beat. Only one tractor over 300 feet so far. So
This could be number 2.
I have a feeling it's going to be a good one. Come on, John. Clearly over 300 feet, Greg. But
Yeah.
did he get the 340? Did he get the 340?
I think he's 310-ish.
Yeah, I think he's 320, 330 is my guess from here. So we're going to get that up for you here in just a second. John Belfance with the Chainbreaker chasing down Travis Schlabach at 340.88.
And there's so much like locomotives. I mean, the water they're burning
Oh,
is
it's
amazing,
insane.
right? Have you figured out what you're burning?
I don't even know. Doug Meisinger, when I decided to go diesel super, he said he'd take care of everything. I've sat on my tractor once since I bought it. So
Come on,
Jason. I don't know a lot about it. So
Let's
no,
see you
I really
running.
like this live stream stuff. So
Well,
it's
that's
hard
true,
to
too.
do both. It's hard to do both.
I'll pull it one time.
You want so Randall's going to drive the Remedy. Greg Randall on the Remedy. So we go to the replay here. Pick the front end up nice. Solid second place, 322.19. Good looking pass.
Yes. I like
I
how he
love
got
those-
his wheels up and
Yeah,
kept
I
it
love
there.
those mitered stacks. That's a sharp looking ride.
Yeah.
As we watch that diesel super stock burn in here.
Yeah, it's a great shot.
Good work by our camera people. That's Ellie out there on that side.
Scott Doty gives the red flag.
Yeah, that famous Scott Doty
Veteran.
from Louisville. Now, the next two pullers, Esden Lane and Colin Ross,
Yeah.
Greg Randall.
And then Stan Blagrave didn't
he's
come
coming
back.
I forgot
so
all
you
about
got,
that.
You got.
You're talking about three heavy hitters.
I mean, not to offend anybody, but if you're making a Mount Rushmore of superside diesel pullers,
these
they're
guys
in the conversation.
Yeah,
right?
you
Well,
think?
Esden's
Esden's
on there. He's
yeah.
on.
Yeah.
He's yeah. Second. Well, let's see. I got to think. I think he's third most NTPA titles. I think he got Banner Brothers and then Holman Brothers. I think
then
Holman
Esden.
broke it, then Esden.
Redline Fever's got a third in Hutch this year, Greg, and a second in Toma. basically 2-1 on fullpullpicks.com. You
Wow.
see his crew member Mark Altnuzzard helping him out there.
I think the biggest thing Esden's been searching for, and some of it definitely could be health related a few years ago, but consistency, getting consistency back in the Redline Fever program. That, I mean, the driver, he's forgotten more than most people know in the sport, right? And so, interesting story, and we'll kind of cover it a little bit. One of the reasons we have a Superstock diesel points class is Chapel Hill, Tennessee. And we'll talk about that here in a second, but to give Esden his due here in the starting line, he's won here probably as many times as his counterparts in this class. Boy, when we first came down here at the points class, I don't know how many he won one in a row, and then Blake Graves, I want to say, broke the streak. We're talking early 2000s. And, boy, that 1486, very, very classic for Esden Lane. I can remember as a kid watching him run the Ohio State Fair, and the paint job by Vilio was just amazing. Him and Brabex, and there was just a few guys that had that Vilio paint job.
Hurricane Alice.
Hurricane Alice, yeah. And it looked like it looked more than a tractor out of the field that had turned up the fuel and put on a bigger charger. Yep.
Awesome.
King of Smoke, right
King
here.
of Smoke. He is the man. When we post about this guy on social media, Greg, people just go crazy. You know, just so many memories. If you've been in the sport, he's been pulling since the 70s. So.
They call him Yogi. Yogi Bear.
Yogi Bear.
Yeah, Yogi.
Esden Lane, Dayton, Minnesota, the Redline Fever, 340.88 is the distance to beat for first. John Belfant just moved into second out of Salem, Alabama, with the chain breaker. All the Minnesota fans, you cannot not like Esden Lane. He's just a great guy, and he's got an iconic tractor. So let's see what he's got in store tonight. Currently sitting second in NTPA Grand National points. Oh, buddy, but there's a lot of dark fluid on the track. I don't like that. That's more than blow by, Greg Randall, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
That looks like oil. Oh, man.
He's definitely running toward the top again, that's for sure, with that run.
You already see the oil dry coming in.
Oil dry coming out.
That's like when people see Jeff Hurt and the Running Bear, they get fire extinguishers, and when they see Diesel Supers, they get oil dry right away. So, good pass for Esden Lane. He's 330 something. I don't think he got Travis, but he's nipping on his toes.
Yeah, if that leading Newfields Ag distance marker is correct, the divisional sponsor of the Superstock Diesel, 336. He got really close, really close, and really his front end, he had it kind of went up and down on him. If he would have kept it level,
or Travis carried it a little bit better.
Travis did. It held a little better for Travis. Great run by Esden. Hopefully, it's not too serious for him. We'll see here toward the end, see if we see anything that really causes great concern. It's a good run there for Esden Lane, who's taken over second place. So to recap, Travis Slabaugh, 340-8. Esden Lane now takes over second place, 336-3. And we've got our third place man, 322-1, John Belfant. So it's pretty much an anti-Visine class here tonight. All red. All red of some sort. Here comes a different variety of red.
Little McCormick. Now, they own a McCormick dealership, right? Jody does out in Pennsylvania?
Yes, out in Pennsylvania. And, boy, I can remember Jody, when I first started in 90, running that Region 1 circuit. And he was the hot ticket on the East Coast with the Superstock.
Triple bypass, 1-to-1 odds, the best, the the best odds I've seen all night.
Yeah.
The opposite of a long shot, if you will, Greg. Here on FullPullPicks.com.
Yeah.
For all of you playing at home. Right now, I guess if you had Esden Lane and Travis Schlabau, you're feeling pretty good. John Bell fans, Chainbreaker. Those of you got to pick 2 vehicles to finish in the top 3 as we get a great shot from Scott, our camera guy, backing in. Colin Ross, and if Colin runs, this could be a 370 pass. You just never know. I liked how you've touched on it as we see our leaderboard. Bone Twister continues to lead at 340. Redline Fever 336. Chainbreaker 322. Living a Dream 296. Chain Reaction bring out top 5. Got to feel good about the Bell fans. There's 2 tractors in the top 5 here in Chapel Hill.
Yeah, they, like I said, they've really come up with in the horsepower game, and they're driving it well. If I would almost venture, if the first Bellfounds tractor came back, it was second hook, and they kept it. Now, like I said, they probably were like, we want to come back for tomorrow.
Yeah.
We don't want any problems. But I have a feeling it might be a little different distance on the second attempt. But hey, it's their decision, and I respect every one of these guys and gals that come out here tonight.
Well, if you're Travis Schlabau, this is staring down the barrel of a gun. If Travis is watching right now, I'm sure he is, standing down there at the end of the track.
Yeah.
Knowing what Colin Ross is capable of, 380, 390 feet in Toma on session 2 up there. Just a tough running tractor.
Looks like he's got the front end loaded up pretty good.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see how the front end reacts on this. Sometimes you make so much horsepower, it doesn't matter. You can power through things, but and you never know. Are those all cast weights? Or
Are they 5 pounders?
for sure? Yeah.
Triple bypass. First in the points, Grand National NTPA wins, and Hutch and Toma trying to track down Travis Schlabau and the Bone Twister. Oh, buddy. Greg, high five. That was a pass. That's why you buy tickets to see Deuce Superstocks pull right there, Randall.
He was heading to Nashville. He's heading the right direction.
Boy. I thought he was going to come into the booth with us. Check out those eyes.
Yeah.
He's watching his replay already.
He's still focused.
He does not mess around. Hold. Wow.
And how fast that happens. I mean, you hit the throttle, let the clutch out, and then boom, 13 seconds, 12 seconds, you're at the other end.
He knows he's got the lead.
Yeah.
Waiting for that distance. We watched that replay here. 3:59. 19 feet on Travis. Sliding him into first place. 3:59.905.
Yep.
I want to give a shout out to Bowers for setting that sled, because that was a monster pass.
Yes, it was.
That was a monster pass.
And they took a lead out of it, if you recall, after Blagraves ran. See the wrinkle? I mean, he kept that front end within 7-8 inches, but he might have had one that went up a little higher than 7-8 inches, but he just kept that leverage all the way down the track.
That was awesome. What
Textbook,
pass.
as I like to say in the RFD TV series.
Textbook.
Textbook pass.
There's your new leader, fans. Triple
Yeah.
bypass 359. 1 to go. We got Red Horse to come back yet. Don't count it out. We know that tractor could run. Bone Twister sitting number 2. Esden Lane, number 3. So our points champ sitting in the spot. Our second in points is sitting in third spot right now. So everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. I think the biggest surprise to me is Super Rooster right now, just to not have a typical campaign pass. But that's tractor pulling. And he knows it.
It's tractor pulling, and it's tough to defend the title, like I said. And but we'll be hearing from Ken all year long.
He'll be back.
So right now, what does this mean for Colin Ross? No matter what happens, if he gets first or second, the big thing in the marathon is he's gained 2 points on Esden.
Yeah, he had a 4-point lead heading in tonight, Greg.
So it's 6. And like I said, and you might have had to leave the room to talk to technical services here in the broadcast, but this is where you got to piece together, lap by lap. This is where you got to start racking up points. The first couple of events, you're filling things out, seeing where things are at. Now it's all about, I need to make every hook count. I got to rack those points up, and that's where it's at. If you focus on that, you can get a good lead, and if you bobble at the end, you still have enough to power power through. Brett Berg had that situation a couple of years ago with Tommy Owens,
Yeah.
where Brett was just laying it down lap after lap, and the sandwich, he kind of stubbed his toe and still came out with a 1 point championship.
That was tight. Stan Bladegrave backed into this, let his brother Steve backing him in. The Bladegrave name synonymous with diesel superstock pulling. I've been around a long, long time. From Ackerley, Texas. Texas is so big it takes like 10 hours to get out of Texas, and then they have another long ways. You talk about a committed team to run Grand National points. I feel like anybody out of New York, like the Owenses, and when 20 Mule Team, Tommy Dickerson did it back in the day.
Yeah.
Some of these are long hikes, but
I got one of the greatest pictures of the Bladegraves. We were doing a display down in Dallas, Texas at the RFD rodeo, and we went out to eat the Friday night, the night before, and I had them all on the front deck, and I said, okay, count 3, 1, 2, 3, say Esden Lane, and I got a great picture. They made all kinds of different faces. It was great.
All right, fans, bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, diesel, super stock, Chapel Hill, Friday night, the Red Horse, Stan Bladegrave needs to go 359 to take the win.
Who's going to get the chair?
Who's going to get the chair? The infamous Chapel Hill chair. Not the chair, but definitely a top 5.
Top 5.
Top 5 for
I think
sure.
he'll tell you 2 runs on the motor, I'll take it.
Yep.
Keeps him in play for the big bonus tomorrow for the weekend champion.
I like when events do that for that, the weekend, not just to win one night. Granted, a chair is great, but like with the Bowling Green Ring, or I'm trying to think of some of the other Grand Nationals, great that have a kind of a weekend. Toma has that now, the weekend winner, and Toma, as we watch our replay here. Bladegraves, good pass, nothing wrong with it at all. We slow it down a little bit. Good work by Ellie, our camera girl out there, picking that front end up.
Yep. Still want to kind of drift over to the left, even from the first run and this run. Still want to go to his left.
I'm going to have the production team queue up Colin Ross's winning run here again. We'll show that replay for you here as we go down. I'm going to read. Greg, take it 1 to 10, Mr. Randall.
Colin Ross, triple bypass, your winner, 359-9, followed by Bone Twister out of Marengo, Iowa, 340-8. Redline Fever, the king of smoke himself, Esden Lane, 336-3. The Bladegraves with Red Horse in 4th, 324-1. Chain Breaker and the Bell Founces in 5th at 322-1. And you got the Hunt family with Living the Dream, 296-3. Chain Reaction, the second Bell Fans Tractor, 273 even. Lock and Load, the Burge team, 268 even. Hillbilly Cadillac and our newcomer Jason Smith will come in at 9th at 250-1. And 10th, you got Kent Payne in the Super Rooster. Unfortunately for him, is run ended short at 227-6.
We're going to wait for our production team to bring up another play of Colin Ross. We'll show that winning pass there when they get a second. They're working on that right now.
And I get what you're saying about the money. The money spends now. The money keeps the tractor, the fuel, all that. But you know what? They love the trophies. They love the trinkets.
Here we go. Here's your winning pass. If they can slow that down a little bit. Let's watch those tires just wrinkle. Watch that front end just float nice.
Yeah. And right in here, it was hitting a sweet spot. Right in this area, 6-8 inches up and down.
And he's getting out there. You can see that dry dirt out there where the scrapers have been turning around. Nobody had been out there all night. We talk about that first vehicle that gets out there, Greg, into that new dirt where the grousers can't really rip in as well.
Yeah.
Awesome hole shot by Colin as we watch it here again. Here's your winner here tonight, Friday night in Chapel Hill. Jason Schultz alongside Greg Randall and the Full Pull Live studios here on the grounds. Chapel Hill, Colin Ross. Looking at the flag. I love it when they do that. He let out of it too. I saw him reach for the
Scott
fuel.
never hit the red flag. He was already stopping. He had more in him, but it was wise.
Greg, we're going to go from smoke to plug in our ears. The mini rods has to be the most exciting class in pulling. This and light super stocks went from a horsepower to a weight ratio. Greg, thank you for mini rods.
Yeah,
Randall.
I pulled mini rods for 1 year in 1989 before I got my job within TPA, and with that, when I got into it, I know with Larry Kessler, came back to TPA and says, we're going to get some mini hooks now, and it doesn't exactly always work that way. It depends on the vehicles and what you have out there, the quality, the sled. It's just been a miraculous class, comparably speaking, to where it was at one point in time. Same with the light superstock class.
CJ Graysick will be driving the pile driver a little bit later. Teammates with Chase Richardson and the Vibrator. Out of Litchfield, Kentucky will be our test puller tonight here. Chase's odds are 5 to 1 here on FullPullPicks.com. Again, fans, the wagering has shut off for the mini rods. You can still wager on the Pro Stocks, the Unlimiteds, or the four-wheel drive trucks yet. As we get a good close-up there, Chase Richardson getting backed up. 19 mini rods, I believe, tonight, Mr.
Yes,
Randall.
19 mini rods, and again, there's a ton of folks here that could take home the win. You may have argued in the last class, there might be a guy who might well known under horsepowered, but in this class, every bullet coming at you is top notch.
Chase's best finish this year has been third in Toma. He also drove Brian McDonald's very little sanity up there. Brian was home in Maryland, wheat harvesting. The chain is about to be tight, and Chase is going to let her rip here. Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Not a bad pass for Chase.
I'd say that's a decent sled setting right out the box.
Because it's hard to turn that down with 19. Greg, you can drop to 6 or last? How does that work?
He actually could come right back, which hardly anybody ever does. I've seen four-wheel drive guys do it. He could drop 6, which is, maybe when he's always thumbing it down. It's probably 10% of the time he'll come back 6. In an afternoon session, that's usually when you see somebody drop 6 in the smaller tire division. But dropping last is popular, very popular. And I'll say this, here's the deal. If you don't drop last and you don't feel you're going to win, then you have no chance to win. So you might as well take the gamble, come back last.
As we watch the replay of the Vibrator, he did turn it down. So let's make mental note of that, Mr. Randall. 290% as he slows it down. I had a feeling he was going to turn that down. Is this the class the sun's going to go down in?
It should.
It's 7:54 here.
It probably. I'll tell you what, though. I don't know. It may take another class before you get to that. Because they'll run these guys. I would say they could get this thing done in an hour to hour 12 minutes. To be real specific.
I felt like he lost a lot of momentum the last 50 feet. He wasn't hooked in. So, but we'll see. We've seen that be the hero or the zero, right?
He was going for that thumb right
Yes,
away. He was like, I ain't messing around.
He didn't have to check with his
down.
dad or nothing.
No, I'm not going to check with Uncle Dave. I'm turning this down right now.
Awesome shot there of Adam Kester, Wadesville, Indiana. Kester. The name Kester, Greg, what does that mean to the NTPA and the mini rod pulling?
An awful lot.
Yeah,
it means an awful lot. And
No,
particularly this weekend.
Yeah,
this is a tough weekend.
Of him passing
5
away,
years
right?
ago. Yeah, and he passed away overnight. And
how emotional is Adam right now? There might be some tears underneath that helmet. It'd be hard.
I really think a lot of these drivers, it's the before and after, particularly maybe the after. I think for me it would be the after, but his beautiful wife, Jamie Lynn's out there helping back up, and I've known the family for a long time. Great stories, great family. They've held the Shell Hotel sponsorship for a long time. They do the right things right. They definitely are just ambassadors of the sport, and we certainly enjoy when we have him around. And and he's
so he saw that you're the
I
first
saw
truck
number one. Yeah, so they must have made a slight adjustment to the Iron Boy, and they want to get him a little bit closer to that 350 finish mark, so the entire crowd can enjoy this awesome class of mini rods.
He's going to set the distance to beat. And I feel like that's like going to be set.
Well, yeah, they changed it once. And I don't know, it's going to be interesting.
It's just when that pan or that box is popping off, Greg, it's over. They're not really dragging it sometimes.
Well, sometimes you'll see them push them. It'll push them forward.
Let's watch here in the replay.
And we didn't really see that on this one.
Because that's kind of what I noticed with Chase's run, too. when he topped off, because you see the front end start to bounce.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
It's over. Like, you're done, Mini Rod.
Yeah.
So Chase turned down 298, so that was at least right if you want to win the thing.
Right.
Which that's why everybody's here. Now,
Scott
I know you're
Doty's-
watching all the tech officials down here on the bottom.
Yeah,
of the screen.
Scott Doty's he's
They're
conferring
all
with
talking.
Adam. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard for him to make a decision.
Yeah, Doty's talking to somebody because Adam probably told him how he felt.
One time at Jefferson City, Missouri, we watched Marcus Wilson make a pass. He was leading the points.
Gunpowder and lead.
And
Light super.
the sled literally went all the way back to the starting line, and they radioed, "Hey, we got to know right now, are you taking it or are you not?" And I think he said, "I'll take it." And as they're towing him off, he looks over at me and says, I just blew my lead here tonight." He already thought he made the wrong. I mean, and it happens. If I always tell competitors and fans, if these competitors are in the game long enough, boy, that looks like that was a bad break. Boy, that looks like I got really lucky. Boy, I made a great decision there. Oh, I didn't make such a great decision there. It happens because of how long you've been in the sport. It just happens.
Here comes Brian McDonald, very low sanity. Got a 4th in Benson this year. He's 3rd place in points. 12-1 odds on fullpullpicks.com. Adam Kester in the lead at 299.698. 299.698. Again, just started these mini rod classes here in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Fullpullpicks.com. Head over there if you haven't done it yet. Place your wagers. Pro stocks, unlimiteds, and 4-wheel drive trucks. So, as we see Brian McDonald, Brad Corporal backing him in there from Modern Machine, his chassis builder. Jim Miller's down there. All kinds of tech officials down there checking on them here in our mini rod class here. Friday night, Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Diesel Super Stocks are in the books. Colin Ross takes a win here tonight. As you see, Brian McDonald, very low sanity. 299.698 is going to be the distance to beat. Here we go. Greg, we saw our first cross track there with Brian McDonald. Start out on that left side and let that tractor go to the right. The best momentum so far, Greg, I've seen in the class, but still not a big distance. I would probably like a 305 would be my guess, Mr. Randall.
Yeah, it's a competitive class, and it'll be interesting. This might be one of those situations where there's a different sweet spot in the track than many will shoot the track.
Miles actually talked about that on the Countdown to Full-Time earlier. Watch this here. Good momentum right out of the gate.
Right.
I picked that front end up nice. 303.49. Going to move him into the top spot.
Yeah, not a bad run there. Nope. A DC comic fan myself. I love that Joker logo on there. Brian McDonald, boy, what a pulling career he's had. 2-wheel drive, mini rod. So we got one of the 2 Shelton entries here tonight. At one point we thought we might have all 3, but Camille Shelton Parrish was a scratch. We kind of heard it was looking doubtful for them to have the 3rd one here, but Shelton family, another strong family, known Stan for a number of years. Our kids are kind of the same ages, and it's just unbelievable to be around this long and see his kids come in and succeed and excel, not only in the pulling sport but in drag racing. And this will be Ree Shelton out of New London, North Carolina, with the Cutting Up Culp Lumber Company. Once upon a time, Stan Shelton married Amy Culp, and I met, I believe it was her grandfather, and I might be I apologize, I'm a little bit off here, but that was the founder of the Culp Lumber Company. And took a tour one time with Stan back in the early 2000s, and they'd scan the trunk of the tree coming in, and they'd say how many boards would come out of that and run it through the sawmill. And yep, great to see producing companies in this country. It's what makes our country great. Former winners here at the Lion Super Bowl of the South. Reese Shelton cutting up. Nice effort right there for the cutting up. Some oil blow by there as he gets out of the throttle. That's fairly normal. 2,050 pounds are our mini rod. He goes 284 and 8, so he's going to be off the mark a bit. Getting hooked up here at Chapel Hill, everywhere getting hooked up is important, but there's degrees of getting hooked up, and sometimes it's the gear and keeping it hooked to the track, and sometimes utilizing the horsepower to get the best traction is the winning formula. Almost always the winning formula. But we got Cody Singletary coming up with the Carolina Night Train. And Cody talked to me back in the spring, Jason, and said, I would like to run Grand National. What do I have to do? I've got a regional national license. And the rule is if you upgrade your vehicle or downgrade, and I shouldn't mean it that way, not downgrade, but if you move up or down a level, you lose whatever you had accumulated at the other level. So.
Right. Well, he pulled some Region 3 or Region 6
yeah,
out
down
of
Florida.
He lives in that Lumberton, North Carolina, went to Ocala.
Yep.
As you see your top three right there. Brian McDonald in the lead with 303.49. Cutting up just moved into third. Kester there at 299, and we know Chase turned down that 298 earlier. So we see Cody coming on. Cody got a third in Benson this year on the Grand National. He was 19-1 odds at fullpollepicks.com. Has two of them in the class tonight.
Yes. And again, all these minis, top to bottom, they're equal. They're equal. Now it comes down to driver, setup, track placement.
Gearing, weights, so many. I think everybody thinks you just get in these vehicles, Greg, and smash them open, and you and I both know that's not even close.
No, it's not. And the preparation, what people don't see, they see them unload them. You know, you might see a few people sharpen tires and so forth, particularly in the second day, but there's so much prep.
Just overpowered the track, you think? What happened, Greg?
Well, it's a good question there.
First, we have to go on that left side. I'll look at and stay on that left side.
And I was just talking about how you got to utilize your horsepower, and sometimes it's getting the traction and using the horsepower to your advantage. But when you can overpower it, you lose your traction. It can get away from you, and I think that's maybe a small example of what I was trying to infer.
Yeah, it's so hard to let out of them like that when they get kind of wonky like that. As a competitor, you're there to go. You know what I mean, Greg? For him to try to let, because you saw that in the replay, we'll be able to see he kind of let out of it here, got off to a rough start.
Yeah, and Cody's other tractor is in ninth, so right now the other tractor has performed better than his trailer.
Correct.
Mate. Maybe we'll see a little bit on this replay here. Once they start going side to side, wheel right there, I mean, that's a hard correction right there. You can see he kind of got out of the throttle. Butterflies kind of come back close to idle. And It's still kind of jumping and walking. You see it going the sideways there and adjusting the tires. You put those skid plates underneath the front wheels. That's going to save a lot of rollovers. That's going to save a lot of front ends getting wheels knocked off. It's been a great a safety and addition to the NTPA rulebook.
Yeah, he just got off to a rough start right out of the gate, Greg.
He
and
really did.
had no chance to save that.
Yep.
Honestly, I'm glad he kept it on all four wheels.
Yes. Yep.
Because that could have
nice
been
job
bad.
by
That could have
Cody.
been ugly. We'll be down at Cody's hometown pool this fall, Lumberton, North Carolina. He helps promote that poll and put it on. So
Dixon Britt.
Yeah.
Dixon Britt was a long. I saw Dixon at the National Fair Convention for many, many years, and we're going to get you all down to Lumberton. We're going to get you down to Lumberton. We finally got down there, and it's a great place.
Yep. Lindsay Campbell, we saw a little picture-in-picture there. We're going to go to live. Lindsay starting up. There's her husband. Is that Kevin? Can't
Yes,
tell.
that is Kevin.
Kevin will be driving a wild card. Of course, Kevin owns Chaos Fabrication. Can have his finger in quite a few pro stocks. We're going to see a little bit later. They bought this tractor first for Lindsay, and I think Kevin got jealous and bought himself another mini rod. So now they got two. But Lindsay called her short field. She's from Wisconsin. They met through the Blackburns.
that right?
Yep, met through Josh Blackburn down there in the Cuba City area, and then they got married.
Oh,
And she
yeah.
moved to PA. Like, what's that song? And then the rich folks said you got to move away from there. Beverly Hillbillies.
Beverly Hillbillies, yeah.
No, Lindsay and Kevin are awesome. Lindsay loves Poland. She loves driving mini rods. She's got a piece. A really tough runner. We saw her in Benson go out of bounds down there. Hopefully, I think when she straightens this thing out and puts the pass together, see Jim Miller helping her back. One of the best on there. Campbell.
That's not the model for that side. Wasn't your Mrs. Schultz, was it?
No.
Just making
I was
sure.
in trouble for that stuff. So. Well, a little short of that full leaderboard down there that we're looking for. Kind of ran that right side. Did she let out it a little bit, or did it misfire, Greg?
That's what I was looking at. I think it misfired. I don't know if that's an issue, timing issue, a mag issue. When you see a little raw fuel go out all the pipes, it's usually something's not quite right with the electrical firing of the cylinders. Cool looking support vehicle there. Wow. We'll watch the replay here. Yeah, you can see that raw alcohol making its way through the different pipes. $259 and $6 for Lindsay Campbell. She'll live to fight another day. Your leader continues to be Brian McDonald. But very little sanity.
And Brian's fourth in the points as we see the iron toy of Adam Bauer. There's our new leaderboard I've been telling you about, Greg. Yay! It's there!
Looking nice.
We've been scheming about this. We noticed it on NASCAR.
Yeah.
Some races, they keep that running order down the left side. Like, our goal is to bring this for you fans to have that up there.
Yep,
It's
very
just
nice.
So another piece here. A lot of you asked for this, and here we go. It's there.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Now, this is one of the tractors I picked to be in the top three on our countdown to full time. I picked Adam Bauer, and I picked Grant Diebold to finish in the top three.
Yeah.
So Grant Diebold's last took in a class. Well, I'm not sure. It's basically Chase. Where Chase comes back, Greg, I'm not sure. So
yeah, and I'll tell you, when you talk about defending champions, we talked about in the last class, Kent Payne, off to a rough start. Adam Bauer, off to a rough start. He's 12th place. He's 41 points out of the lead. And, again, he can start laying down the laps here, and it'll make a big difference to the championship title. But he's really got to start putting down the laps here. There's not too much more margin of error when we're talking about championship, and you're down 41 points. But in this class, it can be made up, and they can't get on a hot streak. You want to talk about a top crew? You got CJ over there talking to him right now. You got Dave Prezant, who used to be on the Doug Downs team years ago.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir. And a.k.a. Truckee.
Bauer, they're going to be within literally feet of each other.
Right.
Kind of that left to center and let it drift to the right.
Yeah, we need that NFL simulcast when they run to 40. That's the technology our day needs to work on.
Yeah, we're working on it, actually.
Because that would be very interesting.
No reaction. I promise.
That was a good lap right there by Adam Bauer. He's riding off the track. I know they had breakage in one event, and I think they've heard him for round 2, 297 and 3. So I think that's third place right now.
Is.
Hey, Greg and Jason, what we're talking about is track conditions. I just talked to Brian Guza back there in line, and then you got Renee coming up, and they actually admitted they're nervous. If you look at the way the starting line is coming apart a little bit, and they're digging a little bit of a hole, they're unwedging, so the drive-off has become very important for these minis. I talked to Adam Kester over there as he's dropped his hook, and he's coming back around. He expected the track to get better, so he'd be able to get a better drive off and not get what he called porpoising down the track. So as we watch this track either come together or fall apart, Adam's decision becomes a good one or a bad one. But back to you guys.
Awesome. Great vantage point there with Phil Kelly. I love his enthusiasm for the sport. That guy gets more excited talking about dirt than you and I get excited about watch Colin Roscoe 358. I love it. That's good stuff there from Phil Kelly talking about the track being built. Okay, so Brian Guza coming up next. Brian is our fifth place tractor in points right now. Got a third place in Toma.
Yeah, and you know what? When you go to Wisconsin State event and they start bringing those minis out of the trailers, any of them's capable of winning the Grand National event. In fact, many of them have. And this Grandpa's Disaster, fifth place right now in the points, 132 points amassed, chasing 154 of the Theobald team, Grant Theobald. So again, we're all close thus far. This is where you make your move, and you can see the Theobalds in the background there. They're already checking the track out where we're going to pick, and it's an interesting when you're leader position. I think the concentration level and preparation level enhances.
Yeah, taking chances like that's hard. It's scary. Good pass from Brian Guza. Can be right down there. Man, we are stopping them all.
We're on that line.
Feels like a super farm class.
Yeah.
10 tractors finish within 3 feet of each other. Yeah. And that's what we got going on right now. So.
We're going on a line. There's no doubt about it. And he's got to be in that 300-foot mark, give or take.
Thanks for tuning in tonight from Chapel Hill. We watched that replay, 299.69. Moved him into second place. We'll put a full leaderboard up here after a couple of replays for you fans.
So loved how he held that front end up. Got on a really good part of the track where it's just packed really tight.
Greg, we really haven't seen that front ends come up yet much on the minis.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it's going to take. As you see your leaderboard down the left side there, Brian McDonald continues to lead at 303. Guza just moved into second at 299.
Yeah.
Iron Toy Bauer at 297. Shelton's in fourth, cutting up at 284. Short Fuse at 258. 259.65. We got two distances the exact same.
Yeah, we got a little.
Check on that.
Footloose is at 299 and 6, and Iron Toy is at 297 and 3.
Yeah, we got to check our distances
and then
there.
Brian went 299 and 6, 6.9, and we got a 6.95. That's maybe what the issue is.
Yep.
Yep.
Good shot there of Grant. Checking out, turn on the GoPro for Mom there.
So if what I wrote down is correct, and fans at home, I'm writing it down myself. I got Kester at .695, and I've got Guza at .69. So that'd be 5. What was that? Tenths, hundred thousandths, thousandths of a foot. 5 10,000ths of a foot difference, if that's correct. So they say game of inches, it's a game of milli-inches in some of these classes. So here comes Renee Theobald. Once upon a time, she was Renee Gettinger, the daughter of, and still the daughter, of course, Neil Gettinger, out of that Milton, Indiana area. And her husband, Doug, who's jogging down the track. They were pulling two-wheel drive, and she was with her dad, and they were in the Superstock Grand National ranks. And Purdue, I think, I know Doug went to Purdue, and they got married and have two fine young men who are pulling. Doug's showing her how to get back to the sled. And there's no mirrors, no camera. Some of them have cameras that they actually can watch when they back up to the sled.
So our cool new leaderboard I was excited with down the left side got one error in it, so that's why we had that. So I'm going to get that fixed for you. Now, so they did reset the sled after chase.
Right.
And Kester dropped.
Kester did drop.
Kester did drop.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
And I know you're not used to sitting here without kind of radio communication.
Right.
Probably killing you, Randall.
Well, I saw Adam talking a lot to Scott Doty, but I was watching. He didn't use any sign language. So yeah. So sorry about that at home, but you'll get to see
Renee's
Adam
second in
again.
points. Got a third in Hutch and Benson. She is basically even money on fullpullpicks.com, and I think we're about to find out why.
13 points behind her son. Yeah.
Okay, now that's veterans. That's veterans right there. She got out of it before 100 feet.
Right.
She was going to do what Cody Singletary did.
Yes.
We saw Cody get out of it a little bit.
Yeah.
But Renee knows.
So the rule's this.
Okay.
The rule is if you attempt to stop by 100 feet, you'll get another chance, but you'll only have one more shot at it. So no matter what happens, that's what you got to do. So they'll drop 6, which you count 5 people below you in their lineup, and then you're number 6. So right now, doing that, you got Shelton, Kester, Graysick, Tobin, 2, 3, 4, Arndt. So she should come back in behind Slingshot of Troy Arndt.
Okay.
And only have one attempt, so it doesn't matter what happens. We'll watch that throttle hand. She'll get out of it. And even says 130.
Yeah, she coasted out to 130.
Yeah.
She was clearly out of it.
Yeah.
You could see the sled come up bumper there, Greg, at the end.
Yep.
So there's our full leaderboard coming up. Very low Sandy. Brian McDonald, early hook in the class, continues to lead at 303.49. Brian Guzzo pulled a couple tractors ago, slid into second at 299.69. Adam Bauer and Iron Toy 297.37. Shelton cutting up 284. Lindsey Campbell at 259. And then, of course, Pretty Wicked's distance. She's going to drop that and come back. So as we move up next, this is going to be Sawed Off. Grayson Shelton out of New London, North Carolina, Greg.
And as technology helps us, Ashley Corzine, Adam's sister, texted me, "Hi, Ashley. That Footloose dropped 6, I believe. So we may be seeing Adam coming up with that, if not next, because it would be coming in here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So the one thing we have not figured out yet is the communication between all the stuff what's going on the track. We're still working through all of that.
Right.
That's why I've jumped up a couple times, Greg, to go check in with the production room.
Yeah.
And a lot of things happen, after that as well. So it's all good. We appreciate Ashley. Thanks for watching that, Ashley Corzine. I'm thinking of you and your family this weekend, as this is the 5th anniversary of your dad passing away. So Chapel Hill, I saw your mom earlier. And Adam and everybody, as we sit and look at Grayson Shelton, can see him pull. There's his dad stand back there. I met stand up in Mackville, Wisconsin years ago, Greg, back Region 3 hook.
Yeah.
They came up with the 2-wheel drives. Love those shots over up close like that. You feel that in your living room.
Yep, and Grayson will be on the Sawed Off. We saw his brother Reese. And one of these tractors is on the event shirt, because if you're a winner on Saturday night, you're on the event shirt. Interesting, a couple years ago, Bowling Green, that whole putting a notion up on the 100 feet kind of changed a little bit of how it's interpreted with the officials. I think it's fair for the competitors. It's an awfully quick decision to make. And we will see what Grayson has.
I don't know, Greg, if somebody's going to find a magic spot on that track, or if this is going to be one of those tracks. But
yeah. And with the competition being as close as it is, it's exciting for those that are kind of nerds to the sport because, yeah, it could be one of those, somebody has the magical run as opposed to wild. Yep, see, we're another 294. We're not 290 to 300 foot area.
I'm going to have Allison put that top 10 leaderboard up there again for you fans. You can check that out after this replay. Yeah, so Brian McDonald, that's going to move him into fourth, 294.64. Brian McDonald holding on to that top spot. Man, Renee Theobald getting out of that's she knows what she's doing. That's hard.
Yep.
It is so hard to do. But
Yep.
she knew it wasn't right, and you get, like you said, she gets one more chance no matter what when she comes back and rehooks.
And your point that she just saw it happen a couple, 3 hooks prior
to Cody.
It was maybe in her mindset.
Speaking of them Kesters, there's Jamelin coming back up.
The Beast of Burden.
So there's our new leaderboard down the left side we want to show to you fans. And our goal is to have everybody up there, Greg, because a lot of times we'll show top 3 or top 10, but everybody's like, well, hey, if my husband's in 12th, I want to know he's in 12th, you know? And that was one of the comments I heard, and I'm like, I've never heard of that before.
Yeah.
So
Before Beast of Burden, I believe Adam's tractor was called Double Play, and that was a nod to softball, or baseball rather. Ashley's a great softball player. And also the fact Larry Kester had a chance, I think, at a minor or major league contract. He could throw a fastball over 100 mile an hour, I think he told me. Beast of Burden. Right now, this machine is 7th in points, amassed 128 points.
Got a second in Benson, North Carolina.
Yep.
Is that when him and Ron went 1 and 2?
I believe so.
Yeah, because I remember Caesar said we're back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Walk the Line was first, and then Ron on Beast of Burden was number 2 down there that night.
That whole weekend, I knew the distances before anyone else because I was shooting.
Shoot a laser down there.
Yeah, I remember they had 2 very good runs, very similar runs.
Adam Kester and the Beast of Burden. He's 21-1 here on fullpullpicks.com. Walk the Line should be coming up next. I gotta see where we're at on our drop at 6. Here we go, Adam. Go get him, buddy. That's a good pass. He carried that front end nice the whole way. They're just not getting that momentum that way.
Yeah, he's kind of shaking his head.
Beautiful up there, Adam Kester.
Sounds like a 277 mark. I hear Cody Schlecky calling out in the class.
And there's the backside of Dan Mayer down there. He's your trackside announcer. Miles is up in the booth. Darren Hartwell in the booth.
274.
Going to move him into the 6th spot.
555.
Yeah, when that box tops out, Greg, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It's just over.
Yeah.
It is just over. Get a close up there. There's your leaderboard down the left side.
Yeah. So the question is now, and if I know how some of these competitors think, somebody's going to take a big gamble. They're going to move it. And we've seen it on that, as we look down the track, the right-hand side. We've seen it toward the center. Will anybody move it all the way over to the left? I mean, quite honestly, nothing venture, nothing gain.
Right.
You might have to take a little gamble here tonight.
Yeah. So what we saw last year, this is my first night here, and we only had Saturday night last year, but I felt like the mini rods was more going down the middle.
Yep.
I felt like the mini rods were going more down the middle, and I felt like the pro stocks, Greg, were running that announcer side line pretty hard with it all night long. So
Right.
CJ Graysick.
Yes, the partner, driving teammate of Uncle Dave's Motorsports.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The pile driver out of Litchfield, Kentucky. Now we saw Chase in the vibrator. Had that first hook, remember? What, 298? Turned it down, they reset the sled.
Yep.
Adam Kester comes up, goes 299, turns it down. Brian McDonald comes up with a 303, and then he obviously has been our leader with that first hook of the class.
And that's the game within the game, because they did reset the sled after Chase at 298.7. And normally, what are you resetting it for? I don't think they're resetting it for a 10-foot gain down the track. I went there and shoot it for 20.
What do you say, Greg? You say, I want to see 20 more feet? What do you guys say?
That's what I'd say.
Okay.
I'd say, I'd like to see another 20 feet. But usually a weight in the big sled can be 20 feet. On the mini sled, I'm not sure where that all... there's a lot of ways they can change it. I mean, a myriad of ways they can change the sled setting to where the pan drops, to where it pushes down, the push down goes off to try to pick the back end off the back, change your gears, change your weight.
Nice pass. Nice pass. Close up there, CJ. Everybody's chasing down Brian McDonald out there at 303 Greg. Gonna come up short.
The crafty bone.
He's kind of known as an awesome driver in the supercut class. Yeah, this is an indoor class. You know, some of the competitors, man, he can go back and show that. Here's our replay. 288.05. Going to move him into the 5th spot. Currently out of a class of 19 here. We're edging that halfway point.
Yeah.
Another cross-tracker, kind of like what Brian McDonald did earlier. Started at left to center. But like you said, we haven't seen anybody really run that right side yet, if you will, as you're sitting on it, or as we see it at home on the left side. Brian McDonald continues to lead. Goose is still in 2nd.
Yeah.
Iron Toy in 3rd. Here comes Mr. Kester.
Well, must be Ron Tobin.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ron.
Yeah,
I see the shell, and I think Kester.
Exactly.
It's a habit.
Yeah.
Walk the line is 3-1 odds tonight. 9th place in the Grand National Points, Greg, and picked up that big win in Benson, North Carolina. Our first hook of the year. Greg, I've been able to go to some brand new venues, working with Full Pull. Great crowd shot there. Some people having fun. This weather. If you've been to Chapel Hill in the past, I've heard it was hot last year on Saturday night, and I've even been through some of the saunas, if you will, Greg.
I'm surprised some of them are wearing parkas tonight as hot as it gets here. I mean, yeah.
Nice close up there. Their new sponsor, Baumgart's. They picked that up a couple weeks ago. There's Adam.
Yeah.
Reaching in.
For those of you who've been to Chapel Hill, we had our thermostat set at 72 degrees, and the air conditioner quit running in the afternoon.
I know Corzines are watching. Ashley, what's the hottest it's ever been? Text Greg or Craig can, and say, what's the hottest you've ever been in Chapel Hill, Tennessee?
Saluda, South Carolina, 112 degrees in 2008. I got up at 6 o'clock to put signage out. It was 98 degrees. I step out, my glasses go, just fog right up. It was miserable. And I thought, I'll drive all the way down there with the windows down, try to get used to it. Yeah, you don't get used to that. Great shot of the area there adjacent to the manufacturer's midweight. See the Full Pull live booth. You go across, you can see actually the NTPA souvenir, that little white trailer and Bad Gear, Hot Shot Secrets. O'Reilly's is here. So a lot for the fans to do, a lot of interaction, a lot of great sponsors out there. And now we're kind of seeing the polar seating, the NTPA video board, and we're back to live action with Ron Tobin. Walk the line, long time crewman on the Kester team, does a little bit of everything for that group, a valued member of the Kester team. Wow, that's a tough break. He was on a pretty nice run there, and something let loose. watch the replay on this one, folks. And that side of the track just might be flat out ornery for the minis tonight. We've seen 3 go over that way, and all 3 have had peculiar issues of control. So that side of the track, you can see there's like a little hitch. We saw it with Renee.
Saw Cody Singletary.
And he rode through it.
Ron's done the best through it,
but
not distance-wise.
Yeah.
Man.
Kept wanting to pull him over there. There we go. He just got out of it. Yep. That vantage
all the
point
way off the ground.
Yeah, that vantage point gave you a lot better idea of what went on there.
He was really off and running front into the air, and he took himself.
So 2:47 and 2 for those scoring at home. I'm sure Professor John Dunlap is scoring at home.
He is always scoring at home.
A lot of our video board technology is due to John. Yeah, John does a great job for the NTPA office.
This is our new thing too, the picture-in-picture. We're showing you our next tractor getting ready. That should be slingshot of Troy Arndt. Yeah. But we like to show you the crowd shots here between that.
Aren't you glad we got the screen on screen?
Yes. Nice job there.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Keep my day job.
Yeah, those are called dad jokes, Randall.
Dad, I know. I'll be 56 next Saturday. I'm allowed to have a few of
You
those.
are. Yeah.
Yeah. And Geritol every now and then.
And for a guy who plays the drums, he makes his own dad jokes.
There you go.
Like that, so. Troy Arndt, I got to see him pick up his first Grand National win, Greg, in Hutchinson, Minnesota in 2023.
Remembered that, yeah.
Long-time diesel super stock puller. He found the dark side, went to the mini rods. Or he's smarter than me, and he went to spark plugs. So.
And a former Cowboy Up, I believe.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
CJ
really
Hurd
friends.
has our back to us. A great chassis manufacturer. He again makes a lot of the Bauer technology effective. You know, another one of those guys valued in the crew, what they're able to do. The unsung people in the sport.
Absolutely.
Up and down on that run for the slingshot. Yep, and he's going to be, looks like a little short.
Watch that replay here.
.282 and 4. Beautiful graphics on that one. Up until Bauer started painting their tractors, I know orange and purple could go together so well.
That's very true.
It works.
No, it looks good.
It does.
It looks good.
Thank you again, O'Reilly Auto Parts. If you're interested,
A youngster enjoying some, what is that, Cheerios?
Or some Yoder's popcorn is what I was
Yoder's
thinking.
popcorn. There you go.
Slingshot just moved into 7th place.
Yeah.
You can see down the side of the screen there. Here is the Kevin Campbell, Chaos Fabrication.
Yeah.
The
Well,
is it Mrs. Lindsay or Mr. Lindsay Campbell? Should we do that to him a little bit? I can do these. They're my friends. So you better not do it, Randall. You're the executive director.
No, we won't. I won't go
There's
there.
a shot of Lindsay right there.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jeff Hurt watching back home on the live stream. He texted me. He's watching these mini rods, licking his chops.
Yes, he is.
Looks like Dan Schrader's throwing some stuff out in the crowd. If we can bring our picture over.
Just as long as the only thing he doesn't throw out is his back.
Yeah, we have to do that.
Don't be doing that, Dan. But, yeah, it's interesting. I was thinking maybe Renee people will come into this spot, so I see Doug back there looking intently at things, and Grant is technically the last hook in the class, so maybe Renee's going to slip in here.
Kevin Campbell and the wild card. Do you know whose tractor who did he buy this from? Do you know, Greg?
You know, I do not know off the top of my head.
Made the debut, I believe, at the Lumberton or the Raleigh, the North Carolina State Fair. I
Late
was out
in the
there
year.
with full pull
Yeah.
in September, October. I'm telling you, that North Carolina State Fair is neat. I've never seen that many people in one place in my life. Greg. That's crazy. Come on, Kevin. Let's see somebody take a run at that 303, Greg. Taking a hard charge, get a straight-on shot there of Kevin Campbell. And the wild card. He was 19-1 on fullpullpicks.com, fans.
Yeah, the run looked really nice. We're just not quite seeing the distance like I know everybody is hoping for everybody past 300, but dirt motorsports, it's not an exact science.
No practice. Brett Yarin, my buddy, says Kevin Campbell's tractor was the Loud and Mini of Simon's.
There we go. 29759. Now
Nice
that
pass.
actually gets him a top 3. So again, a better run than
I'm gonna
the
find out
perspective.
what's going on with our leaderboard there. I'll be right back.
No problem. Sometimes we get these head-on perspectives, and it's a little harder to judge than you have when you're looking at the side. But a nice run. Very nice run for Kevin Campbell, a former Grand National champion in the Superstock Open class back several years ago. That tractor went overseas. Kevin, a great manufacturer of pulling. That whole western Pennsylvania, you got a lot of great competitors in that area.
Oh, they do. A lot of pulling comes from that East Pennsylvania. The amount of hours and the miles that pullers drive to run the Grand National Circuit, Greg, it truly is a commitment, buddy.
Right.
So you see your top 12 right now. Very little sanity still out there. Wild card moved into third.
Third, yeah.
So that's, we haven't had anybody running that top 3 for quite a while.
It's been a while.
You think about, I think maybe Sawed-Off was the last one.
Yeah.
Because Bauer was pretty early. Very little sanity was the first hook of the class. Guza was pretty early. Greg.
Sun's down. You asked me about it, and I first said, yeah, it should be down. I said, well, maybe not, but it is down. So are we seeing some of the residual effects? Sun goes down, moisture wants to come up. Everywhere in the country, that's what you see. They took up tarp. They got double tarp deal. When they take the first tarp off, you can see the water in between the tarps.
Okay.
So the moisture definitely comes up in the morning and it comes up at night. And actually, Ashley Corzine answered your question. She was 102 in Chapel Hill about 10 years ago.
102 in Chapel Hill is different than 102 in Wisconsin, Mr. Randall. So when my polling friends around the country, I'm like, where do you live? I'm like an hour south of Toma. They're like, all right, cool. I don't even say Richmond Center anymore. I just say hour south of Toma. So it's all good. Here we go. So this is Renee's only chance. Whatever happens, happens.
Whatever happens, happens. She cannot back out of it now.
Now she's off that left line.
Yeah.
We saw Ron Tobin go for a rough ride. We saw Singletary go for a rough ride over there.
I would say that is a very smart thing to do. Yeah. Boy, you can really, on this one advantage point we see here, you guys don't see it at home, but we see 7, 8 screens here. You can start seeing a lot of shine to the track.
Yep.
I'm not sure if that, from the vantage point we've been looking to, that tells me track conditions may be changing. I could always see it when I ran laser. You could watch it from up straight on. So it's going to be interesting to see. We might see some distances get a little further now. Renee Theobald.
Hot pit. Switch to that quick. Hot pit. I think we have a new leader, Mr. Randall.
It's close.
Changing the leaderboard. I'm making a prediction, Gregory. I'm making a prediction, Greg. What do you think, fans at home? 303.49 is the
I
distance
like
to beat.
how she came out of the hole there. She really got the tires to set. Front end came up.
303.49.
We might see her reaction.
Yeah, when she hears it. Again, we wait for the distance to get radioed into us fans. So,
And sometimes those track markers, they're a little bit of an approximation.
correct.
Can't always.
Look at you using big words, Randall. Approximation. This is a great shot here. This is a good looking run. Oh, she came up short.
Yeah.
Second place though. 300.3.
I'm going to tell you. Someone's. I hate it for Brian, but somebody's going to have it in him. I think because I think it is changing a little bit. And the next guy coming up, boy, that's some people. Really, he's got a following. Ken Vini.
You think?
Yes, he does.
Like, kind of that Esden Lane type of a name. Ken's 2-1.
2-1.
2-1 on our fullpullpicks.com. There's your leaderboard, friends down the side. 303.49, 300. Renee Thable just moved into second. So the last two vehicles, Greg, now that's two new into the top five. To your point, that's where your brain's starting to say, hey, I think this track is changing, and maybe Mr. Venny will change it up for everybody.
And you know, the leaders in the class, we still got the number one guy that's really been wearing them out this year, Grant Theobald, coming up last or almost last. But Pretty Wicked sitting in second, parked it in second. Brian McDonald's in third is our current leader. So then you look down here, who's third? Well, fourth. We got Footloose, which Adam dropped. So fifth place, Grandpa's Disaster, 299 and 6. So you're starting to see a little bit of who the runners are in this category in coming toward the mid-season of our circuit. And again, things change, but we're seeing some consistency now. We've had 4 weeks off, and it's very interesting to we're really kind of seeing who our contenders are. Not to say that someone won't come out of the back of the pack and surprise, but now we're starting to kind of formulate who our top runners are in the MTB Grand National Circuit this year. Ken Vini, what can you say about Ken? Modified Grand National Champion, Unlimited Grand National Champion, Mini Grand National Champion. He has that in common with Adam Bauer, currently in this class. So I'll just say it. Ken will be a future Hall of Famer. What he's done in motorsports, period. Just what a career. Amazing guy, and just a great guy to talk to. Come to the pit area, go see Ken and Rona. Funny little farm all week. He took a good shot at it right there. Kind of let the tractor drift. Ken made a very good run there. Jason.
Mr. Vinny. Did he come all the way across straight?
He did. He kind of let it drift. Again, we got so many people in that 299, 300
farm class.
He's going to be
four-wheel drive truck class.
Fifth place, maybe? Fourth place, 298 and 4.
There is something on that left side, Greg, that first 50 feet that's really upsetting the apple cart over there. Because you can watch, I want to see the replay one more time of Ken from our production team. Watch him come off the line, Greg. He really gets whipped up a little bit and settles in. But to hit that one more time, Allison, look at that right here.
Yeah.
Something over there.
Yeah.
And like you said, he's just letting that go, right, Greg? You think?
Yeah, he's just letting it drift. Again, it's a good vine here for the lead. I mean, look at our leaderboard here.
That looks good, Allison. Thank you.
Top 6, you're within 6 feet.
Yep. 303.49 for Brian McDonald. Pretty Wicked, 300.3. Grandpa's Disaster, 299.69. Now, Greg, funny little farm all, wild card. 3 out of the last in the top 5 have pulled in the last 3. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I think the English was improper there, Greg, but I think you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
3 out of the last 3, the 3 last pullers moved in the top 5. There
Right.
we go.
Yeah,
That's what I was
and there you can see the sheen really starting to come on the track. I mean, that's when we talked earlier. We saw the mealy clay on top. That's just I mean, it's been very. You see that a lot of places here. I've noticed it. Again, fair track is just what it is.
Cody Singletary, Carolina Night Train 2. We saw him run that left line. Get really, really rough ride here.
Inside the top 10, he's number 9. So we're talking about the second place tractor in this class, the third place, the fourth place tractor, all didn't hurt themselves tonight. Did not hurt themselves tonight. And maybe by the time we're done, you can say they actually helped themselves because they stayed consistently in that top 5. A few others might, lose a point or two here or there.
We interviewed Grant Theobald and Benson on our countdown to pull time after he won Friday night, and he just said A to B, you don't have to win every pull, but you need to be consistent.
Yeah.
Greg, to win that points championship.
Yeah, consistent laps. And there's guys that are really good at doing it. We'll see him a little bit later in the other classes, too.
So Cody's got a good piece, fans. Just needs to keep it straight. Aren't mini rods awesome, Randall? They're just fun.
They are fun.
I love them. That little picture-in-picture, that's our new remote cam that we run from inside the trailer.
Right.
So it's kind of neat. It's called a point-to-zoom that we brought into the equation. The robots are taking over, Randall.
I'm telling you. Are you really Jason Jones?
Yeah, unfortunately. Sorry, buddy. Your reputation's ruined. You had to announce a tractor pull with me. 281.885. 281.885 for Cody Singletary. Good-looking run.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
No. But like you say, when that box tops, they're just not they're not gaining momentum. You sometimes see that, and hey,
you can
it's
feel
not a
it.
perfect science.
No, I know that. Sometimes you can feel it. You can feel it push you, and that's that big push that you're looking for, and you like that. And it's fun. So, and sometimes it's good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
But really, for all these competitors, all they can ask for is a fair track, they all have a chance. There's nothing here that's
We're going to start the scale 4-wheel drop.
and Kevin's Alki Super did not go overseas. It's still in his shop.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm thinking of David. Trying to think of the last name.
And Colin Burkholz.
Jones. There we go. David Jones.
David Jones. Colin Burkholz is much better with the dual screen view like you had for Renee Theobald's pass. Can you hear me on there, Rogo? You're getting compliments, buddy. Normally Rogo doesn't get compliments. We just yell at him all the time. So Ned Wolitzer's happy. Praise Jesus. Look at that. He's tickle pink. Ned, the boss, out running the West Coast NHRA this weekend.
He went out
Tuning
west
in.
there week before last. Yeah. Running a good pace here tonight.
I like this.
All
Moving
the
along nice.
all the people involved here, from Marvin Epperson to all the helpers, all the track officials, doing a fine job.
It's like Mr. Holt Strickland just asked. He looks like a mini rod driver, don't you think? Little skinny feller.
Yeah.
Gets in there.
Yeah.
I think mini rod. I always pick on Bruce Law. He always says, "Jason, I'm the biggest mini rod puller there is." But you got to be a jockey.
Yeah,
You want
yeah.
that movable weight, 2,050 pounds with the driver.
Yeah.
It's important.
Yeah, for sure.
There's Papa Strickland, John out in front of there. We were at their home track, Earl Wells down there.
Yeah.
Look at those eyes. I love that. Good
Yeah.
work by our camera guys.
Boy, Strickland, he had a great weekend
Toma.
in Toma with
Yeah.
Superstock Open. He really did.
And then
really
didn't
did.
Brett Payne's light mod win too.
Yes.
I think, if I
yeah.
remember
In
correctly.
fact, his son pulled in Marion, Ohio here a couple weeks ago and got second to Criswell's mod. They took an engine off. That's their home fair.
Come on, Holt. I mean, you think they're going to go, Greg, and then, man, that weight
Yeah.
box says the old little mini iron, what's it, iron toy?
Iron
Boy. Says no mas.
Yeah, Iron
No
Toys are
loss.
many. But I will tell you, that was the best looking run on that side of the
that
track.
left Maybe somebody needs to knock that edge off of it, Greg.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Okay, well, it looks like we're heading back to Phil Kelly here. Phil came and got our camera guy. So, Allison, be prepared for the start cam there. Good shot of Holt Strickland. What a blast, Greg. It's so fun having you in here and your knowledge. Thank you, buddy.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Enjoy it.
There's Chance McGrath, our first pro stock. Get your wagers in. Chance is gonna. Holt is gonna move into 286 as I look at Chance McGrath. Ninth place there for Holt Strickland. We need to see what Kester come back yet. Chase Richardson come back.
We saw Holt for one of his first runs down there at the bench in the Glot Motorsports event.
Jason, you guys got me in there?
Pretty much just new to the class.
What's on your mind?
Just going to try to get down the track smoothly and make a good pass.
So he's just looking for a simple A to B. Doug's been up there. His dad's evaluating the line. If we take a look back this way, Scott, you can see the over-evaluation they've been doing based off Renee's run earlier and now Doug's.
Well, Miles, it's time. We've got one customer coming up next.
Well, that's our class leader. Is going to be coming up here with the Little Wicked, Grant Theobald. And, first time out getting kind of some seat time, caught on quickly. And, boy, that it's paying dividends this year on the circuit. Theobalds are doing a great job in the mini class, holding down the first two spots. And Brian McDonald's nipping on Renee's Hill, and he actually owns the lead here. So this
could change it up.
It will probably, if things stay where they're at, it does change it up from that standpoint. Renee actually is ahead of Brian, so it doesn't. Renee will get another point or so on him, but they're just laying down nice laps.
So David Jones does own Controlled Chaos, but it's not legal over in Europe. So that's why it's still in the States. So
gotcha.
hopefully we get to see it.
So
back out
basically, we were all right with that answer.
here.
No wrong answer.
Like any good story. Like any good story, Greg. You got one part right. I got one part right.
All I know is as much as it happens and so forth, it all gets easily mixed up there with all the other things that happen, responsibilities of the job,
Grant Theobald, the most dominant mini rod in all of pulling this year.
Yeah, right
I
now.
don't care what circuit, what bubble, wherever you are, this thing has been
Right
on
now,
rails.
yeah. I've noticed on their social media page they've done well wherever they're going.
Yep. 13-point lead on second, which is his mom.
Yeah.
Look at the focus on that young man.
Oh yeah.
He was born with a throttle in his hand, the Theobald. He gets it honest from both sides, the Theobald side and the Gettinger side. The bull riding, truck and tractor pulling. This is the 8-second ride. Craziness. 3,000 horsepower. They weigh 2,050 pounds with the driver.
As well as they've run all year, this is a serious threat to me.
Brian McDonald knows that he's watching somewhere, got his fingers crossed. Boy, he's back. That's the first one we've seen to go right and come back to the left like that.
Yeah.
You can see it when he shoved that tractor into reverse. That was not a gentle shove into reverse, I would say.
Yeah.
The emotions that all these pullers have, the time, the energy, the money that's spent going into these and come out here and you get one chance at it, Greg. It's so stressful.
Yeah.
So stressful, buddy.
It'd be interesting to see how many points he gives up, because second and third or first and second.
11th place. That's a big hurt. That's a big hurt there for Grant Theobald, and he knows it. 283.635. Tractor just came back to the left. I don't know what else to say. There was nothing wrong.
Right.
Scott Doty waving that red flag down there at the end. There's your top 10 right now, and it does not have Grant Theobald's name on there. Very little sanity. Brian McDonald, 303.49. So we should have Chase Richardson coming back, right, with the
Chase
vibrator,
Richardson.
and Adam Kester with the Footloose.
Right.
So we definitely agree, Greg, here in the booth that the track is better now, right? Or from the distances we're seeing. How do we say this properly?
I would say it looked like it's come up a bit, but I really thought it would maybe continue to get better. But I don't know if one of these guys can take it, but they got their work cut out for them. I thought maybe we'd see a lead change by now. So.
Great
competition.
close up of Chase Richardson. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah, you're good.
Litchfield, Kentucky, the Vibrator. Our first puller in the class. He went 298. He turned it down. We reset the sled.
Yeah.
Adam Kester walked or with footloose comes up, goes 299. Says
Yeah.
Brian McDonald goes 303, and it held. Did you think Brian McDonald's 303 would hold? Honestly, at
I
the
did
finish
not.
up?
I did not. No. And nothing against Brian. Brian's a great puller.
It just one of the best.
These guys are all smart, and a lot of times I still feel pulling toward the end of the class at night, particularly, can be an advantage, but not always. Here we saw, but I mean, it's interesting. First place was first official hook after the drop, and then you take where Renee came back in for second place. There's 12 guys that ran and gals between. So track's held up well.
Here comes Chase Richardson, 2 to go. Brian McDonald's guaranteed a top 3 here tonight. We're going to see Uncle Dave's foursome a little bit later tonight.
I see Allison doing cartwheels over to my left here.
She's excited. Her dad's in the lead. Allison, throw me up a top 10 leaderboard real quick, just to show the fans where we're at. There it is. Her dad, Very Little Sanity, in the lead at 303.49. Pretty wicked. Renee Theobald in the 2 spot right now at 300.3. Grandpa's Disaster, brand new chassis this year out of the Guza stable, out of Wisconsin, 299.69.
They're sneaky good.
Yeah, they're sneaky good.
They are sneaky good.
They
really are.
Richardson.
They're good, but they're sneaky good.
Get your wagers in for the Pro Stocks. They're up next.
They should enter the conversation more often.
Okay, there you go. Gonna get him.
Oh man!
What broke? Was that the blower belt? And Chase knows it. What broke?
It was the blower pulley itself was spinning when it came
Did
to
it
a
throw
stop.
a rod? Look at all the oil. Oh, he was gonna take the lead, Greg. I'm telling you.
It was a heck of a pop.
Does Ellie's camera have anything better, guys? Can Ellie zoom in? Is there anything on her left side? I'm looking for some metal.
Did I hear 302?
302.570. It jumped out of gear. I read Chase's lips. It jumped out of gear.
Oh, man.
He was moving.
He really was.
That was a good looking pass.
He held the line. Didn't drift left, didn't drift right.
Yep.
Hey, Adam Kester, did you notice that?
And then it just looked. Yeah. There was a couple feet left in that tractor.
Yeah.
The way he was moving. I'm not saying he's going to go 310 or anything like that, but definitely there's a couple feet in there.
Wow.
Okay, Kester, buddy, this is set up for you. Greg, let's be honest. One of the best drivers in the business, one of the best teams in the business, 3 vehicles in the class. It's time. We're on TV, Greg, look. Hello, everybody. Hi, Brad Holzhauer, Paul Romack, the Bartleys out the Ozarks.
It's interesting because I think Chase just showed something there.
He did. He said keep it in gear, or what did he show us?
Well, keep it in gear, but when we were talking about did they just let it drift, I mean, a lot of them don't want to touch the brake.
Right.
And I've not watched the replay close. I don't know how much adjustment Chase made, but that stayed straight as an arrow. It's there. It's there for the taking, as we said. Enough times at home for you guys to get the point. But the exciting class. I mean, quite honestly, this shows you even what some people call the distances are maybe shorter than what they like to see. Exciting. It's an exciting class. Nothing wrong with it.
All right. Ashley and Craig are home watching. Caesar's here somewhere. Jim moves back in. And Adam, there's Ron Tobin. Teammate
I wonder if Ashley does what she does when she's actually at the facility. She'll get down in the track and she'll kind of hop a little bit on her feet and kind of shake her fist a little bit. A lot of people do that, but that's a good question. I wonder if they do that.
Ashley, let us know, or Craig, let us know. I don't know if Ashley will answer that or not. So, Mike Keel, the kids' inheritance, just got back from Europe.
Oh, nice.
Family vacation on the main shore, watching tonight. Keep it straight at him. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it. And he goes in. Oh!
There it
How long
was.
was he pumping his fist? That was awesome.
Yeah. Reminiscent of Scott Smith of the Three Bears.
Larry Kester in heaven, you had something to do with that. I don't care. I got goosebumps. I don't get
5th year
goosebumps,
anniversary
Right?
Friday
I don't
night.
get goosebumps like this.
That's awesome.
I don't get goosebumps like this, but I have freaking goosebumps right now. That was, what do you think Ashley's doing right now?
You'll see some tears now.
Oh, my goodness.
That's unbelievable.
Did you see
Congratulations.
this pumping?
Yes.
I knew at half track, and so did you, Greg. Let's watch this
Yes.
replay. 320. Just laid it on him.
Wow. And he really followed what we just saw Chase Richardson do.
Right down the line.
And held it so brilliantly.
The No Practice podcast, No Practice podcast, they shared their secrets. Look at that. Look at him right now. He's like, I got it.
Yeah. He's at 250. He's at 250. Look at him. That's awesome.
That is epic.
That really
Show that
is.
one more time, Allison. Show that replay one more time, guys.
That might be the NTPA Full Pull Live shot of the
they
night.
say that'll be on Sports Center, right?
Yeah,
That'll be
it
on
should
Sports.
be.
Look at this, guys. Picture perfect pass. Way to
That
go,
is
Kester.
awesome. Yeah, that's great.
Right there.
Yeah.
At 250. He knows.
I might have been at 225.
The ultimate walk-off.
That's 100 foot that's 100 foot with your fist in the air.
That a boy. Is there a rule for that?
I'm gonna do that going home on Sunday. I'm gonna have my fist out the air. I'm gonna say,
you just know.
That's awesome.
You just know sometimes in the
Yeah.
scene. Give me a top 10 leaderboard team.
even Allison has to be a little happy.
Yeah,
about
Allison,
that.
you have. I heard just beat her dad over there running it. Greg, would you please take the pleasure of reading
Yes.
the top 10 for me?
Adam Kester and the spirit of Larry Kester go to first place here.
You can't say that any other way, Randall. That is true.
320.23. Second is very little Sandy and Brian McDonald, 303. And 4, Vibrator Chase Richardson, who he would have been a little farther out there.
Oh, yeah.
302 and 5. Renee Theobald, Pretty Wicked, 300.3. Grandpa's Disaster and that Sneaky Good Gouza team, 299 and 6. Ken Vini, always around that top part, 298 and 4. The wild card, that would be the Campbell family at 297 and 5. Iron Toy, Adam Bauer, 297 and 3. Look at those distances. Yeah. Solid Off with Shelton's 294 and 6. And Pile Driver, CJ Graysick, 288 even.
Allison,
what a mini class.
Okay, Allison, leave that up for a second. All right, look at that. Your top 3 were your last 2 pullers.
Yeah.
Okay, Pretty Wicked was late in the class. No, Renee was earlier with the rehook. Yeah, look at that. What a class of mini rods. That was awesome.
Very nice.
And if for Brian McDonald to hold that from the very first hook, Randall, that's impressive. Remember, Chase turns it down. They reset the sled. Kester comes back, goes 299. They turn it down. McDonald comes out, rolls that 303, and it stays until the very, very end. Yeah. And we saw 100-foot fist pump from Adam Kester.
Scott Smith used to do that with the Three Bears, and Bob would get so upset with him and laying. I said, Bob, let him do it. The crowd went nuts.
Yeah.
He's like, it's showboat. And I said, it's entertainment. Yeah. Let him do it. It's great.
Craig Corsine says Ash was jumping. I bet Ashley was jumping. And then Colin Burkle says Adam's going to be smiling ear to ear on the Chase's next face on next podcast. That was great. That is pulling. That is entertainment. Oh, I love it. Great shot from Mike, the Kale family out there, Mike and Mary Kale. But then this crowd is great tonight. It's pretty much full except for like the first 50 feet at the start lines. I went outside to look a little bit.
There are a lot of pullers watching the podcast.
Rogo, can you switch to the host cam so Greg and I can chat a bit?
I'm glad the fans and the pullers are watching and enjoying the thrill on the hill here at Chapel Hill.
There's Chance McGrath coming up.
Yes.
Last Chance 2.
So what?
Rogo, can you come to host cam?
2 classes, 2
There we
great
go.
classes.
We're back. Greg, it's so awesome having you in here. Your knowledge, your enthusiasm. This is fun. This is what it's all about. We really hope you're enjoying this at home. Your voice was a little soft in the beginning. I didn't have the mic in front of you. That's my fault because we're kind of looking at each other, and Greg's mic was back here, so I moved it over here.
Yeah, I'm used to an omnidirectional mic.
Quit using these big words. Phil Kelly was using big words earlier, like I don't even
taxidermist.
We're hoping you're having a great time with us. Jason Schultz here live with Greg Randall, Executive Director of the NTPA. We're having a blast. Chapel Hill is special. Everything, it leads up to everything that people talk about. This is a bucket list. This is one you need to go to. You hear it a lot for bowling. I've been to Bowling Green once. I've been fortunate now working for Full Pull to go to all the big pulls in the country, Greg, and you've been doing it for years. You're spoiled, my man.
My dad and I, in 1987, we just started taking off and going to Elkhorn, Wisconsin, Tillman, Wisconsin, Cayuga, Canada. Went to a lot of different places, and heck, we couldn't even go to Fort Recovery, Ohio back in the early 80s, and it was only 66 miles away from home. Never knew I'd be driving thousands of miles to...
How many miles do you drive a year, Randall?
I'm going to say 12.
Okay.
That's what the lease is.
12
anyway,
miles?
for the 12,000 miles.
Oh, I love it. Pro Stock's next.
Yeah.
Womp Womp, 680 cubic inch of awesomeness. One of the most popular classes in the sport today.
We'll talk about this a little bit. So, two things that happened with the Chapel Hill lineup for a long time. They had 2-wheel drive trucks, and before they had the Musco lighting, they had kind of a football style lighting
here in Chapel Hill.
Here in Chapel Hill.
Okay.
So they'd run the super stock diesels first, because what would happen is with the humidity, the smoke would hang in the air, and it would take a little bit away from the lighting. Okay. The second complaint they had is, particularly Friday night, we come to a tractor pull, the fans.
Oh yeah.
A tractor pull, and we get there and we see 2 tractors run, and the rest of it's all V8s for the rest of the night.
Okay.
So they started talking about introducing another smoke class. And they were very concerned, very loyal to the pullers that have been there.
Yep.
It took them a while to say, this we think is going to be good for our show, for the fans. They keep saying, we want to see tractors. They tried moving the diesel class a little bit around, but that's a little bit of what got the Pro Sox into Chapel Hill. They wanted the desire for the fans to see more, another smoke class.
Right. Rogo, bring that over, that picture-in-picture of Chance McGrath. Let's talk about him real quick, Greg. Okay, I feel like this is, if we have a most improved Pro Stock, it's this one right here.
Right.
I think this has to be a brand new engine setup. This tractor has never ran this competitively and this long.
Right.
I mean, they're
third in points right now.
Yep. So we got a third in Benson, third in points right now, like you said. We got Brent Meyer with injecting funds out there at 183.
Defending champion. Yeah.
Defending champion. He'll be driving, I think, both assignments tractors tonight as well. Looked like, because we had, I think he's injected funds is his, and he's driving loud and heavy. I think Brandon's at home with the mod. They're trying to run a couple different point races. I think he's going to Henry tomorrow night, is what kind of the rumor I've heard on the street. So Brent will be driving loud and heavy here a little later in the class. We'll see RJ in the Simon Says truck a little bit.
Okay.
RJ will drive loud and heavy X Pro Stock with the 7th hooked in the classes. We see the beautiful Chance McGrath coming out here now.
Yeah, and that is a beautiful mirror on this
now,
tractor.
you said that, what was that name earlier, that painted?
Villio. And he, as far as I know, a few years ago, he was still around, but he would actually hand paint. This wasn't the vinyl, the arts, off of a graphic design program.
Yeah, beautiful tractor. Great.
Actually, Dave Hager's old Ironsides, the one sled had a battleship or tank or something on it, something military.
Well, great shot there. I love our camera. See Colin Ross?
Yeah.
So this is clearly a chaos tractor.
Yeah.
If you see Colin Ross out there backing it up, and that's why it's running like it is. So Colin Ross won their diesel super stock class.
Right.
Walk-off win for Adam Kester.
Yes.
Greg, we ask a lot on our podcast, what are some memories that you have? That Adam Kester's fist pump for 100 feet.
Boy, yes.
Seriously,
yes.
I got goosebumps.
Yeah,
and knowing
that was awesome.
It's the 5-year anniversary of them losing their dad.
Yeah.
One of the biggest names, images, people in the sport. Everybody loved Larry Kester. How could you not love Larry Kester? That guy did more with, 2 arms than most people do with 4 legs and three kids.
And honestly, he
terrible metaphor, but you get what I'm trying to say.
He was such a great human being.
Yes.
You know, it was easy. You didn't think about, oh, this guy has a handy. I never thought about Larry that way,
Nope.
ever, because he was such a bigger, larger-than-life individual, cared about everybody.
Here we go, 10,000-pound pro stocks from Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Chance McGrath out of New Brunswick, Canada.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Canada. Do you know the whole anthem?
I do.
Okay.
I've heard it enough times.
What do you think about that sled, Randall?
Honestly, not a bad setting, just from the standpoint of it was starting to choke him out at the end.
He was obviously in a big talk.
Yeah.
That was in the I call it the proud gear, Randall,
Yeah,
when
right,
they go in the
right.
proud gear and get after it.
It'd be interesting if he's like 330. If he's
What
340.
we got here safely? A 370 probably? No, Colin was getting out there. He was 358, remember?
Yeah, he was out there.
What's the biggest distance you've seen here?
Probably 380,
Okay.
but
that's out there in the grass.
Yeah, 325 and 6.
And he killed
That's
it.
not-
He choked it.
They're probably in a pretty good range there.
I like it. I'm gonna trust you because you've done this way more.
If
than
this
I
was the first class, I'd say you need to watch some. Here, third class,
we're keeping it.
he's taking it.
We got the thumbs up from next door.
Yes, we
got
did.
the thumbs up from next door. We're rocking
Yeah.
and rolling here.
Yeah.
Chapel Hill, way to go. Look at this. I love this shot. Danny Schmucker, Reese Shelton sitting back there. Beautiful awesomeness of 680 cubic inch pro stocks.
Yep.
Greg, I talked to Mark Ulmer. I said, when did diesel super start to fall off and when did pro stocks really start to come on? And he said, basically, Jason, in the 90s when they would just crack a block all the time. They're going to look at one more. I'm getting
Yep.
sign language from next
Yep.
door. So,
And I
Greg,
could-
what do you guys say
that's a
that? Can you
disclaimer.
explain that to the crowds?
Yeah, it's a kind of a
The crowds
it's
of
kind
people.
it's kind of a disclaimer. He didn't burn it in, so the question is, how far would he have actually gone had he not had that problem? And it reserves you the right to. We think we're okay, but we want to watch one more just to make sure. The thing is, there's only so many runs in these. You don't want to run people over and over and over. But you also want to make sure you're not in a situation where, gosh, we got to bring some people back because we got to have a shutdown mark because those berries come up pretty quickly. So, again, people that are involved in that decision, it looks maybe easy at home or easy to second guess at home, but the truth of the matter is, it's not an easy decision. So Kevin Schmucker's out there lining up his son Danny, longtime pro stock pullers. There's a area in northeastern Ohio where you got the Schmuckers, you got the Connies. There's several others that aren't running as much as they used to. Campbell's, Carlton Cope. They're all up in that area. And Weimar Chargers, they're fairly close into Pennsylvania from that area, so a lot of great Bill Humphreys, manufacturer of some parts and so forth. There's a lot of good business that and competitors that come out of that part of the state of Ohio. And a lot of people may think of some different areas of the country for pro stock, but they're healthy pretty much everywhere in the Midwest. Rampage 7920, former Grand National Champion vehicle. A good test here. Say the first year we brought pro stock down here, I think Schmuckers won the class. Kevin was really thrilled about that. Well, this is Danny. We'll be at the Stark County Fair. On the Fair Board members. We'll be there Labor Day weekend, Friday and Saturday, Stark County Fair. It's a great event. If you're up in that northeastern part of the state of Ohio, or if you want to make a road trip, come see it. goes past the Yoder Popcorn leading distance flag. Yoder Popcorn, the sponsor of the 10,000-pound pro stock
If you're in the
class.
house tonight, Randall, you're going to get some free Yoder popcorn. They're chucking in the crowd. Dan Schreier's out there. He had to stretch out, do some jumping jacks ahead of time, our marketing guy.
Dano needs to chuck some in here.
He doesn't.
I haven't had it yet.
I want it cooked. I want somebody to cook us up some popcorn. So.
I think the sled setting's good. He burned it in. See a little black rubber in the holes.
Good close-up shot there of our track. Checking everything out. Okay, we're going to PK. Allison, we're going to PK.
Come on, we're going to jump in on Timmy Kane over here. Timmy, what are you seeing? Tell me what you're looking for.
I'm just trying to figure out how Danny run and where to run and wait. I think I got it where I want to be. So
good luck to you.
Best shot.
So when you're evaluating what the first two guys put in, what goes through your mind and what they've done and what you're expecting from your tractor?
I'm looking at their front ends and how hard it pulled them. You know, if I need to change gear or not.
Copy that. Good luck. Thanks for your time.
And Encompass is more than just a pro stock tractor or mini now.
Awesome.
Wow.
Dan Mayer said that was his first win, Grand National win since 2018 or 2019. So
Yep.
These new Shelton Pro Stocks, if you want to talk about picture perfect, not that there's an ugly Pro Stock in the world, great, but these tractors are so clean and so sharp. This is the cutting down of Ree Shelton from New London, North Carolina. Let's pay attention to the rear tires. I think we're going to see a lot of METOS in this class. Saw a lot of the Pro Pullers in this diesel super stock class.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah.
And I really think tire is the thing now.
Oh my gosh.
Because we can all get the same turbo, the same pump. There's no secrets on that anymore, but people trying different things with different 10-ply, 12-ply, 14-ply, 16-ply, whatever. Guys are taking chances, trying to find that edge. That's how good everybody is, Greg.
And how do the sled guys adjust? Well, that sled out there, the Ironman, the red one, they made the pan longer.
Yep.
And that's the answer to help get them stopped. And a heavier pan, if they can pick it up and they get a good drawbar, they're going to go down there fast, and then at the other end, wham, they get you caught. But it's fun to watch that back and forth between the vehicles and the sleds. And tires have been huge. I saw the Firestone 2000 actually run before it ever got populated, and it was at Wilmington. Larry Roberts says, "You want to see a tractor pull?" And it was like March of the year, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, we're going to test some Firestone 2000s," and now we've got a plethora of tires coming into the sport. It's great, and it's great to see the Sheltons in the Pro Stock class.
Yes, it is.
I wouldn't have guessed that from them.
No, never.
I haven't had that
I
conversation
talked to
with
them.
Stan.
I did actually a driver interview, full pull chats for them last year, and they talked about it. They've always liked it, and I think their grandpa wants them to have John Deere's though. I think they have John Deere's at home on the farm, if I remember correctly.
But it goes so well with the Culp Lumber logo.
It does.
They have to change the whole thing. But
All
hey.
right. Allie, throw that leaderboard up super quick. Give me a top 10, so I know we got 2. There we go. Okay, I scratched that idea. There it is. No, we'll take it down again. That's wrong.
So Rampage is in our lead.
Rampage is in the lead.
332.
At 332, and Chance McGrath is in the lead and second at 325. We'll find out what's going on with our computer there. 5,000 horsepower. They weigh 10,000 pounds. 680 cubic inch out of one single turbocharger. One really, really big turbocharger, Randall.
Run it to the edge to try to melt it down to create all the power they can. And it's like a steam engine again. They're burning a lot of water.
Put another 100 pounds on the nose of that thing, that's another 30 or 40 feet.
Yeah, that
that's
was
unfortunate.
It's not the textbook you want to talk about, but it's the textbook of how up and down can take away from your distance.
You know, I don't know who said it, but for years, every big bounce like that costs you 10 feet.
Yeah.
Who made that up, Randall?
I heard it in the 70s when they were going 25 mile an hour or 25 second run with a pace tractor. But
but definitely, you can tell the momentum. It's a momentum killer.
Because when the front end hits the ground, it's wanting to just barely lift that back end or off the ground. 305 and 6.
Yeah.
He had all the wheel speed in the world. If we were clocking wheel speed, I wonder how much difference between the three tractors we've seen.
It definitely sounded like the most wheel speed from up here.
Yep. Could have been a gear choice. But we've talked about this for the last few years. The Pro Stock division itself has really become a premier class on the NTPA Grand National Circuit. A lot of appeal, obviously, with the agricultural roots of our sport. Case IH, John Deere. Now we've got the ceramics running hot with their AGCO. But what a great class of the roots of tractor pulling. As we take a look here at Lemke's, that looks like Esden in the seat. Esden Lemke with the new Generation Plus. Another former Grand National champion, I want to say 2 times over for the Lemke's. Robbie, the dad. Bob, the senior member of the team. And now Esden. So you see a lot of 3-generation in the sport. Theobald's, I believe, are 4-generation. Or through Gettinger. One of the ways I know that Renee or Doug were talking about that. So a lot of good. I mean, again, when you come to Chapel Hill and you look at this roster top from bottom, you're just talking, oh yeah, former champion, former winner of this, former winner of that. You can't go wrong when you come to NTPA Grand National events. We have different levels in polling. There's the state level, there's the regional level, and the Grand National level. And there's guys that run in the different circuits that, if they had the time, get away, they could come and challenge on the Grand National Circuit. No doubt about it. It's opportunities there. The guys who do run it will tell you it's a meat grinder. It's tough. But the relationships you make, the friends you make, they become family. So Robbie has the shop there, Lemke Motorsports in Helenville, Wisconsin. Esden's been doing a lot of the driving his son. And Jim Campbell's motioning forward. You got to have a tight chain with the sledge, no jerking. That would be really devastating to hitch driver, sled. Kill switches there in case something does break or they need to kill the tractor for some reason. Green light will come on the sled. The head official or the starting flagman will look down to the end flagman and they will give the green flag, meaning the track is ready to go. 3:32 and change with Danny Schmecker and a Rampage is our leader. You're watching Full Pull Live, NTPA Super National from the Super Pull of South, Chapel Hill, Tennessee. And everything was right on that run. Wow, what a run by the Lemke's. That was an amazing run. And just as you think the sled is set well, they start rolling it in. 10,000 pounds in those 24.5 tires can really pack the track. It's going to be interesting to see the effect of that, because we've had the minis on there, and now the heavier weight's getting down the track and it continues to pack, so that may be a factor. 359 and 560. That's going to take the lead by over 27 feet, or right around 27 feet. So, Jason, we were talking about
monster passes.
We thought, monster passes, but we thought the sled setting was good. Well, we just ran the minis. They put the 10,000-pound Pro Stocks out there with the 24.5 tires, which a tighter footprint on that type of rubber. And just maybe they're starting to roll in a little hard, and they always talk about building a road. That's what they're talking about. So, again,
they were talking about crossing their fingers on the sled setting on the radio, and I know,
yeah,
no, because
let's roll the dice.
Yeah, but no, and that's I get it. We talk about it as pullers a lot, and it's hard. I really get it. Because if you're the first puller and you lay one out there, you don't want anybody to reset that, Greg, but you have to look at what's best. And it's hard.
I will say, one time I was running an event down in Saluda, South Carolina, second night, mods, Doug Lively was wearing everybody out. Test hook, goes 330, burns it in, takes it. Again, next to last class of the entire weekend, the night. And we left it there. Next to last hook was Chuck Knapp. He goes 386. And, I had somebody come and tell me, boy, it wasn't a very good job that wasn't there. And I said, but you have context to this. What I should have done was taken Doug Lively's run and said, we need to take 50 feet from that. But who knew?
Yeah.
I didn't know. And Chuck had never run 20-inch drawbar all year long, I was told. So those things happen. Those are the gambles we take. And it's not, like I said, it's not an easy decision. No. Tim Kane, Red Gambler, juiced up edition is what I heard him say. It's Benson. I said, you need to put that on the side shield. I know they've had some help with the Lemke shop.
Yep.
And
Lemke just took the lead.
Boy, what a Tim, a great member on the NTP executive board. He really, I think, brings a lot of good thought to the diesel part of things.
Anything at 359.0 is going to be a pull-off.
So 359 is a pull-off, Greg.
359, and I would say that's wise.
Decision, Greg? Like the head tech
ultimately, it's Marvin.
Marvin down there?
Mepperson, yeah. And I can't disagree with that because, again...
You don't want to reset it at this point, right?
And I'll tell you what, you get out there to the end where they haven't maybe worked the track completely, it can be where the pan lets go, and then all of a sudden it really takes off. It skates, in other words, So a good decision there. Again...
Tim Kane, 8th in the points, got the big win at Benson. We've been talking about that on Saturday night. It was so good to see him. And Donna jumped out of her chair, and Tim was so happy. It was good to see. So the Red Gambler, 10,000-pound Pro Stocks, Chapel Hill, Tennessee on a Friday night.
Oh.
1 foot too far.
Yeah.
Show me Ellie's camera, Matt. The other side. Yeah. Okay.
When you hear it pop like that, the first thing you think is...
Tell her to zoom down on the ground below the tractor, please.
Turbocharger.
Yep, that's what I heard.
When you hear the pop,
that's
usually what you hear.
I'm just looking for some metal on the track there. Talking to our camera people. Greg.
Yeah.
Got our picture in picture.
Tim's going to take a look under the side shields here to really see what
Ellie, zoom back out.
We've got turbocharger cages on these now, and it's really been a safety feature needed, and I think it's going to help the carnage from maintaining within the side shields.
Not what we want to see there for Tim Kane.
No. It sounded like the pop of death. I mean, that turbocharger normally that's... But if you got a spare one and it didn't do a lot of carnage within the engine...
Colin Ross driving the bootlegger and our picture-in-picture.
Hey.
Down there. Let's see our replay, Allie.
Colin Ross, you've had one victory tonight. Would it be something if he?
So we have 2 in the pull-off. The pull-off is set at 359, 362.52 for Tim Kaine and the Red Gambler. We'll see if we can see anything kind of blow off from this angle.
Right.
But like you said, the turbo containment devices are doing their job. So there's your box top off right there.
Yep.
You saw him hit. That's about 250.
Push down.
So you go another 110 feet.
Yeah.
They're resetting the whole class. It has been decided.
Yeah. I could not disagree with either decision because.
Look at that. Kaboom.
Yeah. It's a long season.
Well,
it's a 350 regulation.
They're all going to go 359 or more.
That's kind of where it's at.
Who does that really screw? That screws Tim Kaine.
Yeah,
but it's hard.
Part of the game, but
is.
It's not easy. Not easy.
Nope. You get a good track. You got 5,000. These tractors weigh so much. Great, 10,000 pounds.
Yeah.
As we see, Colin Ross, your winner in your decent super stock class.
So if you're really wondering out there about building a road, that epitomized building a road.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bootlegger. Wow, what a piece that is.
Beautiful. This thing won the Farm Machinery Show, not in actual distance, but in attention. Yeah. When they had the hood up on it,
13
showed the
feet or whatever, and they showed a big keg.
Oh, that was awesome.
That was something else.
They didn't have much luck. They rolled out at Louisville. That's tough, short track. Didn't have much luck at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals.
No.
As we see, they're putting another brick down here in one of our other cameras. So when you say, okay, let's add 20 feet, let's take 20, 30 feet away, what would you say there? Are they taking 30, 40 feet away probably at this point?
It is always tough, the heavier the class. If it's slower for them to get going and the track works well with the pan, it could take more than 20 feet away.
Sure.
And again, not with radio traffic, or if I watch real closely, does he go back there? Does he block the box forward? Does he change the trip? Is it just a weight? There's a lot of things. A lot of the competitors are really pay attention to know, because they'll set their tractor up differently depending upon what the sled does. And so it might have been just a simple weight this time.
And I saw one brick go in.
Yeah. So let's say, honestly, if they took 20 feet away, is our winner at 245 tonight? Okay. Probably.
Okay.
Or 345 rather. Probably. In theory, but theory doesn't always work on dirt.
No, it doesn't.
It could be it takes away the launch, and when it takes away the launch, they don't go as fast, and if they don't go as fast, they don't go as far. But I don't think it's going to kill the class by any means.
This probably drives people crazy seeing a red tractor puller drive a John Deere tractor as much as they see a red sheet metal with a John Deere.
I was going to say, that's called cross-dressing.
Yes.
But what is it when the driver changes?
We'll have to think of something new here. Everybody.
I'm not going to put Colin in that situation.
No,
at all.
Too good of a
Not
dude.
at all. Not at all. But
we have to have a little fun. No, the comments on social media, people just have a cow when the curtains don't match the carpet, and cross-dressing and the why is that? I'm like, guys, it's tractor pulling. There's nothing stock left on these things anyway.
Yeah.
So.
That's for sure.
I hear it all. Social media, it's been good for the sport. It's also been crazy for the sport.
You've been on both ends of it.
I have been on both ends of it, yeah. Lately, I've been on the other end of it.
Stay on the right end, Jason.
I'm trying. Colin Ross, the bootlegger. He will be our new test puller. Yeah. It's like the rest of that never happened.
It was a dream.
It was a dream. For Tim Kaine, it was a very expensive nightmare when that turbo went kapowie. What if Colin Ross wins Pro Stock and DC?
That's what I was just saying.
Same night?
Is that,
Does that happen?
Did
Brian Schrammick ever do that?
With the Land 6 engine? Good question.
Pro Stocks are awesome. Greg Randall.
Yeah.
Pro Stocks are awesome.
Yeah, the Yoder popcorn, 10,000 pound Pro Stock.
Class,
Give Russ some
Yoder,
there,
if you can hear us, we'd love some popcorn with extra butter on it.
Yeah.
Good shot there of the bootlegger.
Yeah. So, again, we started over. Colin has the option.
Yeah, here we go again.
The tractor seems to have kind of its own unique sound. It's probably how they've got the engine set up, what they're doing there. It's kind of what I call throaty.
Yeah.
Makes me think it acts like what the big block John Deeres did when they first started putting them in, you know?
Yep.
Kind of looks like a locomotive coming down the track. 3:11.5. My personal opinion, probably wasn't as good as a run as that tractor could make.
Right.
But again, there's tomorrow night. It'll be
And they're
interesting to
just
see if
getting
they
this
take
out, too.
That's it. It just,
And they want to make some laps.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they really start
Yeah.
getting it dialed in. So.
which makes you wonder, will they, because they're going to get laps, drop in last with 19 in the class? It takes some time to
Absolutely.
there's not going to be a pull off. So
Greg Randall, Executive Director of the NTPA, joining us live tonight in the the Full Pull Live NTPA booth. It is.
Yeah.
We're a team. That's what we do. Excited to have you in here, Greg. Your knowledge just of all the pullers in the history of this sport and what Chapel Hill means to the pulling world is phenomenal. It's been fun. Just got the thumbs up
enjoy
from
it.
next door. He's keeping it. The sled is set. I'm glad you're in here tonight. Really makes
you.
it a lot of fun for everybody.
Yeah,
And,
enjoy it.
Ashley Corzine's got to be happy. She said she was. Craig said she was in tears. She
Yeah.
went from yay to tears, and
Yeah.
to lose their dad 5 years ago here.
Yeah.
And your dad is your hero. A month ago, I found out my dad had prostate cancer, and if you're going to get a cancer, that's the one you want to get. I know it sounds terrible, but he got his biopsy and it's been obtained. But you start thinking about life. I'm 48,
Yeah.
Dad's 67. You start
Oh, yeah.
thinking about the stuff
Yeah.
a little bit. My dad's my best friend.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
so
I've had
I
it
feel
pretty difficult myself right now with my dad, but
I don't want to get into all this stuff tonight. But,
Yeah.
But talk about it. I still got goosebumps when Adam Kester started fist pumping.
oh, absolutely.
You know Larry was behind that sled
Yeah.
with his angel's wings. I don't know if he had legs or not in his angel costume, but he was pushing that sled because that was awesome, Randall. That was awesome.
It was very memorable. I mean, wow. Yeah.
Speaking of one of the biggest names in pulling, the Simon family, RJ Simon. There's
Yeah.
Brent Meyer, their teammate. Brent's
Yeah.
the owner of Lincoln Diesel Specialties up there in Red Granite, Wisconsin. Our defending Granite national champion. Brandon's probably home watching on the live stream. Hello, Brandon.
Talk about another great family driven. They come to win. And we can say that about everybody on this list, but I mean, there's some that just. I mean, when I started in 1990, Roger Simon was there and Steve Olson, and I mean, it was a huge rivalry between LD Nation and the Simons, and RJ was like a little kid. We laugh about it now. So I remember you walking around there, and look where you're at now, and all the pulling vehicles has the raceway.
300 Raceway. We had an awesome pull there on Friday night.
Awesome of venue. And again, Roger would be proud of what the Sons have kept the legacy going forward.
311.51 is going to be the distance to beat. RJ Simon got third in Hutch with this tractor, seventh in the points right now, Grand National. 3-1 odds on fullpullpicks.com. You see Brent Meyer giving him a fist bump. We're going to see Brent Meyer driving injected funds and loud and heavy a little bit later in the class. We did reset the class, fans, after Esden Lemke tried to take it out to our production trailer.
Looks like you about drop a basketball into that smokestack. They keep getting bigger and bigger every year.
It's a big one. So we'll see that flame, and then we see our water injection come on. And then RJ is going to let her rip. 5,000 plus horsepower fans out of these 10,000 pound pro stocks. One of the biggest names in pulling, the Simon family. Going to try to take the lead. I think we have a new leader. I think we're about 320 would be my guess. From that, just my guess. See RJ putting it in reverse. Slide her back. The loud and heavy X, Colin Ross, kept the 311.5. Like you said, let's live to fight another day.
That's interesting because now we can start to think about what that one weight did. Maybe it wasn't just a weight. Don't have trackside technical in my ear.
Okay, we're going to go to Phil Kelly. Rogo, go to Phil Kelly, please. Phil, we're with you. You're live.
Hey, what we're looking at is look at the density of the track. I mean, the clay bars that are coming off, look how tight they are. and literally are not coming apart. We saw the Simons made an adjustment after the sled change. They moved weight to the back, and they didn't get the rise off the front end that I think that RJ was expecting. And you saw that whoop on the end. But the density of the track, it's coming back together much nicer than we saw for the mini rods. I think it's something to watch as we go forward. And then you start looking at the type of tire guy chose and the cuts, 48s, 52s, all of that comes into play here, especially air pressures and weight and balance, just like Timmy Kane said. Back to you guys.
They're talking dirt, starting line, having a good time.
I don't know what he said, but I was going to give it 2-1 odds that he was going to eat it.
You thought he was hungry?
He looked hungry.
As we see the replay of RJ Simon, our new leader, you see that first place number down there at the bottom right. Watch that box top off. Throws him forward.
Yeah.
And then that's if the tractor unloads or not.
You see a little bit of the
RJ
bounce.
Go up and down a little
Yeah.
bit. In our pro stock class here in Chapel Hill, Tennessee.
So if it was just a block, the block's taken 40 feet away.
Yep. But is that normal, Craig? I don't even know.
It really, I mean, it's hard to say. It really is hard to say. But the track here is very, has good grip, but it also has good grip for the pan.
Okay.
We got a little bigger pan on this particular sled. So it may just work a little different. But again, not an exact science, but it's going to be a great show. I don't think we've seen our winner. And talking about winner, here's a former winner here, and I know that for a fact because I interviewed him for the RFD TV. I want to say it was maybe 2 years ago. In fact, I know we lost Friday, and this tractor's not on our T-shirt, so it must have been 2 years ago. El Nino ran, and look underneath the hood on this one. This is what you call state-of-the-art, unbelievable plumbing, unbelievable
This was the first
technologies.
one to come out of the Chaos stable with that.
Yeah.
Wow.
It
now
really is.
this was the stick, and I really feel like Bootlegger now has kind of
There
upped
you
the
go.
game a little bit.
Yeah.
And for them to roll these tractors out at the farm show, they're works of art. They're not just pulling tractors. They're beautiful.
Phil Parrish, what a puller he was in the seat. Now he gets to watch his son.
Yep.
Good family.
Rhett's a lot of fun to talk to. Out of Marion, Kentucky. 3:16, I believe, is lead. RJ Simon's in.
3:16 and 6.
Bootleggers in second at 3:11.
Yeah.
Jeremy Krieger's checking in on us tonight. Thank you, Jeremy, for watching the live stream. Jeremy's going to be one of our announcers coming up soon. We got Dan Mayer and Bert Forbes next week in Fort Recovery. So we've been mixing up a lot. So, hey, bud.
Got a green light on the sled, green flags out. Rhett Parrish with the El Nino is aiming at that lead of 3:16 and 6, laid down previously by RJ Simon.
Braden Tramick will be our next puller with the Youngblood. Mr. Randall.
Yes.
New leader. I think I knew at 50 feet. We had ourselves a new leader. That was a great pass there for Rhett Parrish. Rogo, can you put that straight on shot big right now, please? I want to show you looking down the barrel here. That's a cool shot. Colin's like, that a boy!
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I love it. New class leader.
Look at that logo.
I like it. We're just coming up with logos.
I'm telling you.
I like it. He's fancy, guys. Colin's up there checking it out on the board.
Yeah.
$325.38. Greg, we're inching up to that 345 that you called out earlier.
Yeah, if that
you're gonna hold, right?
That stands, yeah. I mean,
that was a great pass.
It really was. I mean, honestly, I like to watch the front ends just dance and really not touch the ground. That's usually they get a hold of it. That's a great run.
Did you see the Chris Gilbert announcer stand up there? How well did you get to know Chris?
I'll tell you what. Chris called me probably 6-7 times during the pandemic when we weren't even having a pool just to talk, and I would ask him about the pharmacy business. I actually had dinner with him in October of 2020. I talked to him 2 weeks before he passed, roughly, and being in the pharmaceutical business, I could just our private conversation. I mean, think about that business during COVID, and I know people can put COVID in a whole different rainbow of what it was, but that's frontline danger, because he said they've had people coming in having it, getting medicine, no mask, that was a tough situation for that family, and
he passed away from COVID, correct?
He was put in for COVID right after New Year's, and I always enjoyed Chris. Chris had pulling at heart, and as they said, the drivers meeting, they had a good teacher, and Chris really led this group well, and it's a solid foundation still to this day.
Well, the crowd is very, very big tonight. Should be bigger tomorrow night. When we have a nice Friday night crowd, Greg, I always feel like if the weather's good Saturday, we should have standing room only.
Yeah. So Power Pool Nationals, what a great Friday night crowd
awesome.
that is.
That's the best Friday night.
It's always that way. Yep. It's always that way, though.
But then they run up against that windsock, that thing. We see a great looking shot of the back of the Youngblood getting backed up to the sled. Dennis, Grandpa out front.
Yeah.
Rogo, put the right camera in the picture-in-picture, please.
And they're fresh
shot
off
of
a
Dennis
win.
coming in. Yes, they are.
Toma and
Rogo, give me the right camera and picture-in-picture. There are 2 shots of Dennis backing him in there. Wanted to show that to everybody. The Youngblood. Rhett Parrish in the lead now at 325.
Once upon a time, I was at Max Simpson's shop in Charlotte, Michigan, and he had a 7-cylinder block for ceramics. It never did see the light of day, but boy, I would like to see that thing put together.
Yep.
7 cylinders. Strangest thing I've ever seen. How does a crank work?
I have no idea. That's a different kind of technology.
Yeah. So Brian had one of the most successful runs on the NTB Grand National Circuit. He had, I want to say, 5 in a row in the Superstock Diesel class.
I believe so, with the Youngblood.
I don't say it's forgotten, but I mean it was just what a run. I want to say maybe 12 to 17, something like that.
Yep.
13 to 7, something like that. He had quite a run. And promoted the pole in Jeff City, Missouri, and that was a great show for many years. Nice Agco. The only orange one you're going to see in the class, but it's a runner. Letting you listen to it spool up.
Oh, Randall! I thought he had it.
Yeah, he was making a good charge down there, but again, power track here in Chapel Hill. Power track. So it's probably going to be down the standings a little bit, but right now, 6th in points.
I love that shot. That is so cool.
That is nice.
Looking straight down there like that. A little shot of Scott Doty, Braden Schrammick. What are you guessing for a distance, Randall?
I don't know if he's in that Colin Ross district.
No telling where he would have been if it wouldn't have choked it out there.
Yeah.
So.
No fees between 300 and 310.
I always joke about their tractor matches all the shirts down here.
Yeah,
And,
right. 296.
Yeah, he just fell underneath that turbocharger. Picked that front end up nice. Good camera work by Ellie there.
You really see where when it drops.
Whew. I mean, it's almost like it's driving that thing straight.
Have you ever ridden in the sled?
Yeah, it is rough.
It's rougher. I mean, at home, you would not believe how rough that is.
Yeah. I've been in there with a 20,000-pound semi once, Greg, and it was wild. Those guys go up and down like 3 or 4 feet. I don't know how. They need chiropractors every Monday.
Yeah.
So that is a
need to get a ring dinger.
A ring dinger.
You know what a ring dinger is?
I have no idea, but I love the word ring dinger.
Everybody Google ring dinger on the web for a chiropractic. It's unbelievable. You know how they crack you laterally? They're cracking. They're taking your neck and they're just pulling you
straight back.
Straight back.
Yeah.
And there'll be people who are supposed to have surgery. You know, got to crush this, and that, and they'll go now. They're walking. That was another thing. I almost became a chiropractor.
Dinger?
Yeah.
El Nino continues lead at 325. Randall, loud and heavy. RJ sitting in second at 316. Bootlegger 311. Youngblood 296.
Yeah, off the pace. Off the pace. Here comes that second Shelton entry.
Yep.
Cutting Edge Pro.
Grayson Shelton out of New London, North Carolina. We saw his brother Reese earlier. All the horsepower that you need. All the horsepower that you need.
Production studio staff is telling us that the rampage of the Smuckers will be a hooked and broke, is what we technically call it in scoring. What does that exactly mean?
Tell us, Mr. Randall.
They hooked to the sled.
Okay.
And something happened where their distance did not stay official, whether they dropped it or the class was reset, like this case. And then they go back and look at things and say, ooh, probably not a good idea if we come back and hook because we probably will maybe destroy something. So we call it a hook and broke. So they actually, if there was a place or points or money, they would partake in that because it's not like they scratched. They just couldn't come back after the decision was made whether they dropped, didn't get 100 feet and dropped, or we reset the sled.
Gotcha. Makes sense. That's what's great about having you in here for that kind of stuff. Here we go, Mr. Shelton. 325. Got a red one in the lead. New London, North Carolina's own Cutting Edge Pro, Grayson Shelton. About to head down the track here in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. It's like dribbling a basketball. You know what I mean? It's just unfortunate. It's not terrible, but you know it's taking away distance, Greg.
So yeah, when the push down or the pan dropped, box top, something happened. It went into that little bit of that bounce mode there.
We saw it with the mini rods earlier too. You know where they're not picking it up and they're not rocking and rolling there all a little bit. So
right.
Going to move him into second place, 317.03. 317.03 for the Cutting Edge Pro, Grayson Shelton. Watch those big tires wrinkling there. I love that slow motion replay.
Yes.
Miles Krieger for his first time ever up in the booth here. We had him on the countdown to pool time.
Yeah.
Dan Mayer's down on the track. Dan Mayer's first time ever announcing here, and then Darren Hartwell's been here many years. He's down there in the winner's circle, Greg. So
another fun fact about Chapel Hill that some people probably wouldn't want to hear, but Butch Krieger's had a malfunction with his pants.
Okay.
And he ended up borrowing a pair of mine. True story. Here in Chapel Hill.
Tim Kane's also a hook but broke. So
Tim Kane, yeah, that one we knew we were coming. Yeah.
All right, this should be Robbie Russell, the Prescott workhorse, out of Prescott, Iowa.
I like that dark maroon.
Yeah, I remember this
scheme
keep
on that.
again. A lot of these pro stock guys, they made their unveil, if you will, at the National Farm Machinery Show. I remember. I feel like there's one pro stock every year that kind of wins it, and it was Bootlegger this year when Robbie came out with this new paint job. It was definitely his.
Yeah.
And then when Parrish just came out with El Nino, there's Lisa Peterson.
Yep.
Cruising by.
I do think this is one of those cross dressers.
You think it's got a deer motor?
I think. I'm not.
I think it does because I think
think it does.
Brad Moss helps with this tractor, and we know Brad's very, very green.
I think it does.
Yep.
But Rob is red through and through.
Yep. On the farm.
When he first came, I can remember him pulling the Ohio circuit, and he was pulling Workhorse, and he did it for I want to say a couple years. So he was running everything he could to get seat time, etc. And he told me that was a lot of fun in his career. I've known Rob for a long time.
We interviewed him last year in Chapel Hill for one of our full pull chats, and he talked about his dad and calling home when he was on the road. And when you talk to like the Mark Olmers and the Esden Lanes and the Rod Russells that used to run those big circuits like that, Greg, it's crazy the amount of time they were out on the road.
Yeah. And I believe the spring tornadoes did some damage around his area.
Prescott?
I believe that in that area is true.
Yeah. Allie, can I see a full leaderboard real quick? So we got El Nino continue lead at 325, Cutting Edge Pro 317, Loud and Heavy X RJ Simon holding on to that third spot at 316, Colin Ross at 311, and Youngblood at 296. So good hook there for Cutting Edge Pro. Grayson Shelton moving into the second spot. Like I said, good momentum that first 200 feet. I think that's where Rhett Parrish really had a nice pass, Greg.
Yes, he did.
He just carried that front end really nice.
He really did. So those Mitas tires you were talking about, very popular.
And the pros.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, buddy. Of course.
Yes.
I think we have a new leader, Randall.
Yeah.
Now, you notice when the box hit him, he didn't bobble.
He didn't
like
bobble.
Grayson Shelton.
Right.
What a pass. What a beautiful tractor.
Yeah.
That's got to make him happy.
Yep. Yeah, a couple years ago, he was our Grand National Champion in this division. Grand National Champion in the Super Stock
That's
Diesel.
his hook number, fans, if you're wondering what that means. Is it 0 to 1,000, Greg?
Well, I think it's 1 to 1,000, yep.
Yep, new leader, 331. We'll get that flashed up there on the screen.
331.
New leader.
Yeah. And he came in the 10th position, and he's already put some points on a few guys that are ahead of him in the points. So this is a successful point night thus far for Rob.
We're going to PK.
All right, this is what we're doing. You've been going back and forth. Everybody's literally a tandem to the left, a tandem to the right on the cone. It looks like you guys are sliding to the right. The density on the top end of the track here is pretty tight. How are you choosing?
Well, we watched a couple earlier, and I thought the ones that went to the left, I thought it was good at the start, but down at the end it got real choppy on the big end. So we're going to see what we can do over here and see if we can keep a smooth pass.
All right, you heard it from them. James is here setting the cone for him. James drove earlier in the season the Mac Daddy tractors. It looks like Julia Ray's coming up next. Back to you guys.
So that was Tate Ray getting interviewed by our very own Phil Kelly. Yep. Tate Ray is the son-in-law of Mike Connie.
Yes.
Husband of Julia Ray.
Right.
And I think this is the first time Julia's driven the tractor this year, if I remember correctly. I feel like there's a James Ray who's not related to him.
Right.
They say it's R-E-A, and they spell their names the same way.
Yeah.
And,
well, R-E-A-R-A-Y.
Okay.
So it is a little different.
Oh, Ray.
But, yeah.
So,
and James was in with the cone there. Yep. I was thinking Julia, though, as hooked this year.
Okay.
But
I can't remember. I feel like they said she's doing a bunch of horse riding, some of her quarter horse stuff.
Yeah.
They have a bunch of cows.
Yeah, her sister. Yeah. What a great family.
Well, we had Mike. Dan brought Mike up for Mac Trailer on our countdown to pull time, and started that business in his mom's garage.
Right.
She bought $8,000, and he was putting brake pads on trailers. Now he's got 18 different locations throughout the country, and I've heard some
1,400 employees
now. And Wayne Purser's building trailers for him.
He has Ben. What was interesting is I'd gone through Wayne's shop and I'd gone through Mike Connie's shop, and the thought occurred to me, these two need to be in business together because it's almost carbon copy of how they do things.
Yep.
Clean, aluminum.
The Mac Trailer Winter
What a
Nationals,
deal.
what a great event. All that money
Yep.
getting donated to a charity every year. It's
Yeah.
fun to go back to Freedom Hall. I like it. That truck show, is it the Mid-America Truck Show, Matt's? Yeah.
Yep, Mid-America Truck Show.
It's a different crowd, that crossover crowd. Maybe not the normal pulling fan crowd there, Greg, but we get to expose them to the sport of tractor and tractor pulling.
Yeah, he's made a benefit out of it where a lot of the proceeds are going to a charity. So just a guy who really gets it. Mike gets it.
Put that start in picture.
Julia Ray, second in points, or the Mac Daddy tractor with maybe a few different drivers this far, but Julia really is coming to her own, got her teeth cut on the Super Farm.
That's a cool shot. Good job, guys. Oh, boy. Greg. Oh, Greg, I'm telling you, 250, I thought maybe she was going to park it out in the grass. That old weight box, man, they go for a ride inside that tractor.
They do.
When that box tops off. Have you ever unhooked or hooked at a sled pull before, Greg?
Have I actually hooked it?
Yeah,
I've dropped the hook. I've dropped the hook. Yeah,
it's a lot of work.
I definitely gloves. Always have gloves on that on that job. See the replay. We'll see her distance 327.
Gonna drop her into the second spot
and 8. Just by virtue of where people in the points right now, we're starting to see some of the, we still got the first place in points up, the fourth and the fifth yet to come. Third in the points was McGrath. We saw him run. He'll be coming back.
Yep.
So
there's that box topping out. Watch her inside that cage.
Yeah.
But she kept her wheels up. She didn't. She did not bounce the basketball, that front end.
Yep.
And that allowed her to
just
keep digging.
Come down a little bit, but
not a total momentum killer.
Not at all.
Scott Doty. Fans, we're going to go forward drive truck pulling after this. If you have not been over to fullpullpicks.com yet, you need to do that. Did you see the workhorse 2 pulls ago? 331. Mac Daddy just moved into second. Rhett Parrish and El Nino round out the top 3 right now. Cutting Edge Pro, Loud and Heavy X. RJ Simon holding on to that top 5. So, like you said, I think Colin Ross knew he probably could have done better with the bootlegger, but let's save it. Let's save it for tomorrow.
Yep.
He's got the diesel superstock running good. He doesn't want to re-wrenching on stuff all night.
Yep.
Good shot of our title sponsor of the NTPA and our Yoder Popcorn 10,000-pound pro stock class there.
Go to ntpapoll.com. There is a contest, a superfan contest, where you could win a Case IH, like a utility-size tractor.
Okay.
And so we're starting to promote that. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. No, that's something different.
Speaking of the Brad Moss, there he is. Talked about him a little bit earlier with Rob Russell.
Money on black.
This tractor. I know Brad will drive the workhorse for Mr. Russell when Rob can't be there. This is the Money on Black tractor owned by Peter Norton. Brad's from Adairville, Kentucky.
I liked when he ran that black.
Yeah, that was sharp.
That was a sharp John Deere, right?
Yep.
Yeah, John Deere. A lot of experience in the seat for Brad Moss. I don't think he's been a regular here at Chapel Hill over the years. I wouldn't want to venture to say it's his first, but it may be. I'm not sure. He may be. Maybe he's been here prior. So this is probably, Pro Stocks have probably been here a dozen years, roughly,
okay.
I want to say. It's probably about right.
I'm glad you told us a story about how the Pro Stocks got in. That's neat.
Yeah. And it was like changing the form of the Coke. They really grappled with that decision.
I bet. Well, and then everybody wants their class at Chapel Hill, too. I mean, I'm sure
Yeah.
they've all heard the phone call. We want in.
Yeah.
Beautiful look at Peter Dorton's tractor. Money on black. 7930. Good runner. Miles Krieger said in his mind that Brad Moss is one of the best pro stock drivers of all time.
Yep.
He just said because he said we were up there with Darren and PK and we picked our two.
Yeah.
And he picked Brad just because of his driving ability.
Yeah. Brad had a lot of success.
Yep. But that small block deer too, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's got his work cut out for him now because his buddy Robbie Russell's out there over 330. What, 331, Greg?
331 and change. Going to come up a little bit short.
You know how when we say something and then somebody texts us?
Yeah.
So, Brad drove a two-wheel drive for Longs. Possibly ran Chapel Hill years ago.
There you go. That's I could see it.
And then Chris Ashelman says that is Brad's old tractor. So Brad Moss owned this and sold this to Peter Norton.
Gotcha.
So
changed the paint too.
Yeah. So this was the black tractor then, right?
This was the black tractor. I would say so.
Black. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Money on black.
Look at you and I figuring things out.
I love the viewer participation. That's awesome.
It is.
You know, we do the RFD shows. When we make a mistake, we can just go back and say, "Cut! I didn't like how I said that." Here, we can just put our foot in our mouth and get corrected.
Oh, I've had people say,
enhance the information. I love it.
I've had people
That's
say,
great.
"Oh, it's not professional enough." And you call out, you call out your friends and stuff like that, or people text. I like it. We're a polling community. We're a polling family. Watching this, we have thousands of people watching this tonight. And it's fun. So, love it. Jack May's billet binder should be coming up next, Craig, here in our 10,000-pound pro stock class.
Yeah.
If you could throw up a leaderboard for me, Allie, that'd be great when I run this down for you again. Again, Workhorse Rob Russell continues to lead at 331, Mac Daddy 327, El Nino 325. These are the biggest names in pro stock polling today. Cutting Edge Pro 317, Loud and Heavy X, RJ Simon 316. Brad Moss just moved into 6 at 315, Colin Ross Bootlegger, and then the Youngblood. Youngblood just fell underneath the turbocharger. So were we about half? We had 19 of them tonight, right,
Yep,
Greg?
yep.
So we got 4. We got 8 distances up there right now. And we did have a scratch, a hook but broke. Greg explained that to you earlier, that they hooked earlier, but because of a sled reset. So we should have.
Yeah, we're halfway through.
Halfway
10.
through.
Yeah.
We should have about 8 or 9 left, possibly, because we lost Tim Kane and we lost Danny Schmucker.
Yep. I count those two, and we have
So,
1,
okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
But you're live inside our Full Pull Live studios, inside our production trailer. Greg Randall, Executive Director of the NTPA, sitting with me tonight. Love this, Greg. This has been the most fun I've had in a long time announcing live stream. It's different in here because you're not outside. You don't hear the crowd, and you want to talk too much. And I talk too much as it is, but it's been fun having you in here.
I've enjoyed it. It's like the TV booth where you're just watching. You've got headphones on, and but this is live. This is very interesting. And one thing they should know at home, I think they could hang meat in this room.
Yeah, we got the tournament.
I saw that, but
well, just in there, Randall. Quit whining.
I'm not going to be a wuss.
Give it to me. No. It's set at 65. It was hot in here early. We'll crank it back up. We got these mini.
See, this is the stuff they don't want to hear at home. But anyway, Jack Mays.
They don't hear we call it a weenie.
Cut glass.
Oh, love it.
Jack Mays.
The billet binder. Amity, Missouri.
Or Missouri.
Missouri. Depends where you live.
The closer you get to the Mississippi, the more you get that A in there, Missouri.
You can see his dad, Stuart Mays, out there on the left, just catching him on the left side there.
Yep.
Our cameraman, Scott's doing an awesome job down here with these shots. This is what we talked about, really showing those fans a up-close shot and then zooming out that in camera. Taking a lot of feedback from a lot of people to give you the live stream that you want. And we're pretty tickled. This is really only our 5th or 6th.
Yeah.
I guess I kind of lost track, but we're having fun.
Yeah.
Our trackside announcer's coming in. Phil Kelly's doing a good job out there tonight. Maybe came in.
Yeah. I really want to know if he ate that piece of dirt.
You think so?
I don't
know.
Ask
him.
Yeah.
We should ask him. Great shot there. Again, Robbie Russell continues to lead. We start off with Diesel Super tonight fan. Colin Ross laid out there 358. And then we went Mini Rod. Adam Kester, the 100-foot fist pump. I still get, I just get goosebumps.
Yeah.
Thinking about him and his dad and everybody watching at home. Ashley and Craig, his kids, Jamelyn and Coral. But Caesar, excuse me, time to roll. Jack Mays, the billet binder. Nice pass. Nice pass. A beautiful billet binder.
Yeah, he got that up and down a little bit. You know, that's where one weight positioned in a different spot.
You know, you talk about Philip Parrish letting Rhett take over the driving duties. Stewart has let Jack take over the driving duties over the years, you know, and two young men in their early 20s getting to drive big, bad pro stocks. It's fun to watch. Their father and their son, they were out in Benson, North Carolina with us. Long ways from Missouri, like we talked about. Kevin Schmucker, the Get Her Done Deer, should be coming up next. We'll go to our replay, show you our distance, get you a leaderboard up here. We have 14 four-wheel drives and 8 unlimiteds to go here after our post stocks night. See that front end up?
Front end's up.
Comes up nice.
And then when we
when
knock
that
it
box
off
tops
there,
out.
that's he went right there. It started
the bounce.
The bounce.
The dreaded distance killer bounce.
Yeah. 321 and 7.
But sitting in 4th place in this group out of 10 that have been down the track so far, you got to be feeling pretty good.
That's a good distance. Yeah.
So, Greg, where do we go on the Grand National Tour? Is it Fort Recovery next weekend in Brandenburg?
We got the double weekend. We got Brandenburg, Kentucky, and Fort Recovery, Ohio. I'll be in Fort Recovery. And we're going to have a lot of fun there. The big thing we've changed this year is actually any Grand National class, you have to register on the Monday by noon prior to the event. And we got this thing called phone multiplier. We kept letting people know through phone calls and texts. We started that again today because we had so many people interested in or making sure they remember to do that. At this event in Napoleon, Ohio, we're handling it through the office because they are that part of that Grand National Select we talked about earlier. We can handle that through the office and not go through that process. So here's the second tractor of the Schmuckers.
Yes, sir, Kevin Schmucker. Now you see Danny out in front.
Yeah.
And Danny did a hook but broke out of Louisville, Ohio. Now we slid the sled over a little bit, okay? We'd seen the guys go the same, right, kind of just right down the middle for a long time, Greg.
Yeah.
And I was kind of wondering when we'd see somebody switch it up a little bit.
Well, we haven't had a whole lot of difference in distances since Rob's run there 3-4 tractors ago. So yeah, it's time to move it over.
The sled.
Time to do a little something different. Danny's in a point in life. He's got a young family, and I think I've seen on Facebook the daughter in dance and just different things in life. You got, different activities to do. They still love pulling, but there's only so many times you can do certain things in life. Yep. And but they're going to run as much as they can the rest of the season, and always good to have the Schmuckers.
Yeah, they got off to a late start with their planting and just kind of, that's what pays the bills, and you got to pay bills so you can go pro stock.
You got to do that. Yeah.
Kevin Schmucker, Get Her Done Deer. If anybody can do it, this guy can. They've had really good luck at Chapel Hill over the years. Darren and Miles have talked about it earlier on our countdown to pull time. 3:31 and change. Robbie Russell continues to lead with the workhorse. Yeah, something didn't sound right away in the fuel system.
Yeah.
Heard a little bit of flutter right when he left the line.
Yeah.
You know, that's a veteran driver right there. I would have stayed in it and blew it up. And your season's done, Randall.
Yeah, he's asking for the tow. Yeah.
Not a good night for the Schmuckers. I saw that immediate. I need a tow tractor right away.
Yeah.
Mike Connie, Mac Nasty will be our next puller.
Sometimes they make that flutter noise, and I always wonder if it's an ejection line or.
Look at the Mike Witt.
Yeah.
The head dog of Louisville, back there.
Yeah.
He's kind of lays in the shadows, doesn't he, Randall?
He likes to stay back down there around the starting lines, gets a good view of things.
Yep. Now that's James Ray right there, who
James
drives the
Ray.
tractor. Yep.
That is. Yep.
The Mac trailer tractor.
Yep. They're going to jockey that cone a little bit. Yep, we're going to come over this way.
Probably just going to split the tracks.
Yep.
In front of them. So Phil Kelly looking for his next victim back there. Look at him chuckling.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes Simon. He can hear us.
Yeah.
Saw RJ. That means Brent Meyer must be coming up pretty quick. Yep. Injected funds coming up after this. So this is the game. This is the chess. This is the checkers. This is the strategy where we're going to spot that sled. And then, like you said, then what gear are we going to run in? What's our tire pressure? Where are we putting our weights?
Yep.
How are we going to drive out the hole? Are we going to sidestep it and let it eat? Or
and then they got a whole book, if they've come here a long time, of all those factors.
Yeah.
And they take a look at it, and then they come out to the track, and they either say, we're going to set it up to be consistent because we know how the tractor performs, or we're going to go away from the book and make a few changes. 96.6 feet. Tough luck for Schmuckers. Right now, I'd almost have to say that maybe they get the hard luck award for the night because they've had two tractors and together not 100
Now, you talked
feet.
about a little bit that flutter. We hear a lot in the Pro Stock class. The timing's so advanced on these Pro Stocks now. They're trying to put so much heat in those motors. You got to put so much heat in those motors to get through that. You hear that almost like the water sound coming on, but that's that heat and the water coming on all at once so they don't burn them down.
Yeah.
And they fight that crack, snap, crackle, pop.
Yeah.
Like those Rice Krispie commercials.
It's
pop, pop,
amazing.
pop, pop, and then they go. But he wasn't able to fight through that there. So Workhorse continues lead at 331. I really feel like, Julie had a great pass. El Nino had a good pass. Bill Binder, all good. Those top three probably had the prettiest passes so
They
far.
have, yeah, no
that
doubt about
we've
it.
seen so far in the class. With that front end staying up, Greg, once the box tops out on him and hits them.
Yeah.
So
Interesting talk about the Pro Stock class. So Dale Cole was on the Bowling Green board a long time ago.
That's a name I've never heard.
You haven't heard of Dale? Dale was one of the first Pro Stock pullers, and we were talking about the reason they brought in Pro Stock was to have an economical class.
Okay.
And Dale says, no, that's not why Pro Stock was put in place in 1980, 81, I want to say it was. The reason we put it in was it was an answer to Hypermax when they're doing all the silver shields and all the multiple chargers. They figured with a single charger they would make it maybe a more even playing field, as it were. And here we are today watching it. It's a very expensive playing field.
Very expensive.
But it's pretty even playing field.
It is an even playing field. Yeah, he was not wrong there.
No.
But even antique tractor pulling, you hear guys putting billet cranks and antique pulling tractors. So if you want to spend any hobby, you can find a way to waste money.
No doubt.
So I'm very guilty of it as well. As we welcome
Mike
Connie out of Beloit, Ohio, Mac Nasty, and our Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock class here tonight on Full Pull Live in Chapel Hill, Tennessee on a Friday night. Everybody chasing down a Robbie Russell and the Workhorse sitting out there at 331 and change.
Former champion, 5th place in points right now, looking to add to his point title or total to go toward another title.
At 100 feet, I thought he was gone. I really did. But that front end just never really came up and got hooked. All kinds of ground speed. Kind of like the first Shelton tractor. When Reese went down, remember? He kind of bobbled it. Man, he was tremendous wheel speed. I think were your exact words on that, Greg. So.
Yeah, a term that I like to use a lot in the RFD series. I've heard a couple of people bust me about a little bit. Not the run he was looking for. Well, honestly, that wasn't the run Mike Connie was looking for. And Again, we talk about 8th place so far. We talk about that jockey, that marathon of the points, racking up the runs to get as many points as you can. Mike was hoping for a better finish here tonight. So 6th place is at 169, and that's Schrammick. So he did beat Schrammick. 7th place is Loud and Heavy. He's behind Loud and Heavy. So there are 2 points. So that just tightened up between those two competitors.
Yeah, the defending points champ, Brent Meyer, out of Red Granite, Wisconsin, coming up next. Can be curious to see where he spots the sled, because we saw Connie's go to the right a little bit. We saw Schmucker go back off to the left a little bit. Workhorse Pro continues to lead at 331. There's Mac Daddy, Julia Ray at 327. Mr. Parrish at 325. Bill and Binder.
Haven't seen one try to cross track it.
No, we have not.
I wonder if we'll see that.
I would think so. The mini rods, we saw him starting on that far left side, kind of letting drift right. We saw Ken Benny do that. So
look where the sled's going. That's a little bit farther to the left than we've seen in a while.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, they're at that point. I'm sure RJ spotted it for Brent, and he just said, "Hey, we're going to try this."
Yeah.
They got 2 chances with it. Injected funds and then Loud and Heavy. So Extra Butters is up next, Russ Schroeder, and then Brent will come back and drive Loud and Heavy. So Brent's going to run off of Injected Funds after he pulls it and run back to starting line. Then we're going to go back to start. Chance McGrath, Danny Schmucker hook with Bro. We should see Reese Shelton and Esden Lane. Esden Lane, sorry. Yeah. He's named after Esden Lane. I'm sure of that. Yeah. Esden Lemke. There's RJ Simon.
Yeah.
Getting him back in. Brent Meyer, defending points champion, owner of Lincoln Diesel Specialty. Started out pulling diesel pickup trucks, Greg. 3.0, 3.6. And then he bumped into those Simon guys and said, "You should get some pro stocks." And they've kind of teamed up, and Brent owns a couple pro stocks now, and it's fun to see them work together. They really are a true team. I was down in Farley seeing the whole Simon stable lined up for tech.
Unbelievable.
Whole building.
It is. So we're also understanding that McGrath isn't hooked and broke. So yeah,
is that last points then, Greg?
Actually, here I'm not sure how many people are running for points. We got quite a field here, so they would actually split whatever points are there, add them up, divide by 3. Is normally how that's done. It's kind of odd to have more than just 2, but they run them hard down here.
Yes, they do.
And they want to win. They want to get that director's chair. Big crowd.
It gets you pumped up. So here's your defending points champion, currently leading the points. He got a win in Benson, a second in Farley, and third in Tomar. He's got multiple top 3s this year. Here is Brent Meyer out of Red Granite, Wisconsin, with Injected Funds. Trying a line that nobody else has tried tonight.
This is going to be interesting.
My fingers are crossed for my friend Brent. About that top 3. So there's your Beck's full pull mark. We Robbie Russell out there at 331. That's a 320 somewhere, right?
I would think so.
I would say that should pop him in the top 3 or 4.
At 270, I thought he was going to bump the flag.
I did too. But that box is topping him out and pounding him hard.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to know if they just put a weight in or if they did any other adjustment.
Gear?
Yeah.
What else can you do? Change gears, right? How fast the box comes up?
You could block the box ahead, which also makes it.
Okay, so it comes up faster?
There's notches in there, and they'll move it ahead to move the box ahead. Yeah, so 321 and 7.
Going to pop them into the 5th spot. So there is your points leader.
Yeah.
Second is Mac Daddy.
So Julia Ray's going to come up a little bit with that.
There's 7 points heading into tonight.
Yep.
This is. I know it says RJ, but Brent Meyer. We thought Brent Meyer wasn't going to make the flight because of the Microsoft thing this morning. So I think they went to the NTPA trailer and put RJ down as a driver. So we didn't get a chance to update the graphics for you fans. But that is Brent Meyer.
What a week it's been. You think about it. They took a shot at Trump.
Trumper. Yeah.
Biden, is he going to be? Is he going to be? Isn't he going to be?
I heard. I don't know. I thought. Well, Facebook. If it's on Facebook, it's got to be true.
They're all over the place. X says, he is going to drop out by the weekend. Then they come out saying no, he's not. They got a real real mess on their hands.
Yeah, they do.
But
I just
and
want to go
then
tractor pulling, Randall.
I know, that's just it. But I would like to have cheaper gas.
I would. I
right?
would like to have lower
mortgage rates.
Lower
yeah,
mortgage
come
rates.
on. Now, Schultz, you can
Yes.
get that down.
I wish I could.
Yeah.
I love lower mortgage rates. There is our class sponsor, Mr. Randall.
Yes.
The Yoder.
Yoder
Did you know
Popcorn.
he played professional basketball?
Did he really?
He was on our show today, Countdown to Showtime, or Pull Time, and he played at Southern Alabama. Then he played in Portugal and China.
Oh,
and
wow.
Then him and his parents bought the popcorn business from some family, and they were farmers. And then they bought the popcorn business, and they've grown
Wow.
into a freaking empire.
That's amazing.
I think we should, like there's those mob shows like Narcos. They're gonna have the Yoder
Yeah.
popcorn show.
And I think this was Joe Kingan's.
Yes,
Former-
Full Metal
yeah.
Jacket.
I still see things every once in a while on Facebook from Joel and his wife.
There's another mini in Illinois. I feel was it Wheat Justisons, Jeff Justisons. Do they have
Was
one?
that the Wheat Fed?
Wheat Fed. I think somebody will text us. And
That
let us know.
was that a Lance Little effort?
I believe so.
Or went through? I
believe so.
It's been quiet on the text front.
Yeah, I think everybody's sleeping.
My wife texted, "How many more?"
Keep the T-shirt sales open.
Yeah, you got 2 classes.
There's a beautiful Minneapolis Moline Extra Butter. Russ Yoder out of it says Topeka, Indiana on the sheet. I think he's from Shipshewana, Indiana.
The
That's where his
store is. Yep.
He always says, so the husband and the wife come into the popcorn shop, and the women keep walking straight, and the men go straight left over to the pro stock. And he says, it's not for sale. He gets asked all the time. They always have the hood open on it.
Yeah.
My buddy Paul Romack and I stopped in there when we were down at Tucker's Pull, the Midwest Winter Nationals, and it was so cool to see that big turbocharger sitting there.
The Amish can make stove-type popcorn, but no microwave.
No microwave. Well, let's see what the class sponsor has. YoderPopcorn.com. Head over there, place an order. He said Extra Butter is their best-selling popcorn.
I bet.
Oh, come on, baby. Go. See, water.
Yep. I guess there's another one of those, what do they call those? Cross-dressers, I think.
Cross-dressers.
I hate to hurt everybody's feelings out there, but hey, if you root for the sheet metal.
Yeah, who cares? There's nothing to talk about a pro stock anyway.
Yeah, he looks like he's unhooking.
Yeah. So like in the Diesel Super, when they're doing that, you got to push the clutch back in. I've been watching them drive my tractor, and kind of build a little boost up a little bit before you let her light. And it's different on a pro stock, a single charger like that.
Yeah.
Russ knows clearly something's wrong.
Right.
Because by then it should have been going. So.
See, this is an interesting part. So he just got the chain tight, but did not have a measurable distance.
So he gets another attempt, right?
He could drop 6.
They said he dropped. We got the thumbs down from the production room.
Yeah, and there's not 6, so he's going to come back at the very end. But if he doesn't make a measurable pull, then that's called broke. So he get the 15 points, but no. Well, the place points would be in play if there's less than 15 positions available getting Grand National points.
They're sure talking about it. But Russ definitely doesn't like it, so they're going to get him pulled off. We got the thumbs down that they're going to pull off here. So, can I have a full leaderboard, Allie? We're going to give you an update on our pro stocks as we sit right now. So what do we got left here? You guys can read. Workhorse is still in the lead. Mac Daddy in the 2 spot. El Nino in 3rd. Billet Binder 4th. Injected Funds moved into the 5th spot. Brent's going to be up next on Loud and Heavy. Last Chance 2, hook but broke. Danny Schmucker, hook but broke. Reese Shelton's coming back. So I think we have 3, maybe 4 if Yoder comes back left in the pro stock class.
Yeah.
Because Colin Ross started out with the bootlegger.
Yeah.
So we should see...
Yeah, Yoder, Meyer, Reese, and Lemke.
Yep, should be coming back up next. So we're going to go, so Brent Meyer will be next with Loud and Heavy. Let's see where RJ spots the sled. They tried that far left side, if you will, as we're looking at the track. Again, we're live in Chapel Hill. Greg Randall in the booth, Executive Director of the NTPA. Greg, how long have you been with the NTPA, sir?
I graduated from Urbana University the first Sunday, May 1990, and Wednesday of that next week I was in Galax, Virginia. So a long time. I went and worked. I met my wife at Pine Tops, North Carolina, Pine Tops 300, and decided my uncle wanted me to come work for him in his printing business, and I did that for 4.5 years and still had the itch. Started to help start a charity pool, Mad River Valley Nationals.
So in Ohio?
In Urbana. In
Urbana,
fact,
okay.
It was in May, but we had rain issues.
Oh.
And so when they talked about moving inderly, that was one of the places we discussed going.
Yeah.
And I still had all the contacts there from prior.
Sure.
And it's been a good thing. I mean, it really has been. It's
inderly's kind of your baby.
It
Your
is.
pet project, if you will.
I'm proud of it that it's
should
there,
be.
and I always said there's only one way I could take it, and that's down. You know what I mean? It's got everything going for it. So
does.
I don't want to be the guy that messes it up.
No, I was down in Lumberton, and they wanted to make sure they got that super farm class in the week before, so that was their inderly points.
Oh yeah.
They really wanted to do that. So here we go, Brent Meyer again.
Yeah.
Driving loud and heavy.
Right. And this had some Boyd influence, correct?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. I'll check my text messages, see if we did anything wrong in the last 30 minutes. Find out for here in a second.
There's been compliments. That's good.
Okay, so wheat fed was David Justice. David Justiceson. So we got that.
David
That's the other one.
Yeah.
So I think we got that pretty much close.
Close.
So I've been told we're not as good as Adam and Tyler, but we're the second best.
I saw that.
So I can handle that.
I can handle that. The night's not over. The night's not over. And I feel like if we're talking about Tyler Slaw, I need to talk about Ron Burgundy, because he keeps referencing me to Ron Burgundy. So that's all right.
I love it.
Yes.
No, those knuckleheads don't realize how many people listen to that podcast.
What was funny that day that I was driving home, I was just getting off work, and I heard him talk about, man, how many calls you got from NTPA? 15? Only 15? And then I call, and Adam Kester, Tyler says, so I answered, Adam Kester says, no, don't answer it.
I love it. Because you don't communicate.
Yeah.
Then they yell at you, and you over-communicate, then they yell
It's
at you.
all right.
As we see loud and heavy get backed up. Steve Bunny says, great job with the new graphic and the leaderboard with placing at the bottom on the replay run. You guys are doing a great job.
Yeah.
Takes a lick and keeps on sticking. So, yes,
Good to
Amanda
see him back
Smith,
in the seat
David
this year.
Justiceson from Illinois has the Wheat Fed Pro Stock. So, Jamie Qualls is checking in. Attaboy.
Jamie Qualls?
The Jamie Qualls. Bryce Howell just sent us 3 smiley face emojis. So.
Yeah.
The night is young.
The night is still young.
You got to have that Tyler Slaw voice.
Yes.
A little bit, Rando. It's kind of sexy. I'm not going to.
I will tell you, I'm going to go out on the boat this weekend, pick up a few chicks, and I hear Tyler. I see what he's always talking about his motorboat, you know, motorboat. And
oh, I love it. Brent Meyer.
Back to the action, though.
Loud and heavy. Normally we see Brandon Simon in the seat. His injected funds tractor sitting in the 5th spot right now. Everybody chasing down the workhorse pro, Robbie Russell.
That run looks better and better as the night goes on.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Rob's won here before.
10,000 pound Pro Stocks fans, over 5,000 horsepower, one really big turbo. Here we go. Come on, Brent. Anything left in that track, Mr. Randall, for the Pro Stocks? I'm not trying to pick on it.
No.
I feel like I'm tired.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. It's a good question. It looks like they've tried jockeying a little bit back and forth. Someone could go on that far right side again just to try it.
Right.
Yeah. But, well, I'll tell you what. Robbie Lemke, or Esden rather. He had a monster pass.
Yep.
We saw Adam Kester come back at the end.
The 100-foot fist pump.
It's not out of the question.
I love it. I love it. So, okay, if the sheet's right, Reese Shelton should be next. Then Esden Lemke. Then we should see Russ Yoder. And our Pro Stocks will be done. There's nothing wrong with this pass. I just don't think there's a lot left in that track. That box tops out, Greg, it is over.
Yeah.
Look at Brent, says, come on, you dirty, I'll get to that leader flag.
Yeah, the hood is really bobbling on there.
You can really see
when
that
it hits,
in slow-mo.
it's violent. Did we get a distance on that one?
Not yet.
Still.
Waiting on that distance. Levi, do we got a distance on that one? He says, wait, Jason.
Dale McGregor out there with the green flag, 297 and 7.
Again, Brent Meyer doing the driving here tonight. Again, his flight got delayed this morning. I don't know if they jumped in the car and they just hammered down or what, but glad to see he made it. You can really see these. I love watching the tires wrinkle in these slow motions.
Oh, yeah.
Like this, like you said, look at the hood just going up and down.
11th place, though.
They are
Wow.
working.
And there's another one coming 4th place and then 11th right now. So that's
this is a tractor that went 413 feet in Hutchinson, Minnesota. Got a second in Benson of 3-1 odds tonight on fullpullpicks.com.
Yeah.
But hook order can change the whole thing.
right now. I'll tell you, it looks to me like the Mac Daddy
coming out here with the best.
They're having a
they
little bit
picked up
of
a couple points
yeah.
on. Well, right now they have.
They're in second, and they picked up. It'll be interesting. We go back to that leaderboard.
I think
but
Billet Binders. I think Injected Funds is in third, and I think Mac Daddy's in second. So that'd be 3 points for Injected Funds. There were 7 points tonight. They came in, but if a couple of tractors get in between,
yeah.
Brent and Julia there, they can.
Well, that's why they call it a points race, you know.
Yes, sir.
And you like to see some of that jockeying back and forth.
There's Papa Shelton. Things might still be a little warm. Got to kind of rock it to get it into gear.
Yeah.
Reese Shelton cutting down. There's his brother Grayson out in front of him. Papa Stan on the right as we look on the screen.
Shelton Insurance. His dad was in that business, and Stan was in that business. I take it he's still in that business.
Yes. Talk about two more tractors out of the Chaos stable that are just as clean as the Bootlegger, as Parrish's tractor underneath the hood. Just sharp tractors. Okay, so this track's kind of getting eat up a little bit for the Pro Stock class. We're going to come out 14 four-wheel drives. Typically in that class, Greg, we see somebody pick a spot and we kind of just see them build a road. And Unlimiteds are going to come out. Is that good for the Unlimiteds, Greg? Is that kind of why you guys run in Unlimiteds last, or is it because you load the boat up? What's the theory behind a pulling order, Mr. Randall?
Well, I think that the biggest thing that I think they talk about is when you run the Unlimiteds and you put something behind it, you've pretty well obliterated the track. Now, tonight we have 8 in the class. We've had as many as 14 roughly in the class down here. And they do such a good job keeping the track together here. But, things can happen. It's pulling. It's dirt.
And everybody's got to pull on the same dirt?
Yeah. And we still may not have seen our winner.
Right. No, there's 3.
There may be something unorthodox that somebody's going to try.
Like a cross track.
Or
somebody just, sometimes there's one spot on the left side or one spot on the right side. Or there was one, you'll hear a puller say, there's one spot in that line. That was nice.
That was a nice
pass. That front end, that was hung perfectly. That was hung perfectly way out there. Nice pass. I don't think he could have done any better.
Yeah, he let it
based
drift.
upon the track conditions at this point.
Yep. And he had a 305 the first time.
Yeah, like we said, you said tremendous wheel speed, but that's where we saw the bobbing up and down a little bit on that. So.
But here he let it drift, and it I think it worked for him. So at 297, we had a 321, 312. So let's see where he comes in. 316. So
drop him in the 7th spot.
Yep.
Good pass. Yeah, he's just letting it go. You're right, Greg. Leave those tires straight. Keep an eye on that right side. Make sure I don't get too close to that. Those are violent. Look at that hood. That old Case IH sled is putting the stomps on him.
And we talked, if they'd left it when they said, we're going to go 359 for pull-off, I mean, we're getting down to our last couple. How many would have been in the second round?
10.
So
the way that track, at that time, as you look down through there, again, the workhorse Robbie Russell continues to lead at 331. Mac Daddy 327. So there's your injected funds 5th right now, first in points. Mac Daddy 2nd in points. So there's 3 points there.
Yeah.
That Julia Ray or Mac Daddy will have picked up on if it ended right now on injected funds like this. So it's working out good the way everything's shaking there.
As long as El Nino is getting Great National points. I know this list has everybody there, but I'm not so certain
sure.
that's
I don't know if they just did a
correct.
hook fee or not to see how it's all going. So
Yeah.
there is your full leaderboard.
Yeah, and there would be no if there was no. John Dunlap texted me. There was no place points for broke. So if Russ can't make the call, he'll just get his 15 points for.
Levi, is a full leaderboard working that you can put up on the left side? There we go. So there is your entire class right now, fans. And again, we just have that -1 and -2 in there just because that's how we have to sort it out with our spreadsheet for the hook but broke. So that way it doesn't put him at the top. But you can see there's your entire class of pro stocks.
Yeah, we got 3 at 321. Oh, we
so
got a tie.
It's this guy's fault that the whole class had to get reset. How far did he go? Did you write down his distance?
It was
that first time?
359.
Oh, it was a monster pass.
And then Tim came with 362 and popped the charger. So I'm off on my it said maybe 345 if you're taking 20 feet away. Tonight, if it was just a weight, it took more than 20 away.
Fans, if you haven't done it yet, get on fullpullpicks.com. Get your wagers in for the 4-wheel drive trucks and the Unlimited. You still have time. Your pro stocks are over. Did you pick Kester to do the 100-foot fist pump and win the mini rod class? Colin Ross, I know a lot of people pick Colin Ross. He's basically even money tonight that he's the super stock class. So 4-wheel drive trucks, great shot of Esden there. Hopefully Robbie's home watching on the live stream. So this could be our last pro. I don't see Russ Yoder sitting back. I don't see Yellow sitting back there anywhere, Greg, but he might be off to the side.
If he's off, he could be off on that opposite side. For many years, they come behind the announcer stand and staged and out the track. Then they changed the pattern here maybe 10 years ago to come in the opposite way.
Rogo, go straight on all the way down on this one. Big picture, straight on. Here we go. Let's watch the last one come right at us here. Fans, I think it's the last one. Maybe we have Russ Yoder yet, but this is Esden Lemke out of Helenville, Wisconsin. They own Lemke Manufacturing. .331 is still the distance to beat. Robbie Russell in the lead with the workhorse. Oh, he did it! He did it!
There you go.
There was nothing left in that track. I cannot believe it. Oh, you said there was one more. Where's the Adam Kester fist pump for 100 feet all the way down the track?
Yeah. Wow. That was
Doug Boers, find Adam Kester's fist pump video again.
Incredible.
We got to play that, and then we're going to play this with Esden Lemke to see if we can pull all this off.
Now you got it. Now you got it.
Buddy.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. What a
look at that. Yeah.
To the windows. I love it. Look at here the people cheering.
Yeah.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Way to go, Esden Lemke. Hopefully Robbie's got a Crown and Coke at home. Sitting down and said, that a boy. That's my boy. I didn't think there was anything left in that Randall.
Yeah.
I didn't.
He had such a great run the first time, and again, you just don't know
if Yoder doesn't come back, and that's another walk off like this, the way Kester did it.
Yeah.
Because after we thought Chase had it, and then it jumped out of gear, and then Kester ran down that through there.
Yeah.
Look at Esden Lemke, fine young man.
Yeah, he is
Another
excited.
One of them pulling. Oh, I love this. This makes me so happy. I don't care who it is.
Yeah,
it just makes me happy.
It is good. It's a good deal, no doubt.
Two monster passes.
Yeah.
Right. She's tired, Esden.
2 monster passes.
She's tired, Esden. Got some happy fans there. Let's just. He says, "Get me a pull off." Yep. She's tired. That clutch is hot, hot. So we'll get our replay up here.
Big Shade's hooking him up.
Okay. So that is a walk-off. That's our walk-off win. Kind of a top 10 kind of leaderboard then. And we'll give you your top 10 before we go four-wheel drive truck pulling. So that's 2 big walk-offs. Adam Kester and Mini Rods.
Wow.
With when we didn't think there we go. He's like, yeah!
Yeah.
I got it. I did it. I love it. That's
when you
good
get
stuff.
that second chance, and both guys had second chances tonight.
Yes, they did.
And they opened the door, walked right through.
There's Tim Kane running out there trying to push it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Hope we got to hold up. Bring that back down. We need that the update.
We got to
bring that down.
And we still got Russ coming back. So this is the Yoder Popcorn leaderboard, which we don't have. I think we've gotten his distance.
Oh, here comes Russ Yoder. It's not over. It's not over. Russ Yoder coming up next.
So there's Robbie, 334 and 7.
And that is Esden on the seat there tonight. I know that was what we had on our sheets, our lineup sheets, so that's what we type into our graphics, but that is Esden Lemke. I think Robbie's back home in Wisconsin. Hopefully that the clutch is just hot. I'm sure
I would
that's
think so.
Because it didn't make any scary noises or anything like that, so we should be good to go there.
Yep.
So. Russ Yoder coming up next.
So this is it. He's no matter how far he goes, this will be his distance for the evening.
Yep. It counts. So the Yoder Popcorn sponsor class, extra butter. Russ Yoder. Neat to see a puller sponsor their own class like this, Greg.
Right.
Shows they support it. See the value in that. And to all the lucky fans that got some free popcorn tonight in the stands. New Generation Plus, there it is. 334. Workhorse 331, Mac Daddy 327. Man, shaking it up. Now, luckily for Brent Meyer there, Injected Funds, he went ahead of Workhorse and didn't get in between Julia Ray and them. So
right.
They're still just, 3rd and 6th, right, for Injected Funds.
Right.
Yep.
YoderPopcorn.com.
Yes, there's a picture of Robbie Lemke watching the live stream, so he's in a good mood. John Cooch just sent that to me. So
I'm just glad he's not in the loincloth. I've seen that picture too.
Have you?
Like a Tarzan deal.
Like a Tarzan
thing?
Yeah. I can't believe it. I thought the track was gone. I really did. And nothing, not picking on it. I pulled on tracks like that. It happens. But for Esden to pull that out, that's pretty monstrous. But, okay, so, maybe Yoder can find something. I'm not sure what happened that first time.
Yeah.
But it's giddy up time. Dang it. Front end was up, looked good, and we just heard the RPMs come down as it went underneath the turbocharger there. So tough luck for Russ Yoder, our class sponsor with the extra butter.
Congratulations, New Generation Plus.
Esden Lemke. So
the Lemkes.
Toma wins Chapel Hill.
Yeah.
Lemke's on a roll.
Yeah.
Lemke is on a roll.
Yeah.
They are celebrating right now in Helenville, Wisconsin. Or
they had a family
house.
A graduation or something that they missed one of the events. Yeah, I mean
they'd be right in it. So
yeah, fantastic. 3 down, 2 to go.
Yep, we're going to show you a replay if you have it here of the Minneapolis Moline. Then we're going to put our leaderboard up. Then I'm going to ask for. I don't have a replay for Esden Lemke. As we see Russ Yoder there, an extra butter. 274.465.
Disappointing 15th.
Yep, not what you want. Just flow underneath the charger there. So they'll throw up a top 10. Greg, take it over, buddy.
The Lemke's New Generation Plus in dramatic style, 334 and 7. Robbie Russell, the workhorse, led for a long time, 331 and 7. Mac Daddy, the Connie team, goes 327 and 8. El Nino and the Paris team, 325 and 3. The Mays team, Billup Binder, 321 and 7. Injected Funds, 321 and 7-0. Cutting Edge Pro, the Sheltons, 317.0. cutting down. Another Shelton Pro Stock 316 and 9. Loudon Heavy X, the Simons coming at 316 and 6. And Money on Black with Brad Moss driving for Peter Norton 315 and 4. That's your top 10 Yoder Popcorn leaderboard.
Solid class of pro stocks here tonight. So, Greg, let's recap our evening here. Start out with diesel super stocks. Kind of got off to a slow start. You and I kept saying, or I think I kept saying, you know how much I love diesel super stocks.
Yeah.
We need that diesel super stock pass that makes the crowd stand up.
Yeah.
Travis Schlabach lays one out there about 340. We're like, all right,
yeah,
got this going. Then Esden goes 336. I'm afraid he hurt the motor a little bit. And old Colin Ross does what Colin Ross does.
Yeah.
Good, perfect straight pass. Just rolled one out there about 358. Takes the win.
Yeah.
Start out with mini rods. Chase goes, 299-ish, turns it down.
Yeah.
Kester comes out. Or they reset the sled then. Kester comes out and goes 298.
Almost the same.
Turns it down.
Yeah.
Brian McDonald goes out and goes 303.
Yeah.
Then we go through all those mini rods, and then the last
rods.
two move into the top three. And
Yeah.
Adam Kester with the walk-off win. And again, the 5-year anniversary of his dad's passing. And, every dad is special. But you want to talk about a person that's been special to so many people, so many families, so many. A pulling hero, Greg.
Yeah.
And anything like that would be Larry Kester.
Yeah. I actually, the night Bowling Green decided to go back with NTPA, it would have been January 8th, 1998. And the reason I remember the day is my dad's birthday, January 8th. And I was heading to Evansville. We had a meeting with, I think that's Vandenberg County Fair.
Okay.
Did not get the event, but met with Larry at a restaurant, which, a League of Their Own, the baseball thing. We were eating there, and he's like, that dance thing, the dance routine was done right here in this thing. And he was just so excited Bowling Green was coming back, and what impact he had with the Make-A-Wish there with the Bowling Green and all that. I mean, just you got to feel good for the Kesters tonight. That's just awesome.
And then to come out, so Esden Lemke, so we started off the class, Chance McGrath laid a good one out there.
Yep.
We kind of fell underneath the turbocharger. Then Danny Schmucker came out and just didn't run like it does.
Yeah.
Reese Shelton came out and kind of laid one down.
Here comes the road. Here comes the road.
And then Robbie or Esden Lemke just blast one out there, 359. We both kind of looked at her and goes, oh. And we did hear the tech guys say, cross our fingers that we did as good. And then Tim Kane goes 362, and then they're like, we reset it. And I think they did the right thing. It did screw Tim Kane, and that happens sometimes. But if they don't, we have 12 in the pull off.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It happens. Yeah, it does happen.
And it stinks for Tim Kane because he's a good dude. So Colin Ross comes back, goes 311. Then we kind of march down through it. But Esden Lemke basically with the walk-off win, not quite because Russ Yoder was last. But I've been getting text messages that Robbie's very, very, very happy right now. Somewhere in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
so
should be.
That's great for there. So fans, if you haven't done it yet, sneak over to fullpullpicks.com. Get your money in on the four-wheel drive trucks and the Unlimiteds. We have 14 four-wheel drive trucks. Mick Broughton is a scratch with the shock treatment, right, Greg?
That's what I understood.
That's what Doug told us next door.
Yeah.
So Ike Zering out of is it Edinburgh or Edinburgh, Indiana?
Looks like Edinburgh.
Indiana with the bucket list will be our first puller. Thanks for joining us tonight. We have 2 classes left. We're going to be back here tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. And if we could put a picture-in-picture of the starting line camera up on Greg and I, that'd be great. Thank you. To kind of show people what's getting ready. They're getting the sled ready right now, all the four-wheel drive. I always feel like when all the four-wheel drive pullers come out, it looks like all the ants out there just kind of marching along, looking for a spot on the track.
Trying to hit his oil. Yeah.
But that should put us at 14 four-wheel drive mod trucks tonight.
Yeah.
Greg, and then we're going to have 8 big bad and limited. So 22 hooks set here to go. Friday night's about 10:54. Single track. We started at 7. We're approaching our 4th hour now. This feels about right with 71 hooks, don't you think?
Yeah.
Because you can't with the with the minis, we don't start them until the sled stops. You know how it goes. It takes a lot of time, bud.
Yeah, it just each class ebbs and flows. The second night always goes faster. It just naturally people are ready a little better. Just things go a little faster unless you have some type of weather delay. But
right, and the weather's been perfect down here.
Four-wheel drive trucks, for years and years, this ended the show, and now they've gotten into not being at the very end, but with the Unlimiteds waiting for the last. And this is the class where you'd see them jockey back and forth, and they could really get going, and the sled can reach out and grab them at the end. So I would say you're going to probably see those 330 type runs, and they're all going to be piled up within 5-6 feet.
The question is, can anybody beat the Outlaw?
He
and the
has
Mangan
had
family.
it's been
So,
tremendous.
First in points, right? Won in Benson and Farley.
Yeah.
Okay. Top threes in Toma.
Yeah.
Now Foster won in Toma and Bucket List won in Toma. Bucket List is our first first truck, excuse me.
Yeah.
And God, just it's crazy. I was trying to say truck and bucket at the same time. They're looking at me in the other room there. So
Yeah.
it was
Gotta-
not what
gotta
I
watch
said.
it.
I said bucket. So the Bucket List coming up next. Ike Zarian out of Edinburgh, Indiana. And then we're going to move on to Rob Foster, who, so look at this.
Yeah.
As fate would have it, our 2 Toma winners are going to be the first 2 trucks in our class, Greg.
Yeah.
So,
And, you know, you can go through here. Grand National Champion, 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 Grand National Champion. Yeah,
The
so,
first 6 are all Grand
several of them are. I'm saying you got, of course, it was Jake Zering, Rob Foster, Ben Ellis. You got Mangan last year. You got Holman. You got Scott Phillips.
Jake is driving.
And Jake will be driving.
Good. I'm going to put that on my sheet. I have Ike on my sheet.
Oh, yeah.
Fancy
So I see-
communication
I see
between
Ike
our production staff.
outside, yeah.
Little shot. The crowd send out a little bit. They've been here for 4 hours. I get it.
Yep.
We went live at 5 o'clock tonight with Countdown to Pull Time. We did that for an hour. We talked to some of our NTPA sponsors with Dan Schreier, and then Greg and I kind of opened up with you all about 6:45 tonight. It's weird. I thought we'd be in the Eastern time zone down here. We're not. We're still in Central. We left
Still
Wisconsin at 5 o'clock last night with the NTPA scoreboard, and we got here at 4:09 this morning. We stopped twice, and we got it back into place this morning at 6:30. I slept until about 10 and got up and did my real job for a while, and now we're announcing in Chapel Hill on Full Pull Live, Randall. What a night. What a night.
Nice night. Yeah.
But I'm so happy for the fans of weather. I mean, the weather is such a you can have a big event. Like if it's 110 in Bowling Green, that's still going to hurt Bowling Green's crowd.
Right.
Which is, your casual fan is like, you know what, we're going to just stay home today.
Yeah. And here, I mean, it's unseasonably cool. I mean, it's just.
I guess they've been under a drought.
Yeah.
Like I didn't realize that. I mean, what's it been like here? It's been wetter than wet in Wisconsin, where I live.
When I went on the Hutchinson Toma deal, it rained 10 of the 12 days I was out, and I got home, and it kind of followed me back, but it kind of went away. I've mowed the grass once since I came back from that 12-day run.
I've been gone so much, my neighbors have been mowing my yard for me because I got to have my nice lines. And my wife promised me, Greg, that the lines would not stay there if she mowed. So I asked my neighbor, Brian Miller, to do the mowing for me. So here we go. Jake Zering, the Bucket List. Is this the one? Was this a truck that put it through the sand at Louisville this year? Or was that
hit the barrier so hard? Let's see. That's a good
which
question.
Zering that was. There's a trivia question for all you out there.
Yeah.
It was one of the Zering trucks. Was it Rule 19? Or was it the Bucket List that went through the sand pile and out onto the bricks there?
Yeah, so really smacked that barrier.
Jake Zering and the Bucket List, 4-wheel drive trucks. Is this class been at Bowling Green forever, Greg? As far as you can remember,
or Chapel Hill?
Sorry,
yeah, that's okay. Yeah, 1990. You would have seen Bud Jaskey, the Johnson brothers. Holmans were here. Bob Smith, the Three Bears team.
So word from trackside from our own Phil Kelly. Jake is driving. Ike forgot his fire shoes.
Whoops.
So that happened. Those are very important. Those are very important when you're going to drive your truck. So.
Yeah.
Got any predictions? What are you thinking, Randall?
I
Sitting
think
here as an announcer and not as the executive director. What's your thoughts?
I think he gets around 330, 335. We're good. And I love this class here because they will jockey that sled right, left, center. They'll go all over the place.
Good look and run, good ground speed.
Yep.
We'll see what goes on with all that stuff. So get it figured out. The Bucket List, Jake Zering, Edinburgh, Indiana.
307, somewhere in that area, I want to say. .308.
308. You can hear miles through the.
I can hear it through the glass
when they radio it in.
Yeah.
So see that little orange triangle thing above the sled?
Right.
That's where we bounce the laser off of that thing.
Oh yeah.
Then they write that down. They radio it in to us, and we throw it on the screen and we show you a replay. Now Doty's down there talking to Jake. 308.39. Allison, let us know if we're good or not when you know. Bucket list was 2-1. Currently 5th in Grand National points. 2-1 on fullpullpicks.com. It has a Toma win here in 2024. Rob Foster and the Foster Child coming up next.
If I was Jake, I'd be thinking about the last 2 classes I watched. The guys dropped, came back, and won. I think I'd be dropping.
Yep, I would be too.
And he's dropping.
He turned it down. Everybody's giving us. They're waving at us in the other room.
They're either saying he turned it down or we stink. They were giving a thumbs down.
We're gonna get fired.
Oh,
oh, that's a different symbol.
Doug Borth brought out the crank.
The crank. All right. So Rob Foster is going to set the distance to beat. Now it's weird not seeing Carmen Foster drive this truck, but she's home working, farming. There is the Marvin Epperson.
The Marvin Epperson.
Is it that time of night where they're going to have to really clean their windshields? I can't remember.
Yes.
Gets a little froggy out there.
It does.
Damp.
So yeah, Carmen's in Indiana now.
Yep.
That happens when your daughter gets. Carmen was, I think, the same age as my oldest daughter, and so then they grow up and move away, and so it's good to see Rob back in the seat.
He said it took him a little bit to get the truck set up for his driving style. I talked to him at Benson or Farley. I don't remember exactly. I just love watching four-wheel drive trucks back. Those rear tires barely touch the ground.
Yeah.
And then when that chain tight, they just sink. So Rob's going to run that left side where we saw the mini rods have a little bit of trouble. Mm-hmm. Obviously, longer wheelbase, more 4 tires digging. Yep. It's not as big of a deal.
Yep. It'll be interesting.
Mama Foster.
I think we'll see that sled jockey back and forth a bit.
So Jake turned down to 308, right?
He turned down to 308.
That distance to beat.
Which I from what I've watched, I can't blame him for that.
No, Kester won with the last hook.
Yeah.
As did Lemke won with second to last hook.
Jim Miller gets the fist bump. Points. Put her down there, buddy.
It's kind of fun watching everybody's routine. Like that, him and Marvin, they do their different things. They reset the sled after Jake dropped. They reset the sled. So, like you said, they did that earlier too. So it doesn't make them feel as bad.
No, makes sense.
Because Jake's bucket list is a good truck. Let's be honest. I mean, at one Toma, and we don't want a 307.
And they want, like I said, around 330, and he's tickling that neighborhood right there.
So Rob Foster will be the new #1 puller.
Yeah.
He'll have the option of keeping or turn this down, fans. So if you want to wager tonight, all you have left now is you can wager on the unlimited class. Everything else is down.
I thought I saw him give a thumbs up there.
Okay. We'll find out from the team next door.
324-2.
You can really see in those slow-mos also the chassis work like that.
Yeah. And how sharp the tires are. I mean, that clay comes off as a pattern of the bar. That's really interesting.
When you watch it in slow motion, you just wonder, how does everything not break every time?
Right.
The abuse that they go through. These pulling trucks and tractors that we do to these things.
Yeah.
We're asking them to do things we would never ask anybody else to do.
Yeah.
Foster Child, 324. So I think your gut's telling you a 335 is probably going to win this thing?
I really thought probably Tech Services would like to see that distance to be in that 335 area. Let him run.
Sorry, Greg.
Yeah, you're fine.
Ben Jam's coming up next. He was a 14-1 on our fullpullpicks.com. Ben Ellis. Good running truck.
Man, I say maybe a sleeper here, really.
Yep.
Yeah. Ben Ellis, he's quite a guy. A lot of fun, very respectful, and good competitor. Won a Grand National title. Over in that southeastern part of the state of Virginia.
Champlain, Virginia. Ben Ellis Jr. Okay, so he basically moved, just split the tire length, ran that left line. We haven't seen anybody on that left line for a long time.
Yep.
We saw Blake Graves at the beginning of the night do it. We saw the mini rod struggle over there. We never really saw a Pro Stock really ride it, did we, over there? That
Not
left
really.
line like that, or that
No.
right line as we look at it. Left line if you're sitting in the truck. There's our camera guy, right? There's all the Bowling Green stickers, right? On the windshield. Is that all those?
Yeah, some
Can't
of
tell.
them looks like. Yeah, some of them are.
I love that. People keep those on there.
Yeah.
Got a little peek inside there. Of the Benjamin, Ben Ellis Jr., Rob Foster in the lead at 324.2. 324.2 on fullpull.live. Thanks for joining us tonight. We have 8 unlimiteds after this. You still have time to go wager on the unlimited class. There's we see a different angle of the fist bump. Little last second, don't do this, don't do that. Greg, what do you think?
Yeah, you got some final instructions there. Oh!
Did he hurt something, you think?
It did not sound good. You normally don't hear that.
Pull it down like that, right?
Yeah, you really don't.
Yeah. Now, normally we see the gas trucks get after it a lot quicker. He drove that like a super stock diesel truck.
Yeah.
You know,
he
they weigh
really did.
7,800 pounds, and sometimes they're not really getting on them to 150, 200 feet.
Yeah.
With all the horsepower on that and that longer
Yeah, they can
wheelbase
blow
like
the
that.
tires away so easy on the super stock diesels, but yeah, that didn't sound good.
As we head to our replay here. Going to come up about 10 feet short. It's all about ground speed here for our four-wheel drive trucks here tonight in Chapel Hill. Find the right line and give her, and then it just stopped. It's like something that locked up.
Yeah. Something definitely happened there.
Yeah.
But
Bill Kramer, Dunkirk, Maryland, the contender. Then R.J. Simon and out of Farley, what Simon says. And then the champ, Mark T. Mangan, coming up.
Yeah.
The outlaw, as you see, our top two. Again, that -1 for the shock treatment. We just do that so it does, because the numbers, the letters mess with our Google spreadsheet, if you will, or our Excel spreadsheet that allows us to put that leaderboard up there. So we're going to figure out a better way to do that. So that's why we put that -1 up there, because we just, you have a DQ. The DQ was messing with our system. We were trying to figure out this week around the phone with them. Like, I don't know. I just said, I just don't want it at the top. Just put it at the bottom. Don't care what you do. So,
right.
Because if you're a DQ, you're last place anyway.
Right.
So, how many people do you think Chapel Hill holds, Greg, at capacity?
How many people do they hold at capacity?
Oh, we're going to PK. PK, you're up.
Out here, the contender's about to run, but I want to ask RJ what he's seeing in the evolution of the track from earlier today to now.
Oh, I don't know. I wish I had it figured out, guys, but I don't. I'm just hoping that we can hold this together. This Kramer, he went over, going all the way to the right. I'm going to put it way over to the left. I really liked what I seen when Ben jamming there, went down through there, Ben Ellis. So it's going to kind of follow his track, see what we can do.
Good luck to you, bud. Have a good one.
We saw RJ get the big win in Benson with his dad's truck.
That was another fist pump.
Yeah, and that's one too. I feel like maybe I saw Brandon and RJ posting about their dad today. It must be kind of the same time frame too when they lost Roger. Do you remember when Roger?
I believe it was in July.
Okay.
Yeah, I do believe that. And Randy Petro was another one.
Yep. So our legends.
Yeah.
And it stinks. So Bill Kramer, the contender, we're going to go to the other side of the track, Greg.
Yeah, this is the jockeying we see every year down here. It's an interesting strategy, and normally the results are about the same. They that 324, 330, let's call it, area is kind of where they'll all be, front or left, right, center. It's another truck out of Maryland, actually, Dunkirk, and the Kramers are running the circuit the whole time. This is the 7th place truck. It looks like they've amassed 131 points.
Yep. Yeah, they were 14-1 on fullpullpicks.com earlier when I looked.
So, who has the best on the 4-wheel drive? What's
the Outlaw is even money.
Wow.
Foster Child bucket list. Simon says is 3-1.
Yeah.
Foreplay and Rule 19 are also 2-1.
Nice.
Oh, buddy. You think you got him? Because he said, like we said, we never know if that's exact, but that's right there. The contender.
Yeah.
So we saw Rob Fuster right of center as we look at him, right?
Right.
And then we saw the contender move all the way over to the left side.
Yep.
And he's right on that. That's leaderboard there.
Be interesting to how close, since the pass was actually where Rob was on the other side.
Yeah, I know.
How good
well
eyesight that
does
was.
Rojo do that?
Yeah.
I think Rojo's the leader spotter here.
Right.
321. Yeah, up 3 feet short.
Yeah, so he didn't pass. Yeah.
I could move him into second place. Rob Foster continues to lead at 324 as we watch Bill Kramer's replay here, the contender. And then Ben Ellis Jr. is in third at 314 right now. So kind of a full leaderboard out. There we go.
The cone goes back to the other side.
The contenders at 321. Benjamin at 314. We have R.J. Simon next.
Yep.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 trucks left to go. Well, no, Jake's there in the back, so we have 11 trucks to go here, Greg.
Yeah.
Tonight in our 4-wheel drive mod class.
Yep.
So.
And from Norm, it was 4 years ago today for Roger Simon's passing.
4 years ago today.
And John Dunlap says bucket list was the one that went through the barrier at Louisville.
Okay.
Bucket list.
So our condolences to the Kester and Simon families as they lost their patriarch of their family on the same day. And that stinks.
Yeah, chronologically, we're probably 52 weeks in that pattern for Larry Kester, but I'm not sure if it's the exact day.
Sure.
As far as that is, but
hey, there's a happy fan.
Yeah.
Do a little crowd roll by here. That little kid's like, get that camera off of me.
Little H&R AgriPower hat there. Sponsor.
Thanks to the fans for hanging with us. We're into the fourth hour, 4 full hours done.
Yeah.
And unlimited. Now, Greg, will they mix up the pulling order for tomorrow night, bud, or how do you do stuff like this?
You know, that's a good question. I have a feeling not, but I would say if they moved anything, it might be Pro Stock and Super Stock diesel swapping, but we'll know that tomorrow.
Now, do you typically do that, or does Marvin do that with the team or the promoter, or does it depend on the track?
Usually it's the event manager, which where Marvin's at, that'll be Marvin. We talk to the promoter. They may have some things they're concerned about or, interested in a scene running at a certain time. But what a classic look here.
I know,
of course, the original Simon says, so cool. And it puts me back to 1987. This truck, I want to say that was Rogers. If it wasn't his first full year, it would have maybe been the second. I'm pretty sure my time in that area was. And he just kind of came on the scene, and you had Gary Saline and Simon and Johnson Brothers. There's a bunch of Virginia trucks at that time that ran the circuit, and a lot of tough competition. But it's good to see this truck remaining the same. And RJ and his brother Brandon, two good guys, I'll tell you. They really bring a lot to the sport of pulling.
They do. A lot of passion.
Yes.
A lot of will. A lot of professionalism. But they want to win. That's such a cool shot of a cool truck. But the coolest thing right now is Rob Foster in the lead at 324. Yeah. Bill Kramer in second at 321.
Yeah. Sixth place truck right now, so let's see if RJ can build on that tonight.
RJ's got that win in Benson. He's 3-1 odds on fullpullpicks.com. Oh, buddy, he's gone. New leader. He's got those tinted windows, so we can't see him pumping his arms inside the truck, like we saw Kester and Hesden Lemke earlier. Yeah, we got a new leader.
It's
Man, the
interesting.
ground speed. I wish we knew how fast they were going. I know we're going to work on that, but wow.
When they come down that hill, you can see them pedal a little bit.
Yep.
That's to keep it from hopping. You might see a trick or two later hop, and that's a
they
lot of
don't
what they
drive it
do
as well.
because that sled kind of rolls.
Yeah. So they're coming down that hill, right? Now they're coming back up. All that momentum. Now they go, right? Because otherwise that pan of the sled's going to come and start bouncing on them.
Yeah.
What? Oh, I thought for sure he had to lead. I really did. Didn't you?
Well, I'll tell you what. It's hard with the cone on the other side, and I'm not sure how accurate that was. It looked like he had.
I thought he had him by 10 feet. That's
yeah,
all.
Looked like he had a. But again,
how close that is.
Our top three are within 3 feet.
This is what we expect, though, in this class.
Yeah.
This is what we expect in this class. So I really thought he had the lead, but maybe it's just the angle I was looking at from that leader cone from our camera. Okay, so when we reset a class like that, does Jake Zering, can he come back 6 or does he come back last? How does that work?
He can come right back, drop 6 or drop last.
So
and normally I'd say he dropped last. Yeah. Just what we saw all night long.
You mentioned it. Kester, last hook. Esden Lemke, second to last hook, probably more than likely. Putting that sub-like on there. Fans, if you haven't done it yet, go to fullpullpicks.com. Make some wagers on that unlimited class. Looks like we have a $466 winner in our Pro Stocks tonight.
Wow.
Nope, I'm on the wrong one. Let me go get that back.
Greg Randall. No.
Yeah, Greg Randall. No, I put up the wrong one.
I kid.
Let's see. There's mini rods. Somebody won. We had two $240 winners on the mini rod class here tonight.
Yep.
Jim Miller 560 and American Nightmare. Let's see here. Diesel Super Stocks. A couple $100 winners. Me, I got 25th place. I picked triple bypass and the chain breaker. That was my wager. Pro Stocks. Nope, I'm back on. Sorry. So I got mini rods. Diesel. We gotta wait for the Pro Stocks to get updated yet. Right. So the mini rod, that's fun.
Here comes our defending Grand National champion, the Outlaw, and current leading Grand National points. He's leading the Grand National points. Mark Mangan out of Goodhue, Minnesota. The Outlaw. And he's really picked up where he left off.
Yes, he has. Joe Ader, just for you fans, is 1.18 to 1. So he's the favorite right now in the unlimited class. So here we go. Mark Mangan, defending Grand National champion out of Goodhue, Minnesota. They must have got a drone out of the Was that Levi running? That was awesome. He's CrossFit. Our Levi, our camera guy, he's in shape. Great. Yeah. You and I would have died at 10 feet. We ran out of breath. That was cool.
That was a heck of a run. That may have bumped the lead.
I'm not saying it anymore. I thought for sure
this may have.
He's saying 321. I heard. I can hear Miles.
$321. Yep.
Man, they're stacking him in there. Good sled setting here. Is that Donnie Bauer up in there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like it is. Does Donnie always kind of run the red sled? I mean, big boys run the blue one, or how's that work?
It seems like more here. Vaughn has, besides the mini sled, has relinquished the seat to one of the other guys. So, yeah, at home, Jason and I have been a little bit off on our leading distance marker there, but
yeah, I got to talk to Rojo.
It's close.
It's not even. I think I got the Simon family all pumped up because I thought he had the lead, and then now I'm just going to try to be quiet and behave the rest of the night. So.
Interesting is track prep. The guy on the toward the starting line, not that one, but the one turning right now, that's Ken Lamb. Ken builds the track, and his son, Brooks, is right there on our left. He wrote a book that talks about agriculture and how things are changing in America. And I remember Brooks was a little tyke, you know, getting a Polar magazine, you know, and again, the future's in good hands here in Chapel Hill.
Oh yeah, no, they talked about that. Tim Tips talked about it. You know, they really miss Chris, but he laid the groundwork. How old was Chris Gilbert?
Gosh,
roughly.
I'd say he was in his 60s.
In his 60s,
yeah, I'd say he was in his 60s.
I never got a chance to meet him. So
Yeah.
as we see TaylorMade and Taylor Corsa with the TaylorMade truck coming up out of Blue Ridge, Georgia, coming up next. Old Rob Foster with that first hook basically after they reset the sled, Craig. So it's continuously at 324.
Yeah.
Tight class. So this will be on RFD TV. What other ones that we do? Does RFD TV do? Bowling Green?
We did the truck show in March, the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals.
Yep.
Then we've done Hutchinson, Toma, Chapel Hill. We'll be in Rockwell.
Okay.
We'll be Bowling Green, and we'll do a few shows from Enderley.
Nice.
Yep.
How many years have they been on RFD TV now?
Believe it or not, this is year number 20.
Okay. Wow.
So 20 years for me. That was just a weird deal. Army Armstrong, we hired him to do it, and Army was like, "You're going to beat all these? Yeah, you know the guys pretty much. You're going to be in the series," and that wasn't the plan at all. Taylor Corsa.
Yeah, they are all just digging and scratching right down there.
Yeah. Huh.
Had one of those crazy weather alerts. Did you have that too?
Yeah.
But I don't know, it's like a missing child or what? Our phones are all just blowing up in here.
Puff public safety.
Yeah.
See if it'll load.
Taylor Corsa and the TaylorMade. Can't wait for her distance here for in just a second. Daniel Johnson out of Baxley, Georgia. The Desperado will be coming next as we watch Taylor come down. So we haven't seen anybody move off this line now since the Contender went over there.
Right.
To the far left side of the track, Taylor.
I think you will see it.
Can really see those tires working. Going to move Taylor into the 6th spot. 311.30. 311.30. Daniel Johnson, Jake Kramer, Jim Holman, the next three. Holman's came out to Rock Valley last week.
I saw that.
They got picked up to win Saturday night.
Yeah.
Saturday, he said the best day track he's ever pulled on because he stuffed his truck. We interviewed him on our Countdown to Pull Time. Fullpull.live did the live stream out there last week, donated all the money back to Rock Valley, Iowa. They had horrible flooding. As we see the foster child continue to lead. Carmen, I hope you're home watching. 324. Simon says 322. RJ sitting in the 2nd spot right now. The Outlaw. So our points leader, Mark Mangan, sitting in the 3rd spot right now. I know you like to do this, Greg.
Yeah.
He has 155 points coming in tonight. Our 2nd place truck is Rule 19, 10 points behind. And both those were basically the Outlaws even money on full pull picks. Rule 19 is 2-1. When we can see Rule 19, there are about 4 trucks.
Yeah.
So we'll get all this shaked up. Good look. I love this Desperado truck. I love these older body style trucks. Cool.
Yeah, definitely. These are the classic looks we saw in this division 30 years ago.
1 second. 1 second.
Danny Johnson. So we got 6 official distances. We'll be coming back with, we're about better than a third of the way through our 4-wheel drive truck class. Good looking Ford here. Nice gray paint scheme. Cue up the Eagles Desperado. Great song. Good looking truck. Danny is a former winner of Grand National class, maybe 2 in his career. Took a little time away for his business and is back. Still running that left sideline from the driver's compartment. A lot of times they'll play follow the leader quite a bit, but I know here at Chapel Hill, you'll see them move that cone over when they see the distances aren't getting farther down the track. Someone will move the cone. At Danny Johnson, Jake Kramer's on deck, and Jim Holman's in the hole. I can see Holman's moving that cone over. One of the more most winningest teams here at the Thrill on the Hill, Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Nice run going there, and gear and horsepower versus the sled. The pan getting the friction there. Pan wins out every time normally. Good run for the Georgian.
308.855.
So sounds like they're saying 308 and change. So 7th place thus far out of 7 trucks. So with an official distance. So here's where I think you start to see the jockeying of the cone again, because the distances are dropping off. And as the tractors work, the maintenance tractors work the track, they obviously scrape and roll on the other side as well. And sometimes they'll say it's time to move it because they've had some X amount of rolls on that side. And the track's going to be a little better over there. So we'll see what happens here. Kramer's second entry here. We saw the contender run a few hooks ago. They're sitting at 321 and 2 in second, or fourth place rather. Foster Child still the first official distance, meaning he couldn't drop it. He continues to lead Rob Foster, a former winner here as well, Grand National Champion. Supernatural's coming up here. Former Region 4 Enderley qualifier. It's got that low top profile. So the track here, I'm going to speculate, is somewhere in the 35 to 40 foot wide range. 30 is about as narrow as you'll ever see a track. And our length is 350 roughly. We're running a floating finish on most all the classes. We can have a round 2, but normally one run and done is kind of the modus operandi. So this is Jake Kramer heading to the sled. Jim Miller's checking if he has his neck collar on, making sure the drivers are all ready to compete, got all their safety gear on. That's a lot of what goes on for the man in that role. He's saying make sure that neck collar's tight. He's going to go back and he's going to take a look. Tighten the chain, go ahead, move forward, put it in drive. Because they back up, they put it in neutral, put it in drive. Chain's tight. Kill switch is hooked up. You'll see green light on the sled. The start and end flagman will concur and give the green. And again, stacking them up there between 310 and 320. Supernatural. Its trailer mate went 321 and 2. Let's see how Jake did here tonight. Got the nice tire dressing on the tires. $312.5. That'll put him in 6th place. So, not as good as his trailer mate, but he's going to finish in the money here tonight. So Rob Foster continues to lead 324 and 2. RJ Simon holding there tough and steady, 322 and 3. The Outlaw, Mark Mangan, our defending champion leader, 321 and 4. Rounds out our top 3.
Back in the booth with Greg Randall, Executive Director. I got you a Gatorade. Do they sponsor the NTPA, Greg? Not yet.
They should.
They should.
They should.
Gatorade, if you're watching, which
Gatorade
I'm sure
Zero.
all the executives are from Gatorade or watching Full Pull Live here. Fans, if you haven't done it yet, head over to fullpullpicks.com and get your picks in for the Unlimited class. Nonsense is 2-1. Emax is 1-1. Even money, Giddy Up 4-1. Foursome 3-1. They finished in the top 3. And there's some field picks as well. So we're having a lot of fun as we're working our way through the 4-wheel drive class. Speaking of, this is the winningest. The winningest. Am I saying that right?
Behind the Banner Brothers, the second most winningest title team in NTPA history. The Holman Brothers, 1960 Chevrolet 4-play. Like the number 4, not like the Golf 4. Emmy Miller Tire sponsored machine, and I'll tell you what, they've been pulling the circuit for multiple decades.
Greg, if you had to pick like out each class, like the vehicle, you know, you're going to say Redline Fever and Diesel Super. I mean, over like a 50-year period.
Oh yeah,
it'd be hard to replace 4-play in the 4-wheel drive class. I mean, for longevity, for wins.
The
the
championship
Mount
record.
Rushmore.
Yeah, the
Mount Rushmore.
The Mount Rushmore 4-wheel drive trucks. I think you got to the Holmans. They have to have a spot there.
Yep, I agree.
It's based on merit. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And they're a couple great guys, great family. That's a really nice run.
They're all right there, Greg.
You know,
it's
that
so
weight
hard to
box,
call it.
but I can see the weight box near the 350. That's going to be interesting, I think.
Again, we're in Chapel Hill, Tennessee on a Friday night. We have the Unlimiteds left. Greg Randall in the booth with me here tonight. Thanks for tuning in. We love having you. We're going to be in Fort Recovery next weekend with our live stream, and then I swear it's like every day after that, Greg. It's nonstop, buddy. It is nonstop. As we watch the replay of 4-play, they just moved into 5th place. So our top 6 or 7 trucks were within 3 or 4 feet of each other.
Yeah.
But that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's how it will be.
Greg, what's the slowest month for you? Like, do you have a month where it's kind of quiet, or is it just all year round?
If I'm not counting this year, I would say the month of May. But the month of May is very busy for us at the NTPA office this year. We have new employee. There's a lot of new things.
Yep.
But it's good.
As you see the Foster child continue to lead that first hook, Greg. So
Yeah.
we've been saying, I don't think there's anything out there. Who's the last hook?
Well, remember, we got
Jake Zaring.
we got Jake.
Jake's going to win. The way things are going
if
tonight.
the pattern continues,
Foster child 324, Simon says 322, the Outlaw. You know, these are the people that you expect to see in that top 5.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I wonder what happened with Mick Broughton and the shock troop. And I know they're down here.
Are they down here?
So
you
I
know
think
what?
Phil Kelly was going through the pits. They thought something was wrong. So Not sure.
They were very disappointed. They contacted me and said that they wouldn't be at. They didn't even know if they're going to make it here.
Okay.
And so you never know.
That's got to be Rule 19.
Rule 19,
the most famous front bumper in pulling.
Yeah.
There's Mick right there.
Yeah. Race wraps.
They're all family, right? Like Mick's related to the Zarians. Isn't his wife?
That's a good question.
I think so. I talked with the banquet a couple years ago.
Okay.
Pretty sure Mick's wife is a maybe part of the Zarian family.
Huh, interesting. So. Very interesting.
Yep.
So
there's our social media guy.
Yeah. So I know Jake was on that show Wife Swap way back in the day. I
forgot all about that. Somebody mentioned that at the Mac Trailer Winter Nationals too when we were down there. So
this was the Dixie Chopper.
Yeah, I forgot about.
Because I looked on the back, it's the horsepower stupid that was on that truck as well.
Rule 19, no goofy stuff. Love it. Chain is tight. Everybody's chasing down Rob Foster at that 324. We're about halfway through our class of 14 tonight. We have a leader this time because I was keying in on your front weight box over the 350. I was like, Randall, how do you know? And you're like, I'm watching that 350 marker when I saw the 350 go away. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, we haven't. The ground speed that they get coming down that hill, Greg, and the way they're driving, these guys are good.
Yeah,
they've done this before.
Yeah, it's a very good track and setup here for the 4-wheel drives. Awaiting the distance.
I can hear Miles saying 328.
328.
There it is.
There's our new leader. 328.
So Rule 19 was second in points.
Yes.
Coming in tonight. He was 2-1. He got a second in Benson, North Carolina. And he is 10 points behind the Outlaw. So
he's making up some ground.
We're going to take a look at that here, what this does for
your
us.
new class leader.
Man, those chassis take a beating. There you go. So 3 points, right?
So he's gained 3 points on
so
Mark. Yep.
With
and there's 7 feet in there, so there could be a couple more lodged.
You know what's really impressed me this year has been Scott Phillips come back with Yankee Blue. He hasn't pulled patrol for 13 years, and he come out and it just bang.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like he never stopped doing. He's fourth in the points.
Yeah. Yeah, Scott, he and Pam, again, glad to have them back. Here's an interesting storyline. So you got Anna Mangan coming out here with the Bounty Hunter, second place in points. Or third place in points, rather, excuse me.
Yep.
Now,
got a second in Farley and Toma. This truck did.
She can help her cause and hurt her dad's cause all with one run.
Right, she could.
But I know how it was with Rob Foster and Carmen is, just go out there and do your best.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's the same with father-daughter here.
I can't imagine Mark doing anything other than that. So.
Anna, her second season doing the wheeling of this very tough running Chevrolet.
There's her dad, Mark, backing her in. Anna's, 16, 17? She in high school, I feel like?
I would say she's maybe just a tad older than that now, but yeah.
Anna, I'm sorry if I call it. The girls get mad if you say they're too young, right? And then men get mad. How does that work? What are the rules on that? I'm just going to be quiet, Greg, before I say something.
Yeah.
More.
The best way to cover it is say, yeah.
Yep.
Beautiful gal.
Oh, yeah.
And a great driver. She's done a great job in the seat.
Yeah, when ladies are older, if you actually call their age, yeah. If they're younger, they want to be older. If they're older, they want to be younger. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
So,
right.
Great
right.
camera work by our guy Scott down there. He's been working tirelessly tonight.
Yeah. It's a good bond that she has with her dad. It's really fun to watch the family thing happen, you know?
Yeah. Hey, Rogo, can you put the start camera up on PMP right now? Picture in picture on that screen? That'd be cool. Kind of show you a couple different angles of that truck there as Anna gets ready to go. Never got the momentum that Jake Zarian did, her dad did. Just you know, like you said, maybe just driving off that hill a little bit, Greg.
A little different,
you know, and then getting after it. But
yeah,
you know, like I feel like the trucks. We saw Jake wait on it. We saw R.J. Simon wait on it. We saw some of those other guys wait on it. So
yeah, it's a power track, but in the same sense, it takes a little finesse on that start. And I'm surprised we haven't seen anybody hop tonight. Now maybe we still will, but there's been times here where we've sat and watched a class and maybe half of them had a false start, as I call it.
Sure.
And they'll back and back up.
Now, earlier, and we'll watch the replay here of Anna before we go to Larry Peterson and ProFab. 309.805. We're going to move her into the 10th spot. Watching that old chassis flex. It's all about ground speed, I feel like, in this class.
Yeah. And interesting enough, the next guy up, Larry Peterson, they've had a streak here at one point where they
owned it.
I mean, they probably had 10 chairs to take home over so many years. It's been pretty incredible. The Midas touch has kind of left him here a little bit, and I think Larry would tell you that they've really tried hard to find that sweet spot again. They've had some issues.
There's some pollers I recognize.
Yeah, I see.
Chase,
yeah,
Ryan McDonald, Brett Corporal. Kind of sit down in that. We have a polar area, don't we, down here in Chapel Hill? I feel.
Yeah,
like.
this is the polar area.
There's Rona Venny in the bottom left screen.
Yeah.
Cool shot there. Little peekaboo from the behind as Larry Peterson goes out on the track.
ProFab's his business. Anything transmission, drive line, etc.
That guy's got a lot of transmissions out there. All my pull-in tractors have had them. I have no idea what my new tractor has, but I'm assuming it's a ProFab. I know my 401 did. So.
And I know they got another truck that'll be coming out at some point.
Lisa's truck, right?
Yep. Good looking Chevrolet. Has that paint scheme that changes as it goes down the track.
Cool.
Jeff Schaefer, another guy back in the old days that ran the four-wheel drive truck class.
So this truck's been out 3 times. I got John's cheat sheet up here, John Dunlap's Toma. 17th in Toma, 19th in Benson, and 23 in Toma in session 5. So not what we normally expect from Larry.
Nope.
But he's getting her dialed back in. So him and Anna both, they didn't have that wheel speed that like I felt like Zarian and them did. So I don't know if maybe they wore out that line over there, but man, we'll see trucks run the same line.
Yeah.
Hard, Greg. All night
I'm
long.
really surprised no one's gone to their side.
Yeah. So earlier on, Kramer did it. Bill Kramer with the Contender went over there, and he's at 321. I'll have Allie put up a full leaderboard here after this replay, and we can catch up all this again to see where we're at. So.
Yeah, and in the four drive class, 5th and 6th spots are 1 3/8 inches apart.
Rogo, can you put the start cam in picture in picture? Oh shoot, he left. It is funny. He had 2 guys there.
The one was yawning?
He was yawning. I might have yawned once tonight.
I know I have been, because it's,
it's getting late.
I'm on the Eastern time zone, so it takes a little bit.
It's past your bedtime, Randall.
It is. It honestly is.
We watched a replay of Larry Peterson at ProFab geared up. Don't leave us, fans. The Unlimiteds are next. They're going to wake everybody up that is tired. Larry Peterson in the ProFab. There's your full leaderboard. Jake Zering continues to lead at 328. Robbie Foster at 324. Rob Foster, not Robbie. Simon Says, RJ Simon, 322. The Outlaw, Mark Mangan, the Contender, sitting in the 5th spot right now. Holman's in 4-play. Benjamin Van Ellis in 7th. Supernatural, TaylorMade, ProFab geared up. Your top 10 right now. I should have, coming up next, let's see here, Scott Phillips and the Yankee Blue. Yep, there he is.
Scott's Quick
And then,
Stop Guns and Ammo.
We have 2 trucks left.
Yep. We've got a new shirt in the NTPA merchandise area. This truck's in the center of it. We've got also one of the Cheezic tractors and also Brett Berg. So we call it the 3 Pullers shirt. And it's pretty sharp. I'll tell you, with the 3 vehicles, there's some red and blue and kind of a gray shirt. Kind of looks like a little patriotic theme. Yeah, and coming off the done. RNC. Was you up there? I mean, it was in your
It was in
state?
Wisconsin, but I did not get over to Milwaukee. I was doing my real job. So I'm not as home as much in the summer, so I have to actually focus when I'm home for 3 days. So.
Yeah. Understood.
Summer's busy for all of us. Great camera work tonight from everybody. Proud of our team. Trying to show you things that you normally don't get to see on the live stream, as you get a peek inside the Yankee Blue. Mr. Phillips sitting there out of Marlette, Michigan.
Also a former Grand National champion.
He races cars too, Craig, when he's out pulling trucks. This guy's a busy guy. He's into motorsports big time. So we're not giving up on that left side, it appears, Mr. Randall.
No. I'm kind of surprised.
Do you think Jake will do anything different with the bucket list? We'll find out a little bit.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
I mean, look at the middle of the track there.
Yeah.
Nice shine on it there.
Yeah.
I'll start looking for that hill.
Oh, nice run.
So, do you see the 350?
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
PK, are you ready? PK, no, you're not ready? Are we going? No, he's just messing with us. He's just messing with us. That was our cue, I guess. So,
boy. Second place. Sounds like 327 coming up here.
Greg's got rabbit ears listening to between our studio and the production room.
I don't understand that. I'm around tractor point and percussion.
And you should be deaf.
I should be deaf.
Yeah.
I got small
There's
ear
Jake
canals.
and Ike and Mick and everything ready. Oh, look at that.
Yes.
Give me a full leaderboard again, Allie, after the replay.
Scott's going to make the podium.
Yes, he is.
He's at least at the silver.
Yep.
Because we got one left. And he just helped himself, too.
Nice pass.
He was 2 points out of third, and Anna Mangan's down in the standing. So Scott really helped himself.
My favorite thing to do is watch the drivers look over for that leader cone. I love that. There we go. There's your leaderboard down the left side. As we see Jake Zering getting clawed into the truck there. There's Ike. He forgot his fire shoes, so Dad's got to drive both trucks.
Yeah, Scott helped himself really well tonight. Yep, he really did.
The Yankee Blue, picking up points. Like you said, it's a points race.
Yep.
A journey is another nice way of saying that. So.
Journey, that's a good band.
It was a really good band.
Yes.
Don't Stop Believing, Greg.
Steve Perry. Some band was playing at Nashville last night.
Yeah.
The drummer was playing it correctly, too. He had a left-hand lead on the hi-hat, and he was going around the snare and the toms with his right hand. It was a beautiful thing.
We were rolling through Nashville about 3 a.m. this morning on our way down. We just Larry Flynn's Hustlers Club looked like it was just closing. Great. We saw the lights from the road. I'm like, just keep going, guys. We're just going through on the interstate. So
It is past 11 o'clock
It is.
Central. I guess you can
I can say
reference
that.
that.
I can
guess.
say the Hustler Club.
Yeah.
I didn't know Larry Flynn still had those kind of places.
Believe it or not, he got his start about 12 miles south of Urbana.
Really?
And I think it's called Springboro or somewhere. And then he
guys-
moved to Cincinnati.
Urbana's just like Sin City.
No, that was in Clark County. That was Springfield, but yeah. So we're back to Ike Zering with the bucket list final competitor, and he, of course, he had a 3:08 and 3, but they did change the sled, and he was able to come back and take the lead about 4 trucks ago with Rule 19. And he helped himself. He's in second place in points. So he's going to put a few on Mangan.
He's as far left as he can be, I really
Yep.
feel like. Now, so the trucks that are in the lead, we don't really hear them get after it until they start coming up that hill.
Right.
So I think, obviously, the pan of the sled is they're coming downhill, it's off the ground, and they're grabbing that momentum, and then they're just hammering it. And like I said, there's a good driver. Good shot there of the truck backing up.
Yep.
Seeing those cut tires. Jake Zering and the bucket list.
Right, they put a cap on the 4-wheel drive truck class in Chapel Hill, Tennessee.
With 8 Unlimiteds after this. Thank you for hanging out with us super late. Greg Randall, Jason Schultz here in the Full Pull Live studio production trailer. It's not like Hollywood, but it's pretty darn close. Is the temperature better for you in here now, Randall, or are you still freezing?
It's cold, but hey.
I mean, it's better. It's better than being a Raiders
It
fan.
says 72.
It's better than being a Raiders fan.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Devontae Adams is going to leave you and go play with Aaron Rodgers. They said it on ESPN.
Yeah.
Here we go, Jake. Good shot there by our camera crew. Let's see what he's got. He has the ground speed. He's moving. This is too close. So Jake's in the lead right now.
Yeah.
Scott Phillips is in second.
Yeah.
Is Jake going to go put 2 trucks in the top 3?
Is this going to be a Zering,
Philip
Phillips Zering?
Phillips Zering, like the
law firm.
the law offices of Zering and Phillips and Phillips Zering and Phillips. Or Zering,
I
Phillips,
think he's a
Zering.
little bit off of the mark.
I don't feel like he had the same momentum
No.
that the other guys did, but still close. The Unlimiteds are next, fans. Here's our replay.
326,
Oh, look
see?
at that.
That's third
It
place.
is. It's a law office. It's Zering, Phillips, and Zering, your top 3 tonight. We did that in Lumberton with Hurt and Campbell because it was Hurt, Kimball, and Campbell or something like that, or Singletary. We had so much fun with that. We were announcing out there. So good pass for Jake.
Really good
I didn't
pass.
feel like he had the same ground speed.
Yeah.
Like, maybe a mile per hour slower, but obviously still stuck it out there and dug it in. As we see, we got to zoom up there on Joe Ader. He's going to lead. No, that's Brad Benedict. Marion, Ohio should be our first bowler.
Yeah.
So, fans, if you want to get over there real quick and throw some money on on the Unlimiteds, try to do that before they shut that down. I'm going to read this off quick, Greg, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Start at the bottom. Supernatural going to come in 10th at 312.59. Benjamin 314.44. Fourth place, foreplay and 8th place. The Holmans at 321.1. The Contender is going to come in 7th at 321.21. Greg, how close is this? Look at that.
Very close.
Mark Mangan, our champion points leader, comes in 6th at 321.42. RJ Simon, always tough to beat, what Simon says, at 322.34. Rob Foster in the Foster Child was our first hook after the sled reset. Held it for quite a while.
Yes, he did.
But you're right, though. Those late hooks have been favorable to everybody. Bucket List going to come in 3rd with the last hook in the class. He turned down that 308, then they reset the sled. Scotty Phillips and the Yankee Blue going to come in 2nd. Jake Zering does what Jake Zering does, and he wins.
Just
Rule
wins.
19. He just wins. He's
Yeah.
like Nike. Just win, baby.
That's
what
the
a night
Raiders.
here. What a night
Just
here.
win, baby.
But wait, there's more.
There's more.
When's the last time the Raiders have won?
Hey, the
on.
last team the Kansas City Chiefs lost to were the Las Vegas Raiders. Just remember that.
I want to go to a Vegas Raiders game with you, and I'm gonna dress up as the other team, and I'm gonna be as obnoxious as I was known to be. Greg, sit next to you. We'll have so much fun.
Jason Death Wish Schultz.
Raiders fans, they'll take you outside and throw you in the trash cans as we see our winning run here. Rule 19. What a pass.
Just nice.
Zering, Phillips and Zering. 1, 2, 3 here tonight in Chapel Hill. Chapel Hill has not disappointed, Mr. Randall. The weather's worked out nice. I really hope they have this place standing room only tomorrow night. I don't know why they want it to be. You know, because last year we didn't get Friday night in.
Yeah.
We've had the rains affected us. Okay, so we got both nights in Benson.
Yeah.
We got Friday night in at Farley. We got Friday night in at Hutch. Toma, we got 4 out of 5, and I don't know how. I think David Schreier came out of the heavens on that one. Like he pushed, like Larry Kester pushed Adam Kester to the win tonight.
Those tarps really helped there. I mean, that changed my mind on the tarp system. I mean, it can cause problems, but they really did it well there.
Yeah. The unlimited class. I feel like the last year and this year, it's the strongest that it's been in a long time. I don't want to say forever, Greg, because I'm not a historian like you of the NTVA, but I feel like it's the strongest it's been in my recent memory. But
yeah, it's. We had a time, and we've talked about it, where we had a hard time getting the Unlimiteds to put on a good show.
Yep.
We had a little period, and the tire technology really helped us.
Yeah.
I mean, it really did. And so, yeah, I mean, you look down this list tonight, any one of these guys could take it. I mean, they really could. And it's good to see Mark Kolbach.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard what happened to Mark.
I didn't.
Mark got on the wrong end of a bull, and that's no joke. And he talked to me when he's going to Hutchinson. He said, I don't think I'm going to make it. And I can't remember all the details, but he basically got trampled by a bull.
Oh, man.
He's wearing an eye patch. I mean, he's had it rough. So
there's Mike Witt talking to Donnie Bauer.
Yeah. Keep bringing weights, Mike.
Keep bringing weights. These are the Unlimiteds. All of them. How many? Yeah. All of them.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah.
All of them.
I love it.
But,
what's the approximate horsepower of the Unlimited class today? 15,000?
You know,
I mean, I don't know if they dyno them or.
You know, I've heard a lot of numbers on some of the engines.
I've heard 3 or 4,000.
You know, yeah, I've heard 3 on the screws. It's a lot. Yeah. It's a lot, and again, it's just being able to hook it.
Yep.
And here it's interesting. The weight is crucial, and this year they've been taking. There's 2 weights that go on the back of the scoreboard semi, and they'll take them off and they'll put them on the scale, and making sure the scales are zeroed in properly.
Yep.
So that's kind of helped. 8,000 pound unlimited class. When I started in 90, you kind of found out that sometimes your whatever that number is, it's not that number, it's 100 over. And don't look behind the man behind the curtain, but I think they're really trying to remedy that a little bit.
Yep.
And make that work a little better. But when you look at this class from top to bottom, again, funny story, Ricky Rose. The first time he came down here to run Unlimited, he said, we're at the starting line, and they haven't played the national anthem yet, and he says, you know, I'm going to be lucky to finish last. And he goes out and wins the class. So I've always joked with him, you know, you're going to be lucky to finish last tonight, Ricky.
I love it.
But, you know, Dave Richardson, he's had a strong season thus far.
Dave got a first in Hutch. He's 3-1 tonight. He's second in points. Nonsense. Brad Benedict is in the lead. He's got second in Hutch and a first in Toma. You hook them, what, I think 5 or 6 events, Greg? Twice at each event? So they have about 12 hooks? Or
well, Wellington, Ohio is the only place where it's a 1-hook deal. It's a Friday night after Bowling Green. But yeah, you're right. Everything else is a 2-hook deal.
So we got, so Nonsense is in the lead.
2 at Toma, 2 at Chapel Hill, 2 at Rockwell, 2 at Bowling Green, 1 at Wellington.
Yeah, and the interleague was so fun last year. Each of those guys threw $1,000 in the pot.
Yeah,
and the winner take all. That was so fun. And then old Billy Beers. I miss old Billy Beers. I'm not sure where he's at. I know he's really busy with work.
Fuel pumps is what I've heard. But
he's so fun. I just love his. I love his life. He has so much fun. But yeah, so Nonsense picks up the win, and Toma, Brad Benedict. Then he got second in Hutch. And then Foursome, Dave Richardson got first in Hutch on Friday night, and we got rained out. Man, it rained on Saturday up there.
It did.
So we've had 2 hooks this year. That's it. I mean, and some rain. And some rain dates. You know, the doubles got the session-wise on these guys.
Right.
So Hutch would have went Dave Richardson, Brad Benedict, Doug Theobald, Blown Scentless, and then Emax. Okay, there's your top 5. Mm-hmm. And then we go to Toma Session 5, Greg, which was Saturday night. Nonsense goes 1. Cross-threaded goes 2. Emacs goes 3. Blown Sentineless goes 4th, and then Foursome goes 5. So that's how I kind of get your top 5 right now in here. So I always feel like, so Full-Blown Wicked, he runs. Does Doug run that as a light mod too? So he can run that as a 2, a 3, or a 4, right? Or does he just have 3 on an Unlimited?
Well, so he's got screw blowers on for the Unlimited. When he was running the light mod and modified class earlier in the year, he put the conventional roots type style. And so I don't know how much you'll see them try that again.
Okay, real quick, I didn't mean to interrupt. So is this lock in your box?
That's lock in your box. So that's on the box itself. When it goes up the rails, those chains drive through transmission, and there's a tab that'll hit that switch, and it'll drop the back of the pan. So the pan's held up a little bit on the back. When it hits that switch, it will drop the back of the pan. Then when it tops out, back at the end of the pan, there's a area where they have a press down, and it actually tries to push the rails up, so it's taking weight off the wheels to force more leverage on the pan.
Okay.
So they can block the box forward. There's I don't know if the camera guy can get in there close. Right as they're going by there, they're rolling the box back, but you can move that box out. So the farther back it is, you got more rolling resistance, but you've put that over the wheels or forward of the wheels, it's going to get to that pan sooner. So then how fast it goes up, how much weight's in it, when they drop the pan at the back, and then when they top it and push down at the back of the pan to try to lift the wheels off, all those things occur in a matter of seconds.
Yep.
And it's amazing. So here we go.
Benedict's hauler too. They pull them around, but that thing's got a tool for everything on there.
Yes,
it
it
has
does.
to be the coolest tow vehicle I've ever seen.
Yeah. So Kevin Criswell standing there off the right.
Okay.
Brad is a stepson.
Okay.
And they've got farming operation. Our new headquarters, we actually bought it off of Kevin.
Okay.
And we're starting to renovate it. And so we're moving to Marion, Ohio at the end of this year. And so I've got to see Brad and Kevin quite a bit. My wife gets her hair done by Ashley Benedict, Brad's wife. So she's got her own boutique off of their house.
Oh, cool.
A little shop. Kids are in 4-H fair with animals. In fact, when Dana was up there getting her hairstyle there, I think that was like right after Toma, the kids were getting the animals ready for fair. And they've got a third mod with 3 engines on it with 1471s that they are pulling in the mod class, and they took it up and had the mini puller that's right from their area. He sub-drove and won the regional mod class.
This is Top Fuel.
Yes.
I mean, if you will, this is NBA basketball. This is NFL. This is it. The Unlimiteds are the bottom. This is for guys that don't want rules, but maybe 2. 30.5s and 8,000 pounds. Here we go. Letter E.
Look how small the top pulleys are on the blowers. Those screw blowers. They're spinning them hard.
Yeah, they wind them tight.
Takes no horsepower, virtually no horsepower to turn those blowers. That's why they make more horsepower.
Gotcha.
One of the reasons.
Here we go, fans. We're kicking off the Unlimited class. Your points leader. Getting on the brake pretty hard, don't you think, Drake? I think.
Yeah.
Keeping it from going out of balance. But that's awesome. You can hear that thing inside the trailer as well as out there. If you went home early, Chapel Hill, you're awake now. You're awake now.
Yeah. Nails came out of the floorboards on that one. In a house 2 miles away.
We'll like 2 funnels. Look like fire hoses. So I watch our replay here. That's just awesome. Awesome horsepower.
297 and 80.
I feel like he was on the brake, but maybe I was wrong a little bit. Those chassis just twist.
Yeah, he was. I think he was, because it was really torquing him that way. He took it. And I have a feeling they're probably going to live with this setting.
Yeah, as late as it is, and there's only 8 in the class,
it's
right?
late, and
I really think the noise on those mess with our wireless. I really do.
I'm sure they
I
do.
know you can see the little bit of the wave.
Yeah.
And we've noticed that when we get really close with the wireless. That's insane. Love it. As we head back to Joe Ader, getting started up. What a cool shot there.
Yeah. We had we went up to Nashville and had dinner at Jason Aldean's, and in walks Joe Ader, and I said, "How's the hot dog king of Florida?" Because he's got 4 locations,
Yeah, he does.
one of which is like 2 miles from my uncle's. In fact, when I was down there in March, a late March, right after Trek Show, we're actually having our banquet in Florida in 2025, our year-end awards banquet.
Instead of Ohio?
Instead of Ohio, and actually Doubletree Universal. Anyway, his newest store is like 2 miles away from my uncle, so I went there and I just walked in and they were having like 2 different inspections. I was like, I really know Joe, just want to kind of check in on his enterprises and see you later.
Yeah, I'm not a stalker.
Yeah.
What a cool close-up shot here. Now those are Mike Janus blowers, right? The ones that look like that. Yeah.
And been to his shop when we did Langford, New York, and nice. It's interesting. He lives on Shirley Road, and on one end of Shirley Road are the other mod pullers from that area. So Joe Ader, North Collins, New York, with the Emax ride. The Fintax, there you go. Thank you, Doug.
Our production guy.
Yeah.
He's done 3 good things all night. It's past my bedtime now officially.
The best thing I saw was when the video board rolled in about 6 o'clock this morning. I was letting the dog out.
Yeah. No, we got here at 4 with it, but I wasn't going to dare back it into that spot between the bleachers because they wanted to set those bleachers, and Doug's like, "I'll swing that in there." I was sleeping in the bunk, and I heard it start up, and Doug backed it right back in there for us. Joe Ader, Emax on North Collins, New York. He's second. No, he's third in points right now, fans. Got a third in Toma. It's still a super tight points race. Only really 7 points between first and last, basically, right now in this class. Right. They only had 2 official hooks.
Right.
Banners would be the flagship of the Unlimited class, right? Or when did the Unlimited class come around, Craig?
Well, I'll be honest with you. 73, 74, you had the 5, 7, 9, and 12 super stock, and you had a 5, 7, 9 mod class, and you had an unlimited, or I think they might have called it the open class, and they'd let the super stocks and the mods run together, and that was primarily what the class was. And it was kind of an Allison deal there for the late 70s. You had the Bargies and John Shaw. You had some people running in that, and then all of a sudden they started putting on the different V8s. 79, I think Banners won the Unlimited for the first time, and then from there the V8 stuff started taking over. I remember going to the High State Fair, and the top 3 in the Unlimited were all Allisons, Bargies,
Still
and
nothing
Shaw.
better than an Allison for the Southwest.
My first daughter's named Allison.
There you go.
So he's got the 1871 superchargers on this.
I love it when you see the steam come off the blower hats like that.
Yeah.
They're so cold.
Right. Joe's moved the sled over.
Joe knows pulling. How many motors are these one or two?
I'm thinking
That
one.
whole- okay, that
I'm
left
thinking
bank.
that. I'm thinking that front.
Now he replaced the motor and hutch, and then we got rained out. Oh,
Yeah.
there it is. Clean up
Yeah.
on aisle 3. I heard somebody yell.
Yeah. That's
Oh man,
that's a tough deal.
That's a
there
hole
for
in the block,
Joe.
right,
That
Greg?
is, yeah. He was kicking parts out at 100 and something feet.
And people say diesel super stocks are silly. Get an unlimited. 297.82 is the distance to beat. Brad Benedict still in the lead. Joe Ader not going to get that done. Ricky Rose, him and Julie Rose promote the Power Pole Nationals up in Hutchinson, Minnesota. Father's Day weekend every year.
Be lucky if I
Minnesota.
finish
Get it coming up.
last.
What's that, bud?
Be funny. Be
I always tell
likely to
Ricky
finish
be more
last.
positive. I had him laughing this morning, so that's good.
That is good.
But Joe has more
Jeez.
motors, so it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Bang, bang. You see the aluminum. Boom,
Yeah,
boom,
Doug,
boom.
Doug will
There
slow
goes-
that down.
Oh, yeah.
And
Wow.
we'll take that bottom graphic down, and we can watch the parts barrage.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Yeah,
He
that's
backs us up.
expensive.
That's expensive. Right here.
Yeah.
Good work, Douglas Borth. Ooh, that just makes me shiver, Greg.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, 100 feet.
And he went to 77? Look at all that metal coming off of there.
Yeah.
I think I need a metal detector to clean all that up, Randall.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's pretty amazing.
Good replay work there by our team.
Yes.
So about 100 feet right there, Greg. Yep.
Yeah.
You can just see that, just more and more metal. Just chunks of block and whatever.
Right.
And give it to Joe. He knows it's screwed. He just says, I'm going to
Yeah.
go. I'm going to go as far as I can
It's
with this
along
thing.
for the ride at that point.
Look at all the raw fuel just coming out of those cylinders, Greg.
Yeah, a couple years ago, he was on quite the tear.
Yes,
I mean,
he was
quite the
undefeated.
tear. Put
Look,
the,
that was a big chunk of.
yeah.
Wow.
He put the roll cage out kind of in front of the tires, and he went on a big tear. In fact, he didn't choose number 1 in Ninderly pull-off that year. He chose 5th, and he did not win.
Greg, there's officially no metal left inside that motor.
Yeah,
It's all
I
on
think
the
you're
track.
right. Yeah,
The chunks that have been flying out of that thing. Look at that.
yeah, and
Just pieces of piston.
it's still going though. He's got a couple cylinders working.
It's got that Sempico in there.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
That
that
is
is
crazy.
a tough break for Joe. You say he went 277?
Yep. 277. We got
Yeah.
Brad Benedict in the lead right here. 297. 6 to go. Greg, session 1. We rolled into Saturday morning. Been pulling now for 5 hours and 13 minutes. Great show, though. Great crowd tonight here in Chapel Hill. Great to see him get both nights in. There's your leaderboard right now. So let's recap our night, Greg. So we start out Diesel Supers.
Yes.
Colin Ross gets a big win. Travis goes number 2. And I think, was Esden third?
Let's see here. We had 349. Travis was 340.
Yep.
And Esden was 336.
Okay.
So I think that was our top
Top
three.
And then mini
Yeah.
rods, we went, Adam Kester was 1.
Yep. We had Brian McDonald
was 2.
holding it down for
To
a
the
long
very
time.
end. And then we had the Kester, the 100-foot fist pump,
Yes.
we're going to call it.
Unbelievable.
And then Chase Richardson got 3rd. He was in there.
Yep.
Then we went pro stock Poland, right?
Pro stock pulling, and
Esden Lemke.
Esden Lemke came back at the very end and
Got the
knocked
big
off
win.
Robbie Russell.
Russell and the Workhorse Pro.
And then we just
Four-wheel drive
watched
trucks.
Rob Foster hold it down for a while, and then
No, Jake
sure
Zaring.
did Jake Zaring and Scott Phillips.
Yep, the law offices of Zaring, Phillips, and Zaring go
Yep.
1, 2, 3 here. So Ricky, is that Ricky out front, or is that Jeff out front?
I want to say
Matthew
that's
Demick?
I want to say that's Jeff out front.
Okay. So the boss man's in the saddle.
Boss man's in the saddle, and
So these are, does he have 4 on? So these are what we
Four.
call traditional.
we have 1471 superchargers.
And screw blowers are 18s?
The screw blowers
Or do you measure
are.
like that?
I don't know if they really measure
just
by
call them a
that.
screw.
They call them a screw.
But if you had 1871s, you can have 3 of those, right?
Well, the unlimited you can have as many as you can put on.
8,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what makes America great.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I love the different combinations, motors facing backwards, guys hang them sideways. I think looking for balance or whatever. Yeah, and Ricky, they'll run this in the mod class too, right?
Oh yeah.
So they just pull one off and they put one in the middle, right?
Right. Yeah. Okay. And we're missing Billy Beers this year, Wayne Purser this year, although we might see Wayne out later. I think we'll see
Wayne's
Billy at
busy
some
building
point.
trailers for Mike Connie.
Yeah.
That's what Mike Connie told me earlier. He goes, I don't care what he's doing, as long as he keeps building me trailers.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what Ricky does here. Chapel Hill's been good to Ricky.
Yeah.
Wow. He one-wheeled hard, and
you heard the RPMs just scream.
Yeah.
Well, the good news, he can still back it up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He did not Joe Hader it.
Right. That was kind of odd in the sense it didn't feel like it got hooked up, so he just said, I'm going to give it all the throttle.
And then he did.
And one-wheeled it. Yeah.
That's David Richardson, foursome, going to be up next. David he's currently second in the points, and he won Hutchinson on Friday night up there. There's Mark Cole, the gambler. Glad to see him back out. I had no idea. He got, I guess, beat up by a bull or trampled or whatever bulls do to you. That's Kevin Criswell coming up there. We'll go back to the replay. Like Greg said, just couldn't get hooked up, and I think he just smashed it right about here. And then, he said gets up on one wheel a little bit. Or those RPM just went sky high, Greg.
Yeah, really
right
did.
Right there.
233 and 5.
Somebody's got a 350 in them. I'm not, but I love the unlimited class, and that's how stuff goes like that. So
I don't know. Benedict's kind of been the leader there, and I have a feeling.
Look at that rear left rear tire.
Yeah.
Big knee toss. Just working, Greg.
Yeah.
Man. That was a rough ride there for Ricky.
It really was. So I wonder if somebody's looking there, and they're going to run that, as you're looking down the track, the right side line, because it seems like that's a decent place.
Five more to go, fans. Brad Benedict, Marion, Ohio, Nonsense in the lead at 297. Joe Ader, 277. Ricky Rose, 233 as we wait for David Richardson.
Yep.
We saw them run their mini rods there. There's CJ Grasick. Drives a pile driver. He's even yawning.
Yeah.
CJ, you can't yawn. You're on TV, buddy. You're about to start an unlimited. So.
Could it be? Richardson's night tonight?
It could be.
Could be.
They got a 3. There's Ron. We start at 7 o'clock tomorrow night, fans. We'll be live at 5 o'clock with Countdown to Pool Time. Next weekend, we'll be in Fort Recovery, Ohio. My first trip out to the fort, Greg.
First one to the fort. Well, you definitely want to try the ice cream.
Okay.
The ice cream's good. Their concession, they got a very unique concession line. It's cool. It's been the same way since I went first time in 1982. And it's good. No, it's not. It's, it's like going to the Varsity in Atlanta, Georgia. What do you have? What do you have? You ever been to the Varsity?
I have not.
It's a burger place. You go up there and say, what do you have? What do you have?
What do you have? What do you have?
You're going to get a hot dog or a hamburger.
That's what you get.
That's what you get. They actually got the Varsity in the Atlanta airport.
Oh,
so.
Okay. I'll stop. I'll grab one. I get through Atlanta enough.
Yeah.
That was a public safety alert we got a while ago.
I wonder what that was about. I tried to get bring it up when it come up. Made me wonder if it was legit.
You think it was spam? Oh, it's one of those well, they call it a blue alert down here. Tennessee blue alert. What do they call those at home when it's on the road?
Amber alert.
Amber alert, yeah. It's a blue alert in Tennessee.
So David Richardson, foursome, comes out with those Trick Motors. We see them on
The Noonans.
The Noonans, yeah. We see it on the Brian McDonald ride. We've got it on the Richardson Minis and the Foursome here.
Cool shot there from our camera guy. Again, Dave got the big win up at Hutchinson on Friday night.
Got his big start buying out Jim Brockman.
Oh, okay.
Had the Kodiak tractor for a long time.
Oh, yeah. I found a picture of Chase when he was a lot younger sitting on the Kodiak tractor.
Yeah.
Somebody sent to me. And then they have a light mod now, too, the Richardsons, too.
Yeah, I knew they were building one. Is it done?
I think it's a Super B chassis.
Oh, really?
Yep. I saw it up in Benson. It was dropped off in Benson, just the chassis.
I see. I knew they were building one. It's been kind of quiet, so.
Yeah, the whole world knows now. I said on full live. If anybody's still awake, great. I think there's a couple people still awake, right? We should have them text us to make sure they're still awake.
Wake up.
Here we go.
Dave Richardson.
Okay, I don't think our camera's like I don't think our wireless like that.
Yeah.
If that was the camera that blinked out.
Yeah.
Hey, Rogo, you might have to use the camera on the opposite side of the track. It's messing with the wireless.
Hear the power and feel the noise and knock your wireless off.
We're going to have to find out how NHRA does it with those cameras are tight. Let's talk to our buddy Ned. He might know a guy. Well, 297 is the distance to me.
351. There's your new leader, Uncle Dave Richardson, laying the lumber to the field thus far.
So we saw Benedict run that left line. Now we saw Dave kind of go off to the right side.
Yeah.
So Mark Cole's going to be up next with the game.
Yep. I would say, there was a time when they used to call it the Dave Richardson Thrill Show. And kind of tongue-in-cheek, normally something was going to blow, and now in this configuration and with what they're doing, it's a very serious operation. And not that it wasn't before, but you can tell Dave's upped his game, and it's showing on the track. Yeah.
Just a little bit of oil on the track.
Yeah. Some of that standard blow by, type thing, but
Rojo's out there offering him some slaw.
Yeah.
He's like, Dave, you want some slaw?
Yeah. Yeah.
Rogo, have Tony come back, see how much oil's on the track. Have him go left when he gets a chance. I want to take a look at the track there.
Yeah. A lot of fans yelling at Dave Richardson.
Yes, there are. There's a lot of happy people here. You think that's just regular, or you think that's a little more than normal?
That's Polars.
That's Polars.
Yeah.
Out there yelling. Clean up an aisle. Well, there's just one aisle. Great.
Yeah, aisle 5.
About 60 feet wide.
Yeah.
As long as there's no parts in it. That's all I care about.
But this unlimited class, I mean, the thing about it is you got to get the sled started, and it takes some stuff to get you stopped. So if you can't get it started, that's why there's some, like
the short distances, right?
Well, between, like you said, the super farms within like 6 feet or whatever. Here you can have 60 feet because if you blow a tire away, like we kind of saw Ricky did, you saw what Joe did with the blown engine. There's just a lot of things that
and they
play
dig
into
holes.
this.
Holy cow, do they dig holes.
But you look here, Mark Cole. It's a question what you're going to see there because it's his first time out. Kevin Criswell, he's running right now, tied for third. Theobald is in 6th place, and Adam Bauer, who defending champion, he definitely has the power.
Get second in Toma.
Second in Toma.
Who won Toma? Nonsense did.
Yeah,
Nonsense did.
So I think you got David and Nonsense, your 2 winners thus far.
And Dave's in the lead here tonight. So.
Yep.
We are going to go. Mark Cole should be next, according to our sheet. I see him starting to get ready to fire bull and scentless as well. First time I saw the bull and scentless tractors was at Rockwell. Was when I had my 4-1, Greg. Probably 2016 or so, maybe.
Yeah.
2017.
Yeah, that blue alert, Wesley Foster sent us a text on what that was. It's they're looking for 2 suspects that shot a Tennessee Highway Patrol trooper in Putnam, Tennessee. That's not good. Nope. Need some law and order in this country.
Yes, they do. Oh yeah, he sent the both of us. Sorry about that. Wes, thanks for watching. So Wesley Foster is still awake. Thank you, Wesley.
Yep.
My wife gave up on me. She went to bed. So she told us we were doing a good job. But
Yep.
she said, honey, I'm going to bed. She does not like tractor pulling as much as I do, Randall. Greg, it's been a blast having you in here today.
Yeah,
You have
I've
no
enjoyed
idea.
it.
We're going to do this again. I won't make you do it tomorrow night. I know you're itching to get out there and do your thing, but it's fun. I'll go find me another. We'll fire in the hole.
Yeah. So there for a while, Mark was running 5 engines. Looks like he's down to the 4. Kind of. I didn't look at the tractor earlier, just kind of seeing what he does have in sort of configuration. 4 engines, that's easy to see. Hemispherical heads on it.
What's the most banners had back in the day? Did they have 8? Like make
They had 7.
7. Okay.
7 was the most I've seen them have. Bruce had 5 at the most.
That's Hutcherson.
Bruce Hutcherson.
Make it special.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Iowa State Fair was kind of that's my bowling green as a kid.
Yeah, sure.
And going there and seeing Emil Murta and John Klug and Ernie Ropp and the Banter brothers. And back then I didn't realize I was watching what I was watching.
Yeah.
Kind of like maybe a kid today watching Dave Richardson. And that'll be their Banter brothers someday.
Yeah.
And Billy Beers and Mark Cole and all the big names. Joe Ader in our class. But yeah.
So were you there in 1991?
Yeah, I moved to Wisconsin in 91.
So did you see where Reba McEntire played and then the NTP had a Grand National? They moved the stage out of the way. I was there for that.
I don't remember that.
1991.
Awesome.
It was.
That is awesome.
And speaking of awesome, we got the gambler, Mark Cole. He got the wrong end of the bowl. I was motioned to him. Did it taste good?
What are they squirting in? Is that just a lubricant or what is that? Do you know?
It's something to help the engines. I don't know if it's breathe or what, but they
I always mean to ask somebody that actually knows.
Yeah.
And then I've always wanted to know.
They got ether for diesel. They do something for the V8s.
Yep. Is like a silicone I'm wondering or something? I'm going to find out from somebody for sure. You can see the minis doing it, the 2-wheelers.
Yeah.
And the big mods.
Yeah. Here it is.
Well, here we go.
De-icer.
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 Thank you, Douglas. 315. Good momentum, and then he either hit that left brake, control that, you know what I mean? Or just took him over there, but he lost a lot of momentum when that happens. Now, when they're firing like that, it's something wrong with it.
That's just the fuel kind of burn off. But you notice there, the back 2 engines looks like you've got screw chargers. Front 2's got conventional.
Okay. Yeah. You can just tell by looking at them if they're a screw?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that square look?
It's kind of a square look, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if there's 14s or 18s on the front, but it sure looks like he has screws on the back.
288.405. So
third place. So good run for Mark.
Do you think I think he pounded on that left brake. I really do. I think he thought he was going too far right. Because he lost all of his momentum, Greg, when that tractor started coming back to the left.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he drove it over there or if that left tire just got into some good dirt and liked it.
Yeah, it very well could be.
These slow motion replays are just cool.
Yes.
It just shows it all. They're awesome.
Nice run there by Mark. And the good thing is, he'll be back tomorrow.
Yep. Here's your leaderboard for some Dave Richardson. Currently second in the points. He is, he's at 85. Benedict's at 89. And Benedict's in second right now. So he's picked up 1 point on him. The gambler, Mark Cole, just moved into third. Joe Eder, he ate engine. And getting up, Ricky Rose in fifth right now. So we got 3 more to go, fans. It is 12:29 Central, 1:30 Eastern. But if you're out in California, it's only 10:30. That's what I always do. I call my California pulling friends, Greg, when I land late. I have to drive home and I'm tired. I just want to get home because they're always 2 hours behind us. So now, are those screw blowers too then?
These are screws, yeah.
So he can have 4 screws?
You can have as many screws as you want.
That's right, you said that twice now.
As long as you fit the 8,000 pounds.
Gotcha. I just thought there was a time like when the screw blowers was. Remember when Chuck Knapp first rolled out with them and stuff like that? Did he get his stuff sold?
He had
you know?
18.
18. That's what I'm thinking.
The last. I'd had a message from Chuck. He wants to run the tractor at Rockwell.
Okay.
So the plan is he's hoping to make the voyage then. And then there's another example. You know, unfortunately, best wishes to Chuck, but he's had a little bit of a health situation. So. Each year, I always say, each year is just different. You can plan and figure out this is your field, these are your competitors, but things in life happen. You got all types of responsibilities and so forth. So one just never knows until you get out here, and it's a big commitment to keep these things running. And think of it, Criswell Benedict, they've got 11 engines on 3 vehicles. And it's a lot, and it takes a lot to keep them going. You know, you think about the Theobalds; they got 2 minis and that, and they got a truck
and a 2-wheeler.
Yep, and then you got Bowers back there, 2 minis and that, and they're building a superstock diesel. So that'll be exciting when that gets out. So,
well, here we go. People are still awake.
Yes,
Dean Hollicky, my 4-1 buddy, the original mother trucker. He says, "No fear, we're still awake."
All right.
I like it.
Dino. Shout out
Ejector
to
hats
Dino.
will get froze around the butterflies. That's de-icer. Thank you, Leslie. Got that. Craig Corzine, Frost. De-icer. Frost will make the butterflies stick.
Yeah.
We are learning. I know you knew that, but I've always wanted to ask that and share that with everybody. Kevin Criswell, blown scentless. Got a 4th in Hutch. Got a 4th in Toma. So on a cooler night like this, they're just pounding that in there. That air, sucking that air in there, it's crazy. Shelton's Unlimiteds, or mods, whatever you want to call them, they're out in California. Kevin Moore, a guy bought him out there. Okay. He's kind of teamed up with Scott Tedder, and they're doing some stuff. Trying to get him to bring them out here. And I'm working on some guys from California to bring some of the light mods out here. They're really starting to get some pretty good mods out there now.
That's good.
When Brant Sullivan moved out there, and he's got Sullivan Racing Engines. He's working for the Melanesios.
Yeah.
And then Brian Massetti, my buddy who owns MLM. I'll be quiet. Is that just a fuel line?
The blow-by tubes got loose.
Oh, shoot. Is this the one that Bowling Green had like 5 or 6 years ago? The motor
lost
came
all
off?
that. Well, yeah, it was Kevin's tractor.
It was Kevin's tractor, okay.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of highlight reel stuff from Bowling Green.
Yes.
Joe Myers.
Oh, my.
Somebody went cough.
Yeah.
That's the same year that Schrammix did it with the Young Blood.
Right.
Tractor pulling.
So yeah, it's
awesome.
kind of a tough break there for Kevin. Just again, not to pound it, not the run he's looking at, 249 and 8.
There's your RFT TV saying, not the run he's looking for.
Yep.
Do you guys record that? Like, does Doc come out to?
Actually, Monday we're doing.
So he comes out to Ohio.
Yeah.
Or he lives out there, doesn't he?
No, he's in Indianapolis.
Okay.
So a lot of torque there for blown scentless, but yeah, we will.
So that's just
there's
the blow-by
tube. Yep,
okay.
just kind of in the other side. It's
like when water hoses are fighting.
It's like those blow up deals that they put at the end of the car dealership with the flail in the arms. Yeah, yeah.
But again, that's your instance of just really never got hooked and never got that momentum.
It just and sometimes there's a little bit more moisture out there in the air, and maybe it's a little slick, and it's you can maybe overpower it a little easier. We're back a little bit more with our crumbs on top that we started out with in the day, and you get a little mealy, and it could make a difference here. Now, Theobald's Run 3, they talk about having more movable weight and that sort of thing. And that's why running an 8,000-pound class is crucial to the guys running fewer engines because they have more movable weight. So in this case, maybe they put a little bit more toward the back and get the front end up, but to drive. So it's interesting strategy. 2 left here.
2 to go.
2 to go.
12:34 a.m.
Theobald's have had a pretty good night.
Yeah, they have. Renee, she was top 5 in mini, I'm pretty sure. Grant finished 11th, I think.
Yep. Grant had a little tougher night, but it's a marathon, not a sprint, and, you know, you just don't want too many lows.
Nope. Grant goes to Purdue.
Yep, we won't hold
his
that
younger
against him.
brother, Mason, I think he's
Just
I think
kidding.
he's going to be a senior in high school.
Yeah.
Mason is, or is he a junior? I can't remember.
Yeah.
I just hope they play basketball. They're tall kids.
They're tall. Take after their dad on the basketball part.
Yeah, their families are just ate up on bowling. Gettingers, Theobalds, these kids have no chance.
Yep.
They're gonna have to work their butts. I told Grant, you're gonna spend a lot of money in your life. You better work hard. Work hard, play hard. What a night here at Chapel Hill.
Yeah.
Just excited to wrap it up, go to bed. Get a bunch of videos and pictures up on social media. We can come out there with the full-blown wicket.
Yep. And it's been fun announcing with you.
Greg, this has been great. Honest to God, but this has been a hoot. Loved it. I knew it would be. Thank you for doing this. It's hard for you because I know you're normally running a lot of stuff, but your phone hasn't blown up too much.
No,
or at least you haven't freaked out too much, so I'm good.
Well, we got good people in good places, and I like I always said, I'll go where I'm needed. And I told Chase before this venture started, hey, just keep me in mind. I'll be glad to pinch hit or whatever I have to do. And this is fun for me as well.
I've been trying to. I like having one main host, and then bringing in pullers.
Yeah.
We Tomo, I brought in it was like a circus, just a bunch of people. I did that a little bit too much, but I like to try different things. I think now. But I don't want to mess with pullers that are pulling.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to bring. I'd love to have Travis Schwab on here, but I want him to win that night. I want him to do his best. That's hard, and that's why I'm not driving my tractor. First of all, I'm not a good driver, but it's hard to do. Like, we want a great live stream. I don't want to worry about my tractor. You know what I mean? It feels weird sitting in the booth watching it, but it's all good. I love watching my dad and my singer drive it. So.
Yeah.
Well, let's lay down a good pass. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's been 2 or 3 good ones out there, and 2 or 3 that just haven't hooked up. So let's see what.
They got a good shot here.
Gonna be close.
That's a good shot.
We're gonna be close. I definitely a top. Definitely second place. I don't think he got Dave. I think he's 5 or 6 feet short of Dave. But a good straight pass.
Yeah.
All the momentum down.
I think he definitely got past 300, so that would be second.
Yeah, Dave's out there at 315. Brad Benedict's at 297 with that first hook.
Yeah,
304 miles.
Yeah.
So Dave Richardson safe for one more.
Yes.
But he did get in between Benedict and Dave, so that's good for Dave.
Yeah.
We watched the replay here. That front left tire picking up there. Chassis twist. Moves into second place.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that. They've had a little teething issue with this tractor. They brought it to Benson to run the light mod class, and I'm thinking they hooked both sessions, but they were scheduled to run it at Farley and withdrew it on the Monday for whatever, getting ready for the unlimited deal, But here's your defending champion. He just turned 40, and Adam Bauer is one of the most winningest drivers of all of NTPA. Granted, he's pulled in multiple divisions, but you're excelling at multiple divisions, so that's not that's not. I mean, you could have 15 vehicles and not perform.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, one of the most winningest pullers in our sport.
Now, who's the gentleman on the left?
That is CJ Herr. So CJ is kind of the magic behind the chassis. And,
okay. He works for
so
Bowers?
in this capacity, he's around a lot. And then the guy that's leaning in there, that's Dave Pruzan. Once upon a time, Dave and Jamie Austin were the crew members for Doug Downs, and they won Crew Chiefs of the Year in the early 2000s. They were young men like we were. And so, again, it gets in your blood, and guys stick around and do a good job. And Bowers, very successful. And WFO is wide. Whole family operation.
Yeah, whole family operation.
I had that wrong at first. Whole family operation.
I love it.
So, and it is. It's exactly what it is. So,
having your knowledge and of all, especially of the NT, there's the Richardson camp. There's Lane.
Yeah.
Chase.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's Scott Phillips.
Yeah.
They're waiting to see.
They're
if they're
having a
gonna be
good
first or
time.
second,
Yeah.
So. Heavy fire. They know Bauer. Now,
Yeah.
this is our only 5-engine combination, right, in the bus?
That is correct tonight. Yep, for sure.
So these would be non-screwers, just 5 traditional. These are 14s?
I believe these are 14s. I don't know. The front ones look awfully big, and 14s, 18s.
Whatever.
They're conventional,
Yep.
you know. This is one of the, I talked about Ross earlier, about when Ross is, wound tight and right. It's a real run you have to lay down to get around him. I feel that way a lot about Bauer. When this tractor makes, and again, he has got the most horsepower, it should, you do the math. But when it's right, it's hard to get around. Tonight, my concern could be just a little bit of, is it a little slick out there? Getting hooked up or getting unhooked as you go down the track. There's just a lot of concern sometimes. They do a great job here at Chapel Hill, keep a very consistent track. But again, when it comes to dirt, humidity, moisture, a lot of things can play into it. But what a piece of engineering that tractor is right there. It really is. Jim Campbell there's at the sled. They're going to get Adam all lined up. It's our final tractor, defending Grand National Champion.
This is your favorite tonight in full pole picks, Greg. Even money.
He
Got a second in Toma.
Yep. And he's earned that. I mean, he's earned that position.
Yeah.
He just earned it. And
great shot of 5 monsters up the midway.
I'll say it again. Who knew orange and purple and green went together so well? The Bowers did.
Yep. That is awesome.
We're getting ready to put a big exclamation point here. Session 1, Super Bowl of South Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Unlimited modified.
Session 1. I think we have a winner. I think you got me. It's going to be close.
What we had in the full drive class is close.
It looks like that angle. Like I thought with RJ, I thought he was 10 feet by, so I'm not going to say a word. Yeah. But I saw those cones
very close
from our angle because he got off to the left of there. So Dave was 315.
Yeah.
0.735. Dave is in the lead right now currently. Left vehicle 304. You can't hear yourself think right now. Oh,
318.
3 feet.
He got him.
He got him by 3 feet.
Congratulations, Adam Bauer. Buckaroo got her done with cross-threaded. What a way to cap our unlimited modified class. Adam picks up his first win of the year in the unlimited class. Made a decent run in the mini class.
Yeah, he did.
maybe getting off the mat a little bit in that class.
So there we go. Greg, take it away, sir.
Adam
I'm not going to go
Bauer.
sneak in here again, so this is your last stuff.
Cross-threaded, 318-4. Your last, another final run to win the class.
It is.
Foursome with Dave Richardson, 315-7. Good 17. Good run for David. Full-blown wicked. Theobald's got to be happy with a 304.1 effort. Brad Benedict, nonsense, 297-8. Mark Cole got the right side of the bull tonight. Got fifth place, 288.4. Joe Eder, tough break for Joe, 277.8. Hope he can get that motor fixed for tomorrow night.
He's already changing them, I guarantee it.
Blown scentless Kevin Criswell, 249-8. And our last competitor, who said he'd be lucky to get last, got last
tonight.
Ricky Rose.
He determined his own fate.
233.5. So, again, thanks for joining us here tonight on Full Pull Live in TPA Super National Polling.
It's been awesome.
Jason, thank you so much for
Mr. Randall. That
having
was
me in
great.
here.
Got a lot of positive feedback having your knowledge in the booth tonight. That's great. And we'll continue to work towards finding that mix of, I don't know, just keeping everybody happy, if that's possible. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody's got an
keep
opinion.
the most of the folks satisfied. I don't
Yes.
say you're going to have them happy, but satisfied. That goes a long ways.
It does.
And
It does go
people have to see the improvement.
Yeah, we're getting
coming
better
in
with
here.
every
Yep.
session.
Yep.
You know, I noticed a little bit tonight. We had a couple things with our new graphics not quite adding up, and that's no big deal.
Well,
That's computer stuff.
Yep.
Did you see the wireless kind of wave a little bit with the
magnetos. It's
with the
the
magnetos,
magnetos.
yeah, with
It
the
is.
earthquakes out there?
Yeah.
But it was all in all a great night. Chapel Hill is special. We'll be back tomorrow night. We're going to come on at 5 o'clock Central, fans, for our countdown to pull time. We'll be probably bringing on some of our winners. You know, go out in the pits tomorrow, try to find some people and do some great stuff. But we had our camera people rock tonight. Everybody next door in the production. Again, Executive Director of the NCPA, Greg Randall. Jason Schultz signing off. Have a good night. Drive safe and go to bed. Go to bed, Dean Holicky.
Yeah,
Mother
Dean.
trucker. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks for watching.